Joan Shingang, my password, Shanga, $159,000 billion left. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. The idea that Los Angeles what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, we haven't been able to communicate it in a way that is, let me say another way.
Greetings and welcome to Winning 2024, the State of the Union edition. How you guys doing this evening? I'm Winning Reality, and with me this evening for all the festivities is none other than Talking Trash and Truths, aka Shelly. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, babe?
I am doing great, living well, and I hope everybody else out there is this also. Wolfram, what's up? Thanks for showing up early and dropping those links. I appreciate all that.
Always on the ball.
Yes. And we got all kinds of people pouring in on X tonight.
Nice.
Welcome to everybody over there. There's Wolfram. He wipes his paws, lips in and house. We are off and running.
Ow.
Yes, tonight we'll be watching the Commander in Disgrace, Joe Biden, try not to embarrass himself.
The Commander in
deleted? No, why would you get deleted, Murph Turf?
No.
Who deleted you? Nobody deleted you here. We love you too.
Did it unsub you?
Were you unsubbed? That's uncool.
Because we can't do that.
Yeah,
right?
we can't do that. Hey, cool gamer, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey.
Ready to see the worst, most corrupt president in the history of the United States sputter through a.
I mean, that's quite an accomplishment. Jesus,
isn't it? We have about an hour to get started, so I figured I'd start early so we can all chill and hang out and talk. And also, in case you didn't know, Trump actually got out in front of it and did a prebuttal to Joe Biden's State of the Union address. We're gonna watch that here in just a minute. That's gonna be the first thing we watch. The prebuttal.
Prebuttal. All righty.
Yeah, you gotta watch. Sorry, Murph. You gotta watch the YouTube. Their system's all messed up these days, man. They're doing all kinds of nonsense. I mean, last Saturday night show, it was Shelly and I. First of the month, winning Saturday night with Shelly. We ended the stream with like 100, I think right at 100 views. And then it was like up to 111 afterwards. And then 4 days later, it was at 53, which I know that's not just, we had that thing with the fake views come through when A-hole was messing with the channel. But we got through that. And I could tell the difference, right? I can tell the difference when it's real people and not real people.
Oh, when it's organic, yeah.
Yeah. And so whatever they did, they lost a bunch of views from those hours or something like that. I don't know. I've heard other creators saying the same things happened to them. We know that we've been seeing it happen on Shelly's channel. And it's not like the old days, like, the swamp days when there was a concerted effort to try to take down our channel with false views, which I quickly took care of and swiftly, and this turned it into a joke. Hey, Mimsy.
Hey, Mims. Hi, honey.
Welcome to tonight. We're gonna have a good time.
Hell yeah!
I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad you guys have decided to come here. You will get seen and you will be appreciated. Hey, Outpost
nerd.
Evening.
I kind of wish I had a bingo card just to see where he screws up.
Right. We're gonna be looking for a bunch of different things from him tonight. We're gonna be looking at, what kind of, these things. Honestly, when it's an establishment puppet in charge, they're always talking to the establishment. They're talking to the establishment, and they're just cementing in narratives, right? So
Yeah.
I don't expect anything groundbreaking other than more of the same. They follow the same script, but we will be watching any kind of signals they're giving out to like the WEF or the UN. We'll be looking for nods to that, nods to the greater establishment. Let's call it that. A bingo card would be amazing. Ice cream is the middle square.
There you go. We should do that for the next one.
Hopefully there's no more. This should be the last one we ever have to deal with from this guy.
Is it? I'm still waiting for the bot to short circuit and have like the fire and sparks shooting out of the collar of his shirt.
I can tell you from looking at
go ahead.
No, I can tell you from looking at the auditorium, they're not going to do another Dark Brandon setup like the last time.
That's a damn shame.
In fact, we'll test this out right now. I'll show you a quick screenshot of what we're looking at here. A screenshot. We'll just do a quick video. Yeah, there's the state capitol and Sanctuary Hall. Is this where he's going to do it? I mean, it's just
Statuary Hall.
Statuary Hall. Statue Hall.
Statuary.
Well, look how the statues
are. Yeah.
Statuary. Is this where he plans on doing it? He's going to do it in front of Congress, isn't he? This is just walking, or the walking in. Okay, there we go. You can see them all parading around. They're all trespassing, walking in between ropes.
Yep, that looks just like it did that day.
Yep, you can see the establishment media horrors all here in the corner. Selling their souls live on TV.
Bingo cards.
He sent a bingo card.
He sent us State of the Union bingo cards. It's in your Discord. Yeah, he sent it to you and to me. That's so funny. Thank you, nerd.
Cool. You can pull it up on your screen, and that way I can just flip back and forth to it. That will have two screens working. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. I've been forgetting to do this. Got to remind me. No one's reminding me. Thank you to all the members here on YouTube. Scrolling your names across the bottom of the screen. I really do appreciate the commitment to solution you guys have shown. Blessing her brother, blessing me every month. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
You got some really loyal people here.
Yeah. Let me minimize.
We're both very lucky with our audience.
We're the best crowd. It's definitely the smartest. All right, let's just silence the noise. That's what's going on there. They're walking in. I'll keep you updated on that. But I do want to get into the pre-buttal. I'm just kind of waiting a little bit until we get a few more people here on the YouTube side. How's Rumble doing over there? Rumble, what's up, y'all? I have not said hi to Rumble yet. What's up, Rumble? Where are you guys? There you are. Hey, man, we're going to have a great night tonight. Thank you for being here on Rumble. Rumble rocks. Rocks the house.
There. That's the bingo card.
Let me see. All right, there we go. Here's the bingo card, everybody.
That's as big as I can make it without it disappearing off the screen.
I gotcha. I think that'll work.
Can you read that? I'll just keep it on my damn phone. My eyes are not what they used to be.
I had this
I don't know.
The other day.
I feel a little bad about the whole Biden thing because like what they're doing now is just abusive. That man don't know where he's at.
Well, he still knows how to sniff a child's hair, so I don't feel bad about it at all.
That is true. That is true.
Thank you so much for that, Mimsy. Thank you to all the wonderful mods out there doing the good work. Yeah, I don't. It's pedo abuse, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't like the man, but I do feel like at this point he's not even in there. Now you're just abusing somebody's meat suit.
Don't remove that. Put it
No,
right
no,
back.
no, no. Wait, no. There's a different one. He sent me a better
Oh,
one.
different. Oh, a better one. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So while she's finding that,
There you
there it
go.
is. That she found it right away.
I'm quick.
Look
Fuck.
at this. Gaff blames Trump. Whispers, coughs. Oh, this is
Yeah,
good.
I like this one. Yep.
This is good. All
I wonder if
right.
he has butt chin.
I don't think he'll point that out, but that would be funny.
Butt
Okay.
chin is awesome.
Yeah, don't take it down. I'm just going to move it off the screen for now because I want to get to
Okay.
this prebuttal by Trump. We'll see where we're at. 11 minutes in. Okay, we can win a few because it's not starting till 9, right? 9 o'clock. And I'm going to attempt to watch the AP stream. I hope it doesn't cause any issues because I don't know how AP is with things and stuff. I'm looking for a Rumble alternative. So if you guys find a like right side broadcasting, but they won't let them in the building, so we won't be seeing them. I don't want us to stream it. I don't want to stream with other streamers because we do plan on stopping and making comments, and I will be making a lot of comments. And
He'll
and
be making a lot more
debunking.
than me.
I mean, as called for, right? I'm anticipating.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You're probably going to hear just nonverbals from me. Just a lot of scoffing and stuff like that.
I don't know. That would be a first. Let's see. I think
Rude.
that you would. Well, you have a lot to say, and I think that you would have some. You're going to have some input.
It
But like
depends
that's
on
why
what
I
he
said,
says.
I'm anticipating saying things, but then again, I might end up just watching it and being like, well, there's not nothing to say
Well, it
here.
depends on
It's
how
so
fast it is.
ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, there's the other thing. Like, what do we think? How long do we think he's going to be able to make it tonight? And thanks again to all the members.
Yes.
How long do we think he's going to make it?
I don't know.
How long do you
9
think he's gonna
o'clock
go?
is way past his bedtime. Even if they give him a shot of Adderall or something, it's still it wears off within 20 minutes.
Not if you go full dose, man. Stuff will last all day. I'm sure they got the primo stuff for him.
True.
I got stuff they don't even put on the market.
Oh my God. Well, they did it for
Plus.
Kennedy. They did it for Kennedy. They did it for J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover was on amphetamines every single day for the last 30 years of his life. And he was. They used to come in and give him a shot of it every day. Every day. Kennedy got shots of it too. He got tons of different medicated shots. He was always taking pain meds and then uppers and everything else. We have the worst degenerates as presidents. We really do. I mean, granted that Hoover wasn't a president, but he might as well have been. He was in charge of everything.
Hey, Jacob, what's up, buddy? Thanks for being here, man.
Hi,
I've been involved in analyzing media and politics for almost 2 decades now.
Mm-hmm.
And I do appreciate you guys being here because I've seen a lot. I'm not just here to bullshit or talk off the cusp
Grift.
or talk with just I'm not a channel that covers other things and then decides to cover politics because hopefully I can get your views. That's not what it's about. It's about getting educated about things. It's about this long fight, the good fight that I've been fighting for decades, try to get people awake and out of the control of the establishment narrative. So I do appreciate you coming here and being part of that. You guys are all part of the solution. Everybody that comes here is part of the solution. So I appreciate that so much. Yeah, definitely.
This is a natural thing for you to do. You do know so freaking much about it.
Yeah, I'm not here to play games or be stupid about it because it's a real threat. But we will have fun. We will have fun.
Oh, yeah.
We will laugh. Because how can you not?
I felt weird about doing the Fannie Willis hearing yesterday, the Ashley Merchant hearing yesterday, because I was like, all right, I deal with a lot of trauma stuff and whatever. But that was a case that it's so interesting to me. I know every detail about it. And I didn't want to miss it, but I didn't want to cancel my show. And I was like, all right, maybe they'll forgive me. And I had such a good time. And like, I felt a little disingenuous because that's not what I normally cover. But then again, I watched it and I was like, oh, guys, look at it. Look at how scared she is. Like, she's got I started like just reading her body language and like telling her, like, look, okay, she's relaxing. Cause I could read like her whole mood, like telling them how to do it. Then I felt better. I was like, all right, that's more my commentary. Like, I'm not weighing in on the political stuff. I'm weighing in on just her body language, who's lying, who's pushing, like what they're avoiding.
Mhm.
So I was just doing observations and it felt really, really good. It did. Yeah. So it's not like I'm going to do that all the time, but I'm not going to hold myself
Hey,
back from it
conservative, how
either.
you doing?
This is
It's
your thing. Like the other stuff is too, but like when you talk to me about Ron Paul, you get like supercharged. And I was just like, he's excited. Like
Yep.
you really like you go. I'm just like, okay, I didn't know any of that.
And you're
Love it.
conservative. I don't know how to get in touch with you as far as teaming up or doing some collaboration, but we should talk. All right. Okay, so here's Trump's prebuttal. It's a prebuttal. Let's play this. Let's get it rocking.
Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go. We cannot take it any longer as a country. Joe Biden's sad excuse for a State of the Union address aside, here are the facts. When I left office, we gave Joe Biden the most secure border in U.S. history. We gave him remain in Mexico, very tough to get, but I got it. Safe third agreements, the asylum ban, Title 42, 571 miles of border wall, rapid deportations, and much more. We had the safest border in the history of our country. As soon as he got in, Crooked Joe and his radical left lunatics deliberately dismantled each and every one of those policies that were so good, that gave us this best border. According to Tom Homan, according to Brandon Judd, the top people, they said it was the single best border we've ever had in recorded history. What's happened now is a horror show. The country, our country, is being laughed at all over the world. Over the past 3 years, Biden has actively aided and abetted the importation of millions and millions of illegal alien migrants and resettle them into your communities. At any time during the past 3 years, crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked as you can be and the most incompetent president we've ever had, could have called off the invasion. But to this day, he is keeping the hordes of illegal migrants and illegal aliens pouring into the country. By the time his term is up, we can have close to 20 million people in our country. And we have no idea from where they come. We have no idea who they are. They have no identification. Many come from mental institutions. Many come from prisons. They're terrorists. We have a calamity the likes of which we've never seen before. The very first bill Joe Biden sent to Congress was a plan to turn illegal aliens into voting citizens. That's just what we need. No matter what Crooked Joe says, his actions prove his priority is to import a colossal new illegal alien population and let them all stay. My priority is securing our border and sending Crooked Joe's illegals back home. Likewise, the sight of a feeble Joe Biden talking about shrinkflation, the term he uses, is one of the most ridiculous things this country has ever seen. Shrinkflation is just another way of saying inflation. It means that you're losing a lot of money because these people don't know what they're doing. It was all caused by crooked Joe Biden and the people that surround him. And they are radical left Marxists and fascists and communists and socialists. We have people running our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. He and the communists and his party looted trillions of dollars from you and spent it on illegal aliens and the Green New Scam, triggering the highest inflation in many, many decades. If your packages are getting smaller, that's the reason why, under my leadership, there was no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. It's time to tell crooked Joe Biden, you're fired.
Yes.
There you go.
I like
That
it.
was the best, though. If your package is getting smaller, blame Joe Biden.
Yep, I'm gonna
Uh,
definitely be covering that as well. I
that's
thought
awesome.
maybe he'd changed his mind and decided to do it live, but we'll see. Trump is supposed to be live fact checking JoJo's speech. Where's that going to be at?
Send links, guys. You know I won't find them. I never do. Poor Jacob. He's like, I'm supposed to be working, damn it, and I'm sending you links. I'm like, that's all right. I love you. Thank you.
Yeah, Jacob, what are they going to do when we just drop them at the shore? I think Venezuela would do as they're told once Trump's back in power. That's the problem is we just have to make it through this year. Dealing with the rest of the bullshit or whatever types of death throws they try to throw in there at the end.
Oh yeah, buckle up. It's gonna be a bumpy ride, riding out till November. This summer's gonna be crazy. As long as we don't have another summer of love, I can't take that. That's bad for my nerves. So much destruction. Did you see the
Right.
video yesterday of I think Benny was showing it, that he had the reporter and the guy was like at one of the like Kenosha riots, and he's just like, it's a mostly peaceful protest. Meanwhile, the entire town is like on fire behind him in frame. Yeah, that looks real peaceful. They're just roasting marshmallows. That's all they're doing. It's just campfire talk. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's on fire. Everything's fine. It's just the lengths they're willing to go to make sure that we know that they think we're stupid. That's the part that kills me. It's like, you really think we're that dumb? But I mean, history shows we can be. We can be that dumb. I have a compilation of videos like that. Awesome. Awesome.
You can pull chats up and screen when you want to talk about them.
Yeah, no, I never did. That's you. You do that. I rarely do that on my channel. You're lucky I catch up. Today they were taking bets on how far behind in chat I was and how long it would take me to catch up.
I noticed.
I was like, thanks, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it. I did really well until that last hour when we started singing songs. Then I just kind of got lost in my own little song world. You know how it is. I feel bad for you. You really know how it is. Riot season starts right around. Yep. Keep an ear to the ground. I know. The next inciting event. Not exciting, inciting.
Speaking of which,
Ooh.
So
what you got?
Oh yeah, well, some of the big news of the week is of course we know that Nikki Haley finally dropped out, so I guess they figured their plans weren't going to work, or she ran out of money, one or the other. But yeah, let's check it out real quick. Oops. After I unmute it.
Also, it took 3 months to build, so I don't want to waste it. I give you the werewolf.
Bye, bitch. Love it.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Benny. All good things must come to an end, and somebody who definitely got it in the end.
If you would have blinked, you would have missed this.
Was Nikki Haley. The rematch is on. Trump slaughterhouse on Super Tuesday, absolutely bodying Nikki Haley, winning 14 states and setting himself up for a rematch with Joe Biden. This is the front page of the Daily Mail. The art of the comeback, baby. Nikki Haley announcing seconds ago that she will be suspending her campaign, dropping out of the race, ending this farce. And ladies and gentlemen, they say politics is a practice in humiliation, but really, can you get more humiliating than Nikki Haley? The world celebrates right now as Nikki Haley, the person who got absolutely destroyed, blown out of the water in her home state.
Trump delivering a crushing blow to Haley in her home state on Saturday, trouncing her by nearly 20 points with nearly 60% of the vote. The former president dominating nearly every key group in the South Carolina Republican primary electorate, according to NBC News exit poll results. Trump now setting his sights squarely on the general election.
Can you get more humiliating than Nikki Haley? You can't. You can't get a more humiliating race than what Nikki Haley ran. Every time she went on TV, she got absolutely clobbered. Even from Fox News, which has been, the anchors have been told to treat her with kid gloves. Hey, Nikki, what states are you going to win?
How do you win your first state?
I mean, it's amazing to say I haven't won a state yet. You've only had 3 states that have voted.
Well, it's not amazing.
We need to
South
go ahead and
Carolina's
let
winner
these
take
states-
all.
Nikki Haley is so unbelievably bad at this. It's crazy to say I haven't won a state. Well, you haven't won a state. These are the states that Donald Trump has won. This is the state that you have won. Apparently, last night, under very shady circumstances, Nikki Haley apparently won Vermont. And why do I say shady circumstances? Well, because Nikki Haley voters are not Republicans. We found that out again and again and again. Here's the interview from yesterday on Super Tuesday of a Nikki Haley voter, her soy boy cuck army that shows up to vote for her because their angry liberal wives tell them to.
Do not really agree with Trump's rhetoric and all of his, well, not all of his policies, but I just think that the Republicans deserve a better choice, and I think that's Nikki Haley.
Is Nikki Haley someone you feel like you could vote for in November?
No, I will vote Democrat in November.
How many clips need to exist? Okay, one more.
And why did you vote for Nikki Haley?
It's a vote against Trump. I think it would be better to have her against Biden in the
There it is.
election.
Strategy vote.
It would be Trump and her.
Do you
Because he
consider
can
yourself
beat
generally
Haley.
independent, Republican, or
He can
Democrat?
beat Haley.
Democrat.
So when you undeclared, you voted for Nikki Haley. If it was Nikki Haley against Joe Biden in the general election, who are you voting for?
Joe Biden.
What is it?
Okay, this plays out time and time again when people ask rooms of actual Republicans, like what happened in Texas yesterday morning, if they are
They're
voting
not
for
even
Nikki Haley or if
ashamed
they're
of
voting
it.
for Donald Trump. This is what those are the responses you get
it's a
with
strategy
soy
vote.
boy, cuck, low testosterone men who are voting for Nikki Haley again because their seething angry wives who are addicted to SSRIs tell them to. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when Republicans are asked about Nikki Haley.
But I did a quick straw poll. Ainsley, Steve, Brian, Lawrence. Let's just take the temperature as we start the morning here in Texas. If you are for Donald Trump today, Super Tuesday, let me hear you. All right. Anybody here for Nikki Haley? Okay.
Crickets. Crickets.
Will the humiliation ever end? I mean, that was the question with Nikki Haley. Will the humiliation ever end? You are losing to Trump by a gazillion miles. This from just 2 weeks ago on Fox.
It's sort of ironic, though, Ambassador, that you were trailing President Trump by a gazillion miles, and you're quoting polls.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine somebody saying that to you on live TV. You're trailing Trump by a gazillion
I
miles.
thought she was
Let's
used to
do it.
riding
He's
them,
the
not
Yankee will
quoting
fight for every inch.
Yep.
Nikki Haley celebrating being queen of the swamp.
Thanks all the
with
people that are
a,
rolling in.
Well,
We'll have the
choice
full
of words there.
coverage
We're
here
not more
tonight.
this 12 fellows down and 1 to go. Again, like that's an all-timer. It didn't help Nikki Haley, however, the fact that she wrote Pornhub tweets about her own campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, she still got completely clucked. Or at least that's what the Trump team did to her in their advertisements against Nikki Haley, which are really things of legend.
Hey, Andy, how you doing?
Hey, Andy. That looks delicious, not gonna lie.
So again, apparently last night, Nikki Haley won a single state.
Side
It is
chicken.
Vermont, again, super liberal Vermont, probably because the soy boys showed up to switch parties, vote for her, just to piss in Donald Trump's punch bowl. Yeah, cry more lib. Nikki Haley celebrating winning Vermont 7-63.
Salt those libs.
Nikki Haley will suspend her campaign. So will she endorse President Trump? We're not sure. The internet is responding. Preview of Nikki Haley press conference this morning. She's going to have a press conference here in a little bit. Nikki Haley will suspend
4
her
minutes.
campaign. Preview of Nikki Haley press conference. Come listen for more lies.
It was literally less
Nikki
than 4
Haley
minutes.
is out of there. Won't endorse Donald Trump. Got it. Okay. She's going to pull that Ted Cruz card. That worked out great for everyone. Trump did not once reference Nikki Haley in Super Tuesday victory speech, signaling a pivot to the general election. Yeah, totally. Not a great look is what Graham Allen says about not endorsing President Trump. Nikki Haley will suspend her campaign.
An email.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nikki Haley, now the favorite among lizard people. Is the Babylon Bee headline for winning District of Columbia. This should, of course, surprise nobody. Nikki Haley practices the exact same politics of the left. This should not surprise you that the left loves them, Nikki Haley. As soon as anybody criticized her, like Vivek Ramaswamy came out and like just lightly criticized Nikki Haley, or savagely criticized Nikki Haley, but whatever, it's politics, right? Nikki Haley immedially ran to identity politics.
Because he comes out of the gate, he hits the female chair of the party, he hits the female anchor on the platform, and then he hits me. And I'm not saying anything.
I ain't saying, I'm just saying.
But he might
you're
have a
not
girl
really
problem.
female, are
I'm
you?
just saying he might have a girl problem.
It's so unbelievably tiresome. My hatred of Nikki Haley is both personal and professional. Okay, I'm happy to admit that. Nikki Haley is exactly what's wrong, of course, with a entire wing of the Republican Party, which is now, of course, on total life support, if not DOA.
Yeah, that's the
Nikki
wing that's been
Haley
in charge
is
the entire time until
effectively
Trump
a
got
Democrat
there.
cloak and dagger, third rail candidate who has been running as a Democrat with Democrat support and Democrat funding to the delight of Democrats. And most importantly, her policies are Democrat policies meant to water down our party, our movement, and her favorite heroes, ladies and gentlemen, well, are the people that got Donald Trump elected the first time. And so I guess there's some cold comfort in that. If there's one final thing that you've got to know about Nikki Haley, is that Nikki Haley loves Hillary Clinton. Nikki Haley loves Hillary Clinton. She's like her favorite, one of Hillary Clinton's biggest donors, the one bankrolling Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley has said many, many times on the record that her favorite politician in America is Hillary Clinton. Enough of this BS rhino Republican cuck party that really are not Republicans. Just join the Democrat Party, right? You want to be liked, you want to be coddled, you want to live inside of your little bubble, then join the Democrat Party. Okay? And enough of this. Enough. I'm so sick of the fraudulence, right? Nikki Haley is a total fraud.
You have to lie to win. You don't deserve to win. I never said Hillary Clinton was an inspiration.
You know, I often say that the reason I got into politics was because of Hillary Clinton.
I didn't know her, although I had met her several years before at a women's professional event in Greenville, South Carolina. At that event, she had inspired me to run for office and make my voice heard. And in some ways, she remained inspiring. She is actually the reason that I made the jump.
Because you write about her being a big inspiration for you.
I went with my friend Eleanor Kitzman to a firm and leadership program where Hillary Clinton was speaking. And I walked out of there and I said, I'm running for office.
Selective memory.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, and much like Hillary Clinton, there apparently is no humiliation that Nikki Haley can't tolerate or handle. We will miss the 12 fellas down, 1 to go tweets. But not even this is the biggest humiliation for Hillary Clinton. Not even this is the greatest self-own for Hillary Haley. Nikki Hillary. That's what we'll call it. Nikki Hillary. Not even this tweet. It gets worse, ladies and gentlemen. I'll leave you with the worst. Okay. The worst is when she
Here we go.
hopped on to Saturday Night Live in the single cringiest moment of the 2024 presidential campaign. And that's saying a lot. And decided to try and be funny and make jokes at Donald Trump's expense. And
Women
ended up
aren't
completely owning herself. The testament to the Nikki Haley campaign. The total self-own. Like there were some people in the Republican Party that kind of liked her, whatever. I was pretty agnostic until she ran for president. Now she's destroyed herself. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Nikki Haley destroying herself on Saturday Night Live. Good riddance.
My question is, why won't you debate Nikki Haley?
Oh my God, it's her, the woman who was in charge of security on January 6th. It's Nancy Pelosi.
For the 100th time,
Hope they don't
that is not Nancy Pelosi.
copyright that.
It is Nikki
If
Haley.
it's out of the
Are you doing okay, Donald? You
replay.
might need a mental
I'll be
competency
surprised.
test.
You know what I did? I took the test and I aced it. Okay, perfect score. They said I'm 100% mental. And, you know, I'm confident because I'm a man. That's why a woman should never run our economy. Women are terrible with money. In fact, a woman I know recently asked me for $83.3 million.
And you've spent $50 million in your own legal fees. Do you need to borrow some money?
Oh, Nikki, don't do this, Nikki.
Well, that didn't age well.
Nikki, don't lose that
Nope.
number. Nikki Haley, Joel Osment. Nikki Haley, Joel Osment, we call her. 6 cents. Remember that one? I see dead people.
My own
Yeah, that's
stream
what
help.
voters will say if they see you and Joe on the ballot.
Oh, yeah, that's not
Then he
very
can get
nice,
away with it.
Nikki.
I don't know if I can.
It's
but
not nice. And I'm always
you go.
very nice to you, except when I'm implying you
Hopefully
were born in this country.
They did their work on
Even though
their
you're from
end.
South Carolina, and now I'm going to
Just
teach
tried
you.
talking over it. All right. Thanks, Benny. So yeah, there you go. Nikki Haley drops out. Sigh of relief, I guess, in a way. Just know that whatever plans they thought they were going to execute, if they did have any for that matter, they now don't think they are going to work. So no matter how you look at it, it's just we got the rematch. And
There you go.
So let's hope that I tend to think that he's going to make it to the general election, and then they'll just I don't think anything's going to change. I think it's all like a bunch of speculation, but I could be wrong. Wow, thanks to so many people watching over there on X, 40 on X, and we got 71 on Rumble. And hey, YouTube, man, you got 13 over here. 30, come on, YouTube.
There you go. Make sure
Yeah,
you hit
that's
that
okay,
like
man.
and follow and do all the clicky things that you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
He'll make it to the convention. I mean, I think they put too many eggs in that basket to like let him go. I think they have to go with him. because they've touted him as being capable and he's this and he's that and everything else. And they're not going to concede that easily. But who else would they put up? Who else would they get to run? I mean, there's a lot of speculation. Michelle Obama, there's, Hillary Clinton. I really hope she don't run again. Although I'd like to see her get beaten a second time. Gavin Newsom, no. I couldn't even pick him out of a lineup. It's so weird. I know all their faces. Most of the senators and like House of Representative, I could probably name just by face. Him, I don't know why. My mind keeps erasing his face out of my memory bank. It's weird.
Forgettable face.
He's got that punchable face, but I mean, that's about all I can recommend about it. Jacob Castro, y'all just hate whamming. I hate whamming is what I hate. I do. I hate the whamming.
Get some of the why is he? I thought he quit. What is he doing? What is he doing there?
McConnell?
He's walking in. Look, they're all walking in together. I mean, he's the head of the Senate.
Endorsed Trump, didn't he?
Head of the House.
Right after Super Tuesday.
I have no idea. I thought he retired.
I believe he endorsed Trump.
Last I showed, he was retiring on the channel, but I don't know if that was an immediate or at the end of his term.
I think it's got to be the end of his term. He's leaving in November, Nerd said.
All right, good. Get out. Get out.
Yeah, see, he endorsed Trump. He waited, though, till after Super Tuesday.
Ah, good.
He waited. I mean, it's all a waiting game. They're all like, they just want to see which way the wind is blowing. That's the most disturbing part. Like, none of them have an actual, like, I'm going to take a stand and this is where I'm going to die on this hill. Yep. They're just like, no, let me go this way. Oh, a little to the right, a little to the left.
I'm going to leave this up here, see if they'll give me a hard time about the AP stream. I'm wondering what other people are going to use for a stream, but this is the one, one of the few I could find.
Yeah. I had a hard time hearing you over the video, so you might want to make your microphone a little louder or make that a little lower.
How about you guys out there? How did it sound? Because what we hear is different from what you guys hear.
True. That is
for the
true.
most part.
But Benny does play a lot of music, so it's like it's hard to hear you over Benny. He's very loud.
Yeah, I mean, I could turn the volume down on the video. You got to get it just right, though. It's hard to tell without a producer in the crowd going, okay, that's perfect. No, turn the video volume up a little bit.
I know that's usually my job, but you asked me to come up here. I was like, yeah, okay. I'm used to being down there going, no, can't hear you. I can't hear you. But I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we need some color commentary tonight. Plus good reactions. We got the bingo card.
There you go.
We're ready to go.
Thank you to Nerd for that.
We flashing that up when we need to. Does everybody got a copy of that? Take your screenshot. Hold on. There you go. Get your screenshot. If you want us in the picture, there you go. Now you can have us in the picture. You have your very own screenshot. You can go card with Talking Trash and Truth and Winning Reality right there on your screen.
There you go. I got to take a screenshot of mine on my phone so that I can edit it with like the little whatchamacallits. The little editing software on my phone. But because I actually do want to play it. I want to win, damn it. I want to win.
All right. Hey, if you're watching us on X, please give a follow, Len. We'd love to have you. Join the cause.
Well, I hope
Rumble,
they
you're
join.
rocking. Love Rumble.
I hope they join because you want to tell them that we're going to be doing a new stream together?
We are. It'll be over on Shelly's channel. I don't know what the name of it is.
I don't either yet.
It's going to be a daytime thing.
Yes.
But it will be very educational. I promise you that.
But
And
really good. Really good.
yeah, when we talk about solutions, we talk about like, having to kind of generationally heal this epidemic on display called narcissism and all the other abusive things that go on in this world. How do we do that? How do we get people right? How do we get out of this pharmaceutical institutionalized psychology paradigm we're in, and back to better mental health? This series will very much enlighten you about a lot of the behaviors and a lot of the conditions that people are in these days, as well as maybe provide some information for you to help yourself. So
There you go.
we'll dig it. And it's all about that core idea of solution culture, putting together understanding and education, and relaying that on a generational level so that we can actually make progress in this world. Because it's one thing to get the bad people out, but if they're just replaced with more bad people,
Mm-hmm.
haven't done anything, have we? And we're kind of fooling ourselves there. We have to actually go to the root cause issues that caused so much corruption to happen in the first place. And there's a numerous amounts, and there's still a lot more to cover and a lot more to be added by you, the people out there, by solution culture, to add to the ideas that will be the foundation of what will hopefully be a better world for all of us as we win these battles that we fight immediately. We stand in front of, like, the immigration issue. Well, not the immigration issue, the invasion issue. Let's get our words right. The wokeness in schools issue, the predators running the show issue, the madness issue, the narcissism issue, all these things that are just pumping out broken people generation after generation. We have to put a stop to that in order to actually in the future have a more just and moral and mentally healthy society. These corrupt people, these broken people that go along to get along and don't care and think this and just surrender to the powers that be that stand in the way of the rest of us living a safe and prosperous life. These people are crafted, right? They're crafted to early education, through early trauma, through other things like that. And we need to drill down on those issues so that once we do have the reins of power and we do take some of these people, these control oligarchs, off their game, off their agenda, and sideline them, then we can actually start undoing all the damage that they've done. Repairing the history so that we have so the kids are raised understanding the truth about the world and not a narrative put in there by people who want to wreck the country. That's just one step, right? That's just one of them. Getting back to logic, teaching logic early, so that people understand how to avoid the logical fallacies that corrupt and evil and broken people use to manipulate them, gaslight them, and maintain their cycle of control. Like, these are the things that are going to be lasting upgrades, lasting optimizations. And there's some people that I would prefer that you just not worry about these things, that you don't do anything.
Well, they want you to stay broken.
Yeah,
stay
well,
controlled.
they're broken. They want you to stay broken with them. They want you to watch them and be distracted away from real solutions. And that's not what's going on here. That's not what's going on here. We're quite the opposite. We're long-term project, and we're on our way.
Absolutely.
The numerous people piling in there, quite an escapade. But yeah, there's a lot of corruption going on in that scene right there. There's a few good people in there here and there sprinkled in, trying to do the right thing. Those are the people that need to be running the show versus the people that are there just to
they got to be in the forefront.
Make money and get paid off by lobbyists and get paid off by globalists and blackmailed and whatever other things that have led to the corruption. I mean, how did the world does this woman get to be VP?
This
That's
bitch.
disturbing. That's disturbing, right?
I love school buses. Y'all love school buses. Y'all remember school buses, right? Shut up. Shut up. That was the worst speech in the history of speeches. I was like, wow, you just set us all back like 100 years. What the hell? She really, I can't with her. I can't at all. But yeah, the whole point of us doing this stream together, it's gonna be on trauma and how to identify your traumas from growing up and like the way they affect you now, like especially in your older like 30s, 40s, 50s. How it makes your mind a lot weaker and open to the propaganda and open to be controlled because you have that people pleasing. You have that fear of abandonment. You have the fear of not fitting in. So rather than have your own ideas and like be staunch in your own beliefs, you're malleable. So what we're doing is we want to address them and we want everybody to be, stronger mind, stronger spirit, and then you go out and you take on the world as you please. We want everybody to just be better. The better you are, the better decisions you'll make, the better our country will, that's the direction it'll go.
And
So
better
that's
things
the
you'll
whole point.
produce, as well. The better parent you'll
Yeah.
be, the better, creator you'll be.
Absolutely.
The other thing too, I think that, I think that's going to get worked out in the very front of this is he says there's the big T trauma and little T trauma. And it's the
Mhm.
little T trauma we got to worry about. So,
Yep.
and he explains what the difference is. So when we say trauma, it's not always, he says it's not about, people think event. It's not about event.
Yeah.
So
No.
that'll be one of the most interesting things to come out of the first episode. For sure.
And I did warn my audience today when I was talking about it. I said, and trust me, you're all going to sit there going,
bud,
yep, that's me.
let's
Yep,
party.
that's me. Oh, I know
Like,
somebody else
but-
like that. Oh, I know somebody like that. Like there's going to be, and they say most people have trauma and they never address it. We're talking about little T trauma, but it manifests in the decisions that you make and how willing you are to swallow other people's lies just to get along. Like, and I did that my whole life. This last year of my life has been absolutely a 180 from my entire life before that. And it's been very eye-opening. It's been terrifying.
Oh, booted Jed.
Well, I mean, but the personal growth it's worth it because I'm so much happier than I ever was before. I still struggle and everything, but not like I did. I'm nowhere near being in danger, and I see a lot of the things for what they are. I see the actual reality rather than the warped reality that I had because I was trying to cope with things I didn't have the tools to cope with because I didn't know what they were. They were just like, here, take a pill, here, take a pill, here, take a pill. That didn't solve anything. That made things worse. So yeah, we want to, like help you guys and me. Like, a lot of this is for me. Let's not like it's about me. But no, like I do have a lot of the little T traumas that I'm still working through. And I want to work through them with somebody else. And you're good at like pointing out stuff that I'm not seeing. And you're like, I see a pattern here and this and whatever. And I have a lot of, people in chat who really they have such amazing hearts. And I don't want them to wall themselves off from people. I want them to be bigger and better and brighter. And I think this is another step toward that because they're amazing people. I love everybody that comes to visit us and talk to us and whatever. Like you're my crew. Yeah, you're my townies and my crew. But yeah, I'm excited to do this thing with you. I really am. I think it's going to be a really good series. But it's only the first. So we'll see how this one goes, and hopefully it'll be the first of many. I just got to come up with a name. It'll come to me. It's going to be something that's like an alliteration. It always is. That's how I got the T3. I like things to sound alike. Must be one of those Nickelodeon slime parties. Saw a T-shirt that said PTSD, pretty tired of super Dems. Nice. I would love that. I'd get that on a hat. I'd happily wear that on a hat.
I like it.
My favorite T-shirt It's got writing across the front that's really, really small, and you have to get really close to read it. And it's like, if you're that close, you should be buying me dinner first. And I'm like, that's my favorite shirt. Because you gotta like get up in there to like see it.
We're about 9 minutes away. It seems like, of course, you know, who knows if they're going to start on time, but make sure you got your snacks. Make sure you
They
got
have
your
to start on
drinks.
time. They
all
have
things
to.
you
His
need.
meds kick in from this time to this time. I
All
can't
right.
wait to see what he does.
We just dosed him. Wind him up. Let's go.
Change his diaper. Wind him up.
Freshly
I swear
powdered.
he's got to have one of those little like key things. Remember them? You used to wind up like the little like chickadees with the little like the flat feet. You'd wind them up. You'd overwind them and and then they just die.
Yep.
They were the little plastic thing. I love those. That's what I think of Joe Biden. Like somebody winds him up and then sends him out, and then he's just walking into shit like those things. Remember, they would hop around, hit something, fall over, and their feet would keep going. That's very Biden. I could totally see him turtling on my back, like, no, I've fallen and I can't get up. Let's hope he don't confuse his life alert with like the, the boom button. Be like, what's this? Is this for ice cream? Push the button. No. I got a shirt that I wore to the news station that had a news anchor on it. Said, this just in, you're an idiot.
Just pull it up on the screen when you read it. There you go.
I don't do that. You know I never do that. Especially on your channel. I'm afraid to press any buttons because something always goes wrong.
All you gotta do is click the comment and click off of it. That's all you gotta do.
I know.
Let's see what these guys are saying.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
I take a roll
The
call.
gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
Why?
We don't need to hear a roll
They're not
call.
doing a vote. Maybe that's the way to get them into their seat.
Here, please raise your hand and say here.
Is that Kamala walking around in the front?
The reason why you want
Your
to pull the
white
camera
suit?
up on stream is because when people rewatch it, that way they know what you're talking about.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I thought that was Hillary Clinton for a second. But no, she's actually standing, so it can't be her. Sometimes I watch that video of her getting into that. I don't remember if it was a minivan or whatever that they were trying to put her in, like one of her motorcade, when she was like falling over and she like lost her shoe, and that was terrifying to me. Like it was really scary to watch her go through that. And I don't like the woman, but that's humiliating that even like that was caught on tape. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That was bad. That was scary watching that happen to anybody. But I was like, and then they're like, she's fine. That was nothing. No, she was just tired. No, she was ramrod straight. No, and she shook a whole bunch and went right down. That was not tired. That looked like she had an epileptic seizure or like a stroke or something. But that did not look like, oh, she was just tired. No. That lady's going to fall out of her chair. I guess they did the roll call to get everybody to like that signals them sit the hell down. That's Nancy in the white suit. But she's not stumbling. Isn't she drunk by now? It's well after sunset.
Yep.
You know she's been drinking since sun up. I wish they would pass legislation to regulate what these people can make. I really do. Because it's not fair that they go in there and they come out freaking billionaires. And it's like, really, you didn't get that money honestly. So like they just blatantly selling us out for the money, and no checks or balances to that at all. They're just, oh, you can do whatever you want. Meanwhile, we all live hand to mouth.
Of the Diplomatic Corps.
Ooh.
What in the world's going on? The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. I thought
I
that
don't
was.
know who that is, but he got a
I thought
standing
that was.
ovation.
I thought that was Webster.
You say Webster, and I think of a midget.
Now what?
Yeah, I'm like, why did
Hey,
they
Laura
all
Lang
stand
over
up?
there on Rumble. Thank you so
Hey,
much
honey.
for that.
Appreciate that.
Here we go. Everybody stand quietly and wait.
Just stare at the door. Will him to appear. I don't know. He might have done a boomby. They might be changing him. Sometimes you get nervous going up in front of all those cameras.
Jeez.
1 second. Cue the Imperial March. I wish I could. It would get him struck because I have it literally right here on my phone. It's one of my alarms. Nothing wakes you up faster than thinking Darth Vader's coming to get you.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Oh, jeez. I mean, good job on your last ruling, but standing ovation? I don't know. There's a lot of pomp going on here that I didn't expect. Jacob, he's so funny. Look. Uncle Thomas! Are they going to fight over who sits where? Who's that one in the front? Is that Kavanaugh? That very first one?
I think so.
Outpost. He said, look at all those racists. Now. Save all your vitriol for Biden. What's with the white? White and red, white and red, white and red. Everybody's wearing white and red.
That's the they do that on purpose. It's some kind of cult. Women's cult.
Well, we knew that. I've never seen a group of people who deserve to wear white less than the one I'm looking at right now. Look at me. I'm white. I'm in white. I'm pure evil. God. Oh, it's 9:00. That's John Roberts. That's Roberts. Okay. I'm terrible with their names. I absolutely am. I know the women only because they made such a fuss out of them. Did I ever tell you that as soon as that last one got appointed, we got new social studies books in school that were printed up with the best women in history, like the most powerful women in history. And it was all like all the justices that were females, except the Amy and like Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey. What the hell is her name? The one with the Cage Bird sings. What is it? Maya Angelou. Like they were all minorities, all women. Not one conservative, not one white woman. I was like, what is with this book? Because it
Exactly why
wasn't
we got to
supposed to
clean
be
up our
an ethnic
education.
book. There was not one white person represented at all in the entire. But I was like, I feel some type of way. Like, where's Eleanor Roosevelt? Granted, she wasn't like the best, but she was, for her time, she was it. You might not agree with her, but she was a very powerful woman.
From the Associated Press, this is the State of the Union address, live from the nation's capital.
Welcome to the Associated Press's coverage of the state.
Look up soy in the dictionary. There
Why is he talking? I don't need to hear this. He has nothing good to say. Inya, what's up? What's up? Marianne over there on X. Thank you so much.
Hey. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to see one of the most corrupt presidents in history. If I was being completely honest.
If things go wrong.
But I cannot be completely honest because I am blackmailed. I shouldn't have gone to that damn island.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go. Why does he decide to cut in and talk? All right.
Buying time.
Is he?
Hands, hugs, there's been a few
Okay, yeah. We still don't need to
think
hear
about
his
how long it's going to take Biden to shuffle across the floor of the middle of the Capitol. That's a long walk.
Just
I've
keep
been
in-
through there.
Yeah, keep in mind we got our bingo cards here.
Yes.
So keep your bingo cards ready.
What are the options? All right, so it's I'm Jill's husband, teleprompter slip up, fall, his father, Trump is a loser, folks, reference to Ireland, inflection point.
We're not
Beau
missing anything,
Biden.
guys.
I hope he
I
don't
got
bring
my
up
eye
his
on
son
it.
during this
We're not
damn
missing
thing.
anything.
No.
It's this
Democracy
dude
is in
talking
danger.
again. See, just him.
No, it's fine. Democracy's in danger. Joke about his age. Don't jump. A gaffe. Bidenomics. Cookie Monster. Border. God damn it. Blames Trump. That's going to be the whole thing. Amtrak story. Just watch me. Putin. That's definitely coming up. Dignity. Winning God's name. Cough and whisper. That's a lot. Kind of wish that Ukraine was on here. Kind of wish Gaza was on here. False humanitarian. I wish that was on here. I still have an issue with that whole thing. I think doing the humanitarian, like the dropping of the foods and
We're not
whatever,
missing
you're
anything.
just creating you're creating chaos over there.
I'd like to
Because
say,
the people who need it aren't going to get it.
welcome Lemieux 1 and Evil Ken to Rumble.
Sweet.
Welcome to the channel. Thank you for following. I appreciate that.
Hey.
We're gonna be getting right to this address as soon as it is the address. Again, it's just this dude talking right now. Josh Bork. Bork. He's from the AP, so he's bought and paid for.
Oh, nice. Your stream health is good. You keeping an eye on that?
I am. So
You
far, so
are.
good. All right. Is this guy
Nice.
still talking?
He's going to talk about his protest.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Similarly, his age. Biden is 81.
All right. Yeah, he's gonna talk about his age. He's gonna so he's gonna try to debunk a lot of the real things that are out there with his
on what it means to
establishment,
have a sense of optimism about where the
false
country
logic.
is and where it could go. This is his chance to try to define Trump.
Yeah, we'll see. This is gonna be great. I expect him to be jacked and not be as demented as he normally is.
Well, pressure can do weird things to people. You might react badly to your meds.
Yeah, he could have an off night. There's Matt Gaetz right there, chilling. Yep. We're all tuning in for the big moments. Let's hope
They
we
keep
have
saying
one.
his age. That's the thing. It's not the age. It's his overall health. My mother's 81. She's nothing like him. Granted, she's not normally, she's not the brightest bulb in the box, but she's still efficient. She's high functioning. She, walks around. She's not falling over, falling down things. She's not forgetting these huge swaths of time. Like she's back 30 years from now. She's the exact same age as him. So
My
the
dad's
age
older
is
than
just a
him,
number.
and my dad's older than him, and completely coherent and completely, intelligent. And there's like he hasn't lost a step. So
Oh no, your dad's a fireball. He's on it.
Lost a step. And he could run the
But,
country
like,
much better
yeah.
than
Can
Crooked
we
Joe.
do that?
Crooked bad touch Biden.
Oh, the sniffer.
Okay. He is
The
the bad touch.
sniffer.
All right, we're on to this. Let's go.
Show me on the doll where he smelled you.
Leiden has no mental acuity whatsoever. He never did. He was always just a
Nope.
bullshit machine. Always just bullshit. Black and tans. Are you making black and tans in ya? Those are good.
I've never had one of those. I've never had one of those.
They're good. You ever had a Guinness?
I love Guinness. It's my favorite.
You probably would like black and tans then.
Huh, cool. That means it's a
like
little
an amber
bitter.
mix. Thank you for everybody that's joining us this evening. They're just BSing right now, trying to buy time, waiting for Biden's meds to hit him. As soon as he pops up with his pupils dilated, they're like, "Yep, he's good."
Yeah, he's good to go. He's been switched on, activated.
Does he have special shoes?
Automaton activated.
All right, let's light the way. Make sure he knows which way he's going.
Oh, he's talking about the reference to Ireland. Yeah, the only thing he likes about Ireland is the whiskey. That's all he cares about.
Oh, the bingo sheet made you think of it. Katya. Okay. Right on. Well, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Hang tight. Any second now, the most disgraced president in U.S. history will be walking out to embarrass us all.
Well,
we had to go through this. We had to go through this for this 4 years. We had to go through it, I guess. We needed to remember what we're fighting for, and that how easily it could be taken away. Prosperity and progress could be taken away from us, and how easily things could be switched back off when we make progress. They're never going to stop, and until they're defeated for good, we have to take a look at it that way. There's many battles in a war, and they've been fighting this one. They've been putting this stuff together for a long time. We're just catching up now. Believe me, we've been trying to catch up for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know who these guys are.
Marjorie Taylor Greene just had a grandma moment. She pulled a butterscotch out of her purse. Every grandma got those butterscotches in their purse. Every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Mercer said he's allegedly late because of the pro-Palestine protesters. However, he has entered the building. Yeah, Elvis, he's not.
Hey, if you're watching our next, if you wouldn't mind hitting that little heart there for me, man, that'd be great. I really would appreciate it. And love to have you as a follower over there on Rumble. I mean, on X.
Hey, Daisy girl.
We go live. Hey, where's Daisy at? Where's she at? Bellator.
Bellator,
how's it going?
Land.
Yeah, right. I know. Let's see Daisy's grand arrival. There it is. There she is.
Oh, look, there's Jill. Twinkling as always.
Doctor of Nothing, Jill.
Yeah, Doctor of Nothing, Jill. My students. What students? Show us. Show me one student you had. Just one.
Whoopi Goldberg going, "Oh, yes, you could be Surgeon General. Oh, she's a fabulous doctor."
Mm-hmm.
they're like, no, she's not a doctor.
Nope.
Oh no, she's the world's greatest doctor.
God, I can't.
I know. I mean, just so willing just to talk out of their ass and lie to everybody. It's just unbelievable.
Who's that little one?
That's Yellen. That's the Federal Reserve lady.
Oh.
Yes. The creature from Jekyll Island has arrived.
Oh my goodness. They're all just
Bellator,
waiting.
I don't know if you caught it, but I do always play this and your name's on it. So thank you so much for being a member.
Aw.
I think it's in there. It should be in there. Hold on, let me check it out. Anyways, let's see.
You got a gifted membership.
Am I still coming through?
I hear you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Real quick, let's do this. You got a gifted
Nice.
membership?
Yes, you did.
All right. Here's for the new member. This will be quick.
It's cold. A big long enough. It has to choose. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. Gonna try to get that amazing thing.
All right, Mimsy. Congratulations.
No, Mimsy bought it.
Who got it? Hold on.
Murph Turf.
Turf. Oh, cool. Perfect.
Yes, very
All right.
cool.
Yay. All right. Thank
See,
you
you
for that.
come back, you get a gift. Isn't that nice?
Welcome to the winner's circle.
Thank you so much, Mimsy. You're so sweet. Didn't figure as a what?
Yay.
Yes, absolutely. Mimsy's the best.
Yeah.
Wait. Didn't figure as a pyro daisy, but now it's starting to make sense. Yeah. It's her leaves. Leave her alone. She's got to burn her leaves. She's responsible.
Yep. They're just welcoming more of the swamp in.
Jesus. None of these people know how to arrive on time.
They got the
Like, what do
grand
you think?
entrance there.
Like, we got nothing better to do than sit here and wait on you people. Come on, we got business. Let's go. Let's go.
Man.
Supposedly they were putting fences up around the Capitol
proposal and continues
in
to
anticipation of backlash tonight. So I don't know what the hell he's going to say that he thinks there's going to be backlash. That can't be good.
Right?
Biden's always friggin' lagging behind. Shuffle every day. I'm shuffling. It's just shuffle along. Come on, Grandpa. They need to put some wheels on his walker. Like, let's go.
Well, yeah, evidently there's some kind of like blockade, pro-Palestine protesters. That's gotta be confusing for all of them. What do we do?
He's like, we're supposed to be sending them humanitarian aid, and instead, yeah, can we just run them over? I got a place to be. Like, just push them out of the way. Ooh, she had some cake. Jeez.
All right, still watching them rolling here. 15 minutes. 15 minutes late and gay, Biden.
Gay. He's gay. Was that blinking? I don't know. Was it?
Blinking and you missed it.
Every day I'm shuffling. Anybody who was to my stream earlier, today is the singing day. That's all I've been doing all day.
The feed.
Oh,
and just asking about the
okay.
feed emoji.
Yes, but I emailed her. I mean, I DM'd her the answer.
Oh, the things. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a lovable, misunderstood.
I did answer that though. Like I sent a
Character.
DM to you and you telling you that was Bray Wyatt as the Fiend, as his character, the Fiend. So that's who that is. The wrestler. The one that passed away tragically a couple months ago.
Yeah, it's a tribute. The the Fiend had the ability to reach in and change someone. So yeah, and he would end up turning a lot of the he'd bring out who you really are. Let's put it that way. He had the ability to bring out who his enemy really was, and so they would fundamentally change after having an encounter with him.
I know a lot of people who would be terrified that if somebody had that power. Like, no, don't take my mask off. I don't want people to see who I really am.
But the Fiend protects us. Uh-oh, here
You
he
got my
comes.
vote.
Getting a lot of applause from Democrats in the chamber. Speaker Johnson is also
They're not playing that
standing
song,
out
are
there
they?
And applauding for the president. As he
No,
very
I don't hear a
slowly makes his
song.
way down the aisle as he
Very slowly. Is that
Looks like
too
he's
loud,
in a
guys? With
wheelchair.
our voices? Help me out. Help me get the sound right now.
This is a really
Should I turn it down a little bit?
President Biden.
Or
He came to the
I'm
Senate
looking at you
from
guys,
Delaware in
especially the mods.
1972. He spent
Let
most
me
of his
know how the
adult
mix
life
is on
in
this.
the U.S. Capitol as a senator.
Can you
for
hear us
Democrats.
okay, or is it
He
too
thinks
loud
of himself often in those terms
on the
and
video?
still to this day, when he thinks about what his policies mean for constituents.
It's good? Jacob
He
says it's
even
good.
reads local Delaware newspapers.
Yeah, it's good.
and
I just went over
sends
to my
letters
YouTube
and
page.
congratulatory
It's
notes
Good
good.
mix?
to
All right.
people he
Yeah.
We got a
thinks
good
about.
mix. I just want to make sure it's a great
So
thing.
again, this is a man
Good experience for
at
everybody.
home
It's too
in the US
quiet for me.
who's made
I'm
plenty
sure
of
it'll
speeches
pick up a little bit on this
here.
end.
In fact,
Oh,
back
yeah.
in 1983,
It's too
when he
quiet
was the
for me.
senator,
Laugh out loud.
he delivered the Democratic response to Ronald Reagan's State of the Union. It was a very unique response in that Biden did so without his suit jacket.
Look, he looks high as kite.
Up in his office. He had his aides working behind him as he spoke. And he literally
Hi,
didn't
they
walk
told
and
me
talk
I'd get
like
ice
what you
cream
would see in
after.
the TV show The West
Yes.
Wing decades later.
Oh,
And
she
his
actually leaned in to
big
kiss him.
point
Gross.
was very similar to what he might talk about tonight, that he needed an economy with opportunity and fairness for workers. And in doing that, he channeled the great.
Yeah, I'd love it if he just like went into the.
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
He
saying,
put into one of the seats and
quote,
just sat
"It
down.
can
That'd be
done."
great.
God,
Tonight is
be
a
like, this is
great
my
day to
seat.
prove
This
that
is where I
that's still
sit.
possible.
I'm a senator. No, go to the front. Elephant. She said, "Are we voyeuring a retirement home?" Yep, that's what we're doing.
Biden is still
A retirement hole, a retirement hole, a retirement home of the devil.
Chuck Schumer, the New York senator and the Democratic leader in the Senate.
All right, let him up. Let him go to the front.
I fixed this already. All right, there we go.
Let him go. Oh, sniff number one.
He sniffed.
Again, he is with Democrats who know that he is their choice.
She made him lean over to kiss her cheek. Dude, he'll fall.
Little opposition in the Democratic primaries, despite concerns about his 81 years from.
Listen to this guy just like in the background is talking. Like he's just like he's totally like I know he's doing totally pro-establishment color commentary here.
Right in front of Biden right now is Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who's holding up her phone and appears to be saying something to him while wearing a Make America Great Again hat and what appears to be a t-shirt.
Nice. Get it.
Former Republican president.
Can she tell him to fuck
Get
off
it,
like she
Marjorie.
told the reporter to fuck off? That'd be great.
She looks like the power slapping girl in the with the hat on.
She does. Oh my God, she totally does. Oh my goodness.
Might have to do a
Eats the
breakdown of the
bugs
power
later.
slapping again.
That was fun.
We can see that Biden is posing for more selfies. He's become something of a selfie.
I ended up having to cut it out of the other video. But we played the whole thing. I figure a way to do it without
his major ways
doing it.
of interacting with supporters at speeches and rallies once COVID restrictions lifted.
No pudding, ice
Who's
cream.
that
You can
dude?
take 20, 30, even 40 minutes with people just
He
getting
had a
those selfies.
Texas tie on, didn't he? Or do you have a Cuba tie on? I could.
And there's Biden with Manchin, the West Virginia senator, and Mitt Romney, the 2012 Republican nominee for president, who will be leaving the Senate for Utah.
Tequila Worm said, I have eaten some of those Mexican spice crickets, but I was drinking. Are you talking about eating bugs?
It's the bugs. It's the bugs. You will eat the bugs and like them. I accidentally clicked on Joe's thumbnail like 2 days ago, and it was about eating bugs, and he had that
I saw
picture that
that.
you had with the cricket. I was like, I was like, I can't escape this damn picture.
If Joe is a subscriber. He must have caught the show and decided he was going to talk about it
There
on
you go.
his.
There you go. Be an influencer yourself.
I influence the influencers.
There you go.
From the background. I do it from the back.
That guy on to the left looks like he wants to be anywhere but where he is.
Taking hold of other people's phones just to get the shot right.
Oh, look at that. It seemed like it was planned.
He's had so many faces.
Oh God, was that what's her name?
But I have.
Oh no, that's not what's her name.
Neatly organized of his family.
The chick from not the chick, the lady from California who told everybody to go out there and riot.
Now he's greeting members of the Supreme Court.
The BLM lady?
No, she's a senator, a House rep or something. You guys know who I'm talking about. Who am I talking about?
Yeah, no, those are the judges he's in front of right now.
Sotomayor. Next to her is Justice Elena Kagan.
He's standing there shaking their heads, going, "Y'all screwed me the other day. Just so you know. Just so you know, you screwed me. Thanks for
Maxine Waters. That's it.
Biden, of course, during his time in the Senate, was one of
That's
for a period the chairs of the Senate
She was just stealing her
Judiciary
look.
Committee, which gets to deal with the confirmation process for nominations to the Supreme Court. Now he's talking to his military advisors.
Girl, had a bad pest problem growing up. She'll have PTSD if she has to eat bugs. I feel you. I do. Yeah, they have that earthy smell of dirt. It's a grounded kind of muddy, nutty smell. But okay,
What are you talking about?
His time. This is his chance to show.
Gross nut. Oh, mealworms. Okay,
talking about the
mealworms. Got you.
bugs. See? That they all have a gross, nutty smell. I think all bugs really smell like the earth. It's that same. Ugh.
Wild Irish Rose and Mad Dog 2020. Oh Lord.
Woohoo. Take me back, Lord.
Way back. Way back. Welcome everybody watching on X and watching on Rumble. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Thank you guys for being here on YouTube as well.
Next to Sanders is Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Oh God, dude, that guy stole an election.
Grimmy!
Grim, what's up? Nope, you're right on time actually. All right,
Clap louder. Yeah, hearing aid.
Sounds gonna change a little bit. Sounds like. Okay, is this your book? Is this for you? Is that yours?
You want me to sign your yearbook? Okay, do we graduate now?
Tony.
Coughs. I have cough. There we go. He already coughed. That's on the bingo card.
We just got 2 media screens up at the same time. All right, get the sound right. Let's go. We're on our way.
I don't know. Does that count as I'm Jill's husband? He mentioned her already.
Just so
I
you know,
feel
we
like
will
it
be
does.
stopping and commenting.
If I were
This isn't.
smart, I go home now.
But you're not. So you'll stay.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans. In January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to
Sorry,
wake
Ellie.
up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not.
Yeah, you're assuring us of that? Really?
Why are they clapping at that?
Because they want to. They're all getting paid by the military-industrial complex.
Jesus.
There are all the people who make money on that.
If we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that need
There he goes, calling for
defending
spending, calling for military spending. They've gotten enough money, haven't they?
That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers in war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, Mr. Gorbachev,
What's he doing with his fingers?
tear down this wall.
What?
Now.
What?
Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, do whatever the hell you want. That's a quote. A former
Blames
president
Trump.
actually
Got that on
said
my card.
Bowing down to a Russian
okay.
leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
Just keep a list for us of what.
Oh yeah, I'll
look
keep
at
going.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year.
Oh yeah, it's all set now with
Just
Finland
this
in there.
morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. We're going to stand up.
Right, more countries and an
Too bad we're
organization we don't
gonna
need.
dismantle it. Welcome. You'll have the shortest tenure ever, sir. 'Cause NATO gotta go.
Fuck NATO.
Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the
I say
globalist
this to
army, guys.
Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away.
Because you can't walk.
Until, all right.
We will not
Walk
bow
away.
down.
You can't walk away from it because you started it, right? You started it.
I will not bow down.
Except for to the UN and the WEF.
In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th. When insurrectionists stormed this very
Oh, there comes the lie.
Dagger to the throat of American democracy.
Yeah, just big
Many
old
of you
lie.
here on that darkest of days. We all
It's
saw
so
with
dark.
our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of
And here
power.
comes the dictator.
To overturn the will of the people.
Overthrowing
January
it.
6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed.
What? You're so full of shit.
America stood.
God, he's such a liar. Such a liar. Look at all you puppets. Clap, puppets.
America
Clap.
stood strong, and democracy prevailed.
They look like that wind-up
must be
monkey with the
honest.
symbols.
The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th.
Oh,
I will not do
please.
that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
What do you say?
You can't love your country only when you win.
As I've done,
It's a good thing because we haven't been winning with him for years.
I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office is defending against all threats, foreign and domestic.
Yep. And there's
You're our
the domestic
domestic
threat
threat.
right here.
Respect free and fair elections, restore
Domestic
trust in our
threat
institutions,
right here.
and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place.
Says the man who colluded with Fannie Willis to prosecute Trump in Atlanta. Shut up.
It's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching.
No, it's
We're
hypocrisy.
watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. The Alabama Supreme Court
Carlson
shut
syndrome?
down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide.
Oh, look at the rhesus monkey.
What?
I have
We
no
guarantee the right to AVF. What is that? Intravenous.
He meant IVF. IVF.
Right.
Oh.
I thank Vice President Harris
Gaff,
for being an
that's the
incredible
middle
leader
circle.
defending
That's the
reproductive
middle
freedom.
circle.
And so much more.
Well, who doesn't have the right to that? Does somebody not get the right to that?
No.
My
Fucking
predecessor
liar.
came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor
Fetus
told
of a
Kate
fatal condition.
that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at
There we
risk
go.
if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber,
which is
and my predecessor,
what
promised
we're
to
supposed to
pass
do.
a national ban on reproductive freedom.
It was Alabama.
My God, what freedom else would you take away?
You're supposed
Alabama.
to have individual laws in individual
The
states
decision
that
to
suit the people that
overturn
are
Roe v.
there,
Wade, the Supreme Court
not
majority
be
wrote
some
the
kind of
following.
blob of
And with all due respect, justices,
authoritarianism from the fucking federal government.
power, electoral or political power, you're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Oh yeah, you got a plot. You got a little plot doing there, Biden, because the numbers don't say that. What's wrong with this woman's face? Yeah,
Clearly,
eat the crickets, drink the blood.
those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women, but they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
No, you
Nope.
won't.
Cough. Only if you cheat again.
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
Look at the justices. They're like this bastard.
You can't do that, dumbass.
America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know
Okay.
how far we've come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness.
Not as many as the jab has taken.
President, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable.
I heard someone yell,
I
"What?"
came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot. We leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccine that saved us from COVID
Oh my God.
is now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does.
Setback into comeback.
That's what America
Oh no.
Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows.
Yeah, because everybody's on disability.
Record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before.
Yeah, Medicaid.
The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower.
Funny, prices aren't going down.
The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, We're exporting American products and creating American jobs right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers.
At minimum freaking wage, which is not a livable wage.
Jobs. And thanks to our chips and
All the
science Act,
DEI
the United States is investing more in
positions
research and development than
opened up.
ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
Use those solar panels and wind turbines.
And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage.
Right, with the fluoride you're dumping in it.
Uh-huh.
Right. Another lie.
Providing affordable.
He has no idea. That's why you're
internet for every American, no matter
freaking
where
brains
you live,
rotten.
urban, suburban, or rural communities,
Biden.
in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in the family farms.
Right, Jacob?
Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know. We're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading.
Yes, then I came rushing in as the savior.
Repeatedly with auto companies knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same time.
You had nothing to do with that, Biden.
Why does this feel like a campaign rally instead of a State of the Union speech?
Instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you?
The great little. There he is. The great little. The great little.
And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Sean, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line. And today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well.
That's
Showing
true.
once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
And you hate us for it.
What? You just didn't build the middle class.
Oh, look at the hair.
Lie. It's Pat 2024.
I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter.
Then we don't need you, right?
That tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
Yeah. Anybody believe that?
It's getting stronger because Trump's coming back. That's what helped the stock market.
What's that guy doing? There's some dude standing up on this side. This guy. Who's this guy?
Tonight,
They're fired.
I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined.
Which one? What state
And I
is it
represented
tonight?
for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table.
There we go, father.
Turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong.
Trump had fixed
and
that.
I'm ending it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you ended it when you ended Trump's deal. You had it worked out.
With the law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone.
Trump's plan going.
Mm-hmm.
For years,
I remember that.
people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion.
And how much did you give away?
Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis.
To
It's now time
euthanasia.
to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade.
Yeah. Again, we all know
They're making a
Trump
lot of
had
money,
unleashed
guys.
that first.
And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year. Even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000.
It costs a lot more than that.
Prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks,
Breaking news.
I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but anyone
Oh,
who
no.
gets woman and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow. I mean, excuse me, and even
Thanks for
Moscow,
that. Thanks for the heads up, Murphs.
Thanks, Murph.
And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal.
It's still a very big fuck up. Obamacare is the worst. Yes, it's a whisper.
Does that really count?
Yes.
Over 100
Okay.
million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor,
No more
many in
fridges and
this chamber
conditions.
want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act.
That's not how that works, Joe.
I'm not going to let that happen.
Oh, there's a whisper.
Look, there's the whisper. Yeah.
I
That was-
stopped you 50 times before I will stop you again.
Ain't gonna happen,
In
you
fact,
liar.
I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. The enacted
You could-
tax
what,
credits
to
of
illegals?
$800 per
You already
person
did.
per year.
Yeah,
Reduce healthcare costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent.
Oh, God.
We'll work it out next administration.
To state the obvious, women are more than half
Authoritarians
our
clap.
population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady.
Who's not a doctor, but a doctor.
Jill's
I'm
leading
gonna
the
lead
march
the
with her
women's health.
bedazzler.
Yes, because we don't have any women's health organizations right now.
Yeah, no.
And yeah,
That's my plan
and they're
for $12
you
billion
know they're
to
from
transfer women's
they're
health
not like any
research
other human beings
to
on Earth.
benefit
So
millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. Inflation keeps coming down, mortgage
Yeah,
rates
but
will
not to
come
you.
down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration
check.
is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages.
Check.
When you refinance your home,
Check. I hear you.
you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence.
I hear you.
For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents.
Oh, glitch in the matrix.
We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass.
Yep. Where?
Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down.
Where?
To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start.
A good
providing
sniff.
access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year.
They already do that. For free. Pre-K is
I think
free.
I pointed out last year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read, they're not spoken to very often.
I can hear your
Start
background.
school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore.
On-the-job
Why
training.
are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
By 3rd grade? By 3rd grade, because you put them back 2 years in their learning by keeping them home on remote learning.
Local businesses and high schools, so students get hands-on experience and a path to good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to
can't
make
afford to
sure
go
that
to
college
college.
is more affordable.
And all
Let's
they learn
continue
is
increasing
crap
the programs
anyway.
to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college.
That's right. You clap like the little stooge you are. Go ahead.
Is this somehow amazing? I don't understand why this is so
Folks are
special.
now able to buy a home, start a
I have no
business,
idea.
start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
No. How about you just get ones that actually want to do the job and take away tenure so they have to do the job and not just phone it in. Let them teach and stop pushing your agenda.
Deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. You want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
You first. You first.
Fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy, the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't
Dance,
yet.
puppets, dance.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in
Child
2020,
poverty?
55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%.
That means nothing to me.
So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that can be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now.
He's lying.
You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse.
Funny how you picked those three.
I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care.
And you give it to Ukraine.
They need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes.
I can't get home
and
care.
Caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you.
Lie.
The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal.
They're not going to do that.
Oh, no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was.
He said he's a liar.
Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion to the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations engaged in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and
It'd
credit
be better
card
if people
companies
had money to pay their bills.
are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot, like $8 and 30 some dollars. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating.
Yeah, but we're spending it on Netflix because all these platforms can't afford anything.
That's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen.
No, don't even start.
Oh, you don't think so?
We know so.
Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against?
Close the border, we don't have to worry about any of them.
Detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children.
Yeah, scan for drugs so you can hand them off to your son.
And bring order to the border. It'll also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know.
You look at them.
I know you know how to read.
Why don't you take a ride on a New York subway train someday? See how it goes.
I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really.
That was Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know that voice anywhere. I know that voice anywhere.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks.
That's okay. You've been flying them in.
Suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people. Get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what he apparently here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country.
They are.
I will not
They're illegal.
separate families.
Literal criminals.
I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and
Nobody
more.
said shit about faith.
Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. And so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of every place, from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans.
He sounds like an old brother typewriter. Jesus. He's just skipping words now.
Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now.
Oh, come on, say it. Just watch me. Just watch me. Come on, say it. Say it. You bastard.
Transformational moment in history.
Trans, it's his favorite word.
59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him.
You'll see him soon.
But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, their forces taking us back in time.
He said 69.
Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here. But if you
Night
truly want
Wolfram.
to honor him and all the heroes that marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk.
He's talking about himself.
Pass the Freedom
I
to
have
Vote
no
Act,
idea.
the John Lewis Voting Right Act.
He said it's time to do more than talk. Is that incitement? Is he inciting an insurrection? What is he doing?
And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights.
You're trying
Pass
to
the
rewrite
Equality Act.
history.
And my message to transgender Americans,
No.
I have your
No.
back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living, more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't.
I don't think there ever was.
I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030.
Shut your
creating
mouth, you'll
tens of
do more.
thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations.
I really can't understand half
2030.
of what he's saying.
30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice, fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade.
He acts like he has a decade left.
State the obvious.
WEF right
All
there.
Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more
Did
than
he just
50
say
years.
every American voted
We have
against
more to
it, but he
do.
did it anyway?
We have to help cities invest in more community
I'm pretty
police
sure that's what
officers,
he just said.
more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record.
You might want to be more specific about that.
Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator.
What about violence
So
against
we can
men?
finally end the scourge against women in America.
And what about men?
There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something.
Yes,
Do
Grammy.
something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile,
Look at this little snapshot of his favorite people.
Meanwhile,
God, I can't.
my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oof. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I said,
I don't remember
stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
How about you stop over-medicating these confused kids and they grow up to be old wackadoodles?
I'm proud we beat the
Stop
NRA
letting
when
them
I
cut off
signed
their
most of the
private
illegal
parts.
gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
I don't see how that helps.
Background checks. None of this. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also
We worry so much about other countries, nothing about us.
We will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has a added burden.
Bastard.
Because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza.
How's that working out for you?
This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day.
No talk
And
about
Israel
who's
must do
putting
its
them
part.
under suppression and suffering. It's amazing.
Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. They're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. For the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years,
I legit
I've
have
heard
4
many of
ways
my
to have
Republican
bingo.
and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising.
You mean
We're
like
the
today?
best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there.
Oh, thank you, Madison.
Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. There's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril.
What?
Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation.
How would you keep your
Train and
job?
equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
Just so you guys know, Winning isn't talking because he's having audio issues, so I'm kind of stuck here by myself. That's why he's not talking.
The song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things like end cancer as we know it, and we will.
You never will because there's no profit there. Give us a break. We're not stupid. You're going to cure some obscure cancer that nobody gets? That's what you'll do.
Let me close with this.
Oh, close, yes. Yay, finish.
I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while.
Oh, there we go.
When you get to be my
Bingo!
age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation.
I
Between
got
those who want to pull
bingo.
America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's
Oh
not
my
me.
goodness.
I was born amid World War II when America stood for the
jeez.
freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country.
Go ahead, train.
I watched in
Train.
horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29.
Yep.
Then vice president of our first black president. now president, to the first women vice president.
Sit down so we can finish.
In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me
No
on the
more.
Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal, deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now.
And then you shit on
I'm
it.
optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy.
This old fool.
The issue facing our nation isn't how old we are.
Dig his grave.
It's how old
Dig
are our
his grave.
ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America the
Only an
land
ancient
of
president,
possibilities.
right?
You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away.
You just
I see
talked
a
about
future
limiting the Second Amendment.
where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence.
You don't even know if you're going to see tomorrow.
I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're
We don't
reason
believe
we've
in
never
you.
been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is
You've
nothing
made us the divided states of America.
beyond our capacity.
Us against you.
When we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Bafangula Sarda. I want to see if he falls. Fall. Come on. I want another bingo. Come on. He didn't mention Amtrak, but he mentioned Maryland, so that and Scranton, Pennsylvania. So that should count, but it doesn't. Damn it. Fall.
This is Josh Boak with AP.
Which way
What
did he
we
go,
just
George?
saw
Which way did he
tonight
go?
From President Biden was an election year State of the Union. He
It was
started
a
his speech
stink
by
of the
grounding
union.
it in history.
Good God. Come on, fall. Just come on. There's stairs. Look, there's stairs. God damn it. You made it small. I can't see if he falls. Ah, he made. Come on, come on. Bada boom. Come on. Bada boom. Bada boom. Look, he's surprised. It's Bobo the clown. I can't. I fucking can't with him. The amount of mistakes he said, not one American voted for it, but I did it. Really? Like, that's gonna be your like rah-rah moment. Look at me, I did it, even though none of you wanted me to. Oh, so it's your rule of law, but not what we want. That's not how this government is supposed to work. It's not an invisible hand, Madison. No, no, no. He's shaking the Grim Reaper's hand. We just can't see it. All righty. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed that. I believe Winning is going to pop out and pop back in. He may sit there, but he's got to mess with his audio stuff. So, okay. So, let's see. This nice. Yep, there he goes. All right. I'm going to make this bigger because You know me, I like things big. Here, we got the State of the Union bingo card. Y'all ready? Because that was some shit. All right, I have bingo. I have the first one. Jill's husband. That he definitely mentioned Jill. And then you have what's that second one? Oh my God, my eyes. Teleprompter slip up. Yeah, he definitely read a lot of shit wrong. Like a lot was wrong. Who's texting? Oh, I have no idea who that is. Oh, that's Nerd. Shush, Nerd. Let's see. So we got he didn't fall, unfortunately. Maybe he'll fall on the way out, and we'll get that later. That'll still count. He mentioned his father. That's the fourth one. He mentioned that, he didn't say Trump is a loser, but he definitely said it in not so many words. Marjorie was yelling. Wait. T3. Marjorie was yelling, Laken Riley, say her name. Biden then calls her Lincoln Riley. Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he did, because he's a shim. Then we got democracy is in danger. He said that. Beau Biden, he mentioned his son. He didn't mention inflection point. He didn't reference Ireland for once. He did say folks once. He joked about his age. Don't jump. He didn't say that. But then again, he can't jump. The gaff, I kept pressing the button again and again and again and again. It was all a gaff. Bidenomics, he definitely mentioned. He didn't mention Cookie Monster. I kind of wish that said chips, because he did mention chips. Border, definitely mentioned. God damn it, he didn't say it, but I'm sure he wants to. Blames Trump. I think I almost broke my phone pressing that one. Amtrak, he didn't mention. Just watch me. No, he alluded to it, but he didn't say it. Whisper, he definitely did. He did mention Ireland. Okay. I must have missed that. Cough 1,000,000 times. Jesus. When in God's name, I didn't hear. Dignity, he said, and Putin, he said. So I have bingo going straight down that first column. So yay. So we all got bingo. I'm pretty sure he would have filled that card if it was updated. Pretty sure. So I hope you guys have fun. Winning is coming back. This is the one that he likes. He was talking about his dad and he mentioned Ireland. Okay. So many gaffes. So many. It was so bad. So bad. All the different things. He's like, yeah, no, I didn't. You didn't want that, but I voted for it and I'm not doing this. And then he was mentioning the illegals and he's like, oh, no, everything's fine. Like, we did the best border. How about you just close the border? I don't care if it's going to take 6 weeks. They're not going to come here if they know that they could be here for 6 weeks. Sure they are. Because do you know the amount of damage they could do in 6 weeks? And they could just slip out and like disappear because they have no trail. There's no money trail. There's no computer trail. There's no tech that we're going to follow them all around. They're going to slip in, do whatever the hell they want and blend in and go live wherever. Because wherever they were living before must have been absolute shit. And now they're coming here and they're just going to hide in plain sight. That's all they're going to do. They're going to move to New York and get their little debit cards. Let's see. But yeah, so I got bingo. Yay, thank you for the bingo card, Nerd. I really appreciate it. And I don't want to miss anything. Winning is going to come back in a minute and go over. I keep going, but here we go. He's going to give you the shout out you deserve, but I do want to give you the mention. Madison, thank you very much for the $4.99. He's going to address it, but in case you had to go, I don't want to miss it. Thank you very much. Very much. Oh my. There you go. You got the
Thank you so much for the
bouncing
super chat.
burpees.
I'm back. I'm rushing
There
back
you
in
go.
because I want to get us on with Tucker Carlson right now.
Okay, go ahead.
old man, a guy who can't remember when his son died or when he served as vice president. And of course, that's exactly who he is, and it's on display every day. But Joe Biden is also a cruel and vicious demagogue, a man who has no problem at all denouncing his fellow Americans or putting his political opponents in prison as he has done. And that was all on display tonight. That was possibly the darkest, most un-American speech ever given by an American president. In fact, it wasn't a speech, it was a rant, entirely
Oh, you're
lacking
so sweet,
in
Madison. Thank
decency or
you.
generosity to his fellow Americans.
That was very sweet.
In Joe Biden's very first sentence, he compared Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. He did not describe Trump as the other party's candidate, which he is, a political opponent in a country that's had peaceful elections for 250 years. No. According to Joe Biden, Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler. He is an existential threat to freedom and democracy.
Thanks for coming by tonight.
If he wins, you
Yeah,
will
thank
die,
you so
and
much.
so will your country.
Thanks to everybody.
That was the first sentence. But that was really the last time he mentioned the United States at all for paragraphs and paragraphs. Biden quickly explained that actually his top priority has nothing to do with America. His top priority is sending billions more to Ukraine, a foreign war in Eastern Europe, a war across the world that has nothing to do with the United States, that the United States is not obligated by any treaty to join. Of course, Ukraine is not a member of NATO, a war that can only hurt this country and already has hurt it in grave and permanent ways. The invasion of Ukraine is the most important thing to Joe Biden, not ending the invasion of our own country by drug cartels, which control huge swaths of the southern United States at this point, not our degrading economy you experience every day, not our collapsing schools where kids can't read at all, not the 100,000 fentanyl deaths every year, not the declining life expectancy that is obvious if you look around, collapsing public health, an epidemic of suicide and murder, things that hurt Americans, ghost armies of drug addicts living on the streets, right outside the chamber where the speech was given tonight. None of that matters. Biden's top priority is aid for Ukraine. It was deranged. You watch this, you thought, this is insane. Does anyone in the room think it's insane? They must.
My girl, Enya.
Here's how the Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, newly elected, the man who leads Republicans, in fact, the top elected Republican in the United States of America. Here's how he responded as Joe Biden told the country that the invasion of Ukraine is his top priority. Watch this.
Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin.
Not so far.
Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons
No.
that needs to defend itself. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down.
But you will fall over.
I will not bow down.
This is crazy talk. There's no explanation of what the goal is here. There's lie after lie. Ukraine can stop Russia. No, it can't. This has gone on for over 2 years. NATO is stronger than ever. No, it's not. NATO is on its way to collapse, as is the economy of Western Europe. For not one sentence did Joe Biden explain what the goal of this exercise is, when we'll know we've won, and what the future should look like. Again, it was crazy talk. And yet, Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, nodded gravely. Oh, of course, he is completely on board with Joe Biden on this Biden's signature issue. And that's not a guess. As of this afternoon, Mike Johnson is secretly supporting Biden's agenda, sending another $60 billion to the oligarchs in Ukraine. Johnson plans to let Democrats onto the floor of the House to vote for this. This is a stealthy procedural move designed to shield him and other Republicans from criticism. Oh, the Democrats did it. But that's exactly what it is. He's the Speaker of the House. He could stop it, but he won't because he's on board. So why is he on board? Is Mike Johnson representing his own voters as he backs Joe Biden's signature agenda item, a war against Russia? No, he's not. Republican voters in Louisiana are not for this. Republican voters nationally are not for this. They hate this. It has nothing to do with them. And it's insulting. As their country is invaded, we send billions to prevent the invasion of another country that we have nothing to do with. But the Uniparty demands this, so Mike Johnson is doing it. And so at some point you ask, well, why are they demanding this actually? Why is war with Russia the most important thing? If you look at the numbers or a map, it wouldn't be.
What happened there?
Could it be because Russia is the largest white Christian country in the world? Maybe. Could it be because they're getting rich from war? Well, that's certainly true. And there may be other reasons as well. We could guess. But we don't need to, because we know that it's happening, and we know that war against Russia is not the only war we're going to be engaged in, and not the only one that Biden announced tonight. Biden also told the country that we're going to have boots on the ground in Gaza. Really? Or admitted it, in fact. American forces have actually been there for months. Did you know that? Did anyone ask you? Has anyone explained to you, no matter where your sympathies lie, what the point of this is, when we'll know we've won? What's the objective here? American lives will be at risk. But of course, no one's told you. And of course,
thank you for the $5 super sticker,
the point.
MZ.
The point is to suck the United States
You
into
rock the
another
house.
foreign
It's
war
a fox
that
saying
can't
bravo
possibly
and
help
clapping.
the United States, a war that can
Nice.
only hurt us and already is hurting us.
Adorbs.
And we're doing this not because
Thank
it
you.
helps us, but because foreign interests are demanding that we do it. America is being used, as we so often have been. And the result of all of this is that the world is now closer to nuclear war at this moment than at any time in history, closer than it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Jesus.
We have no idea where this is going. You never do once people start to die, once wars begin. No PowerPoint can tell you, no speech to a joint session can tell you where this is going. It's dynamic. It's completely unpredictable. And that's why wise people pause before accelerating. But there are no wise people in charge in either party, on either side. You think Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has any clue what will happen in a war with Russia? Of course not. You can't say where this is going. This is so reckless that it qualifies as suicidal. And maybe they are, but the rest of us aren't. But the most interesting fact of the speech was the emphasis. There was not a meaningful word for the entire duration about the things that actually matter to people who live here, like crime or inflation or fentanyl or the foreign army now occupying our country. Joe Biden doesn't care. There was no upside for you in any of the things that he said. But he does have a present for you. He's got something to give you, something you want very badly. Here it is.
Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you get right about it.
That sounded like a threat. Is he threatening the judicial branch?
That's what they're all trying to figure out. They're all like, what?
They're sitting there going, you bastard.
Clearly, those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women, but they found out.
They do know about the power of law.
We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
No, you won't.
Oh, well, you can't have a safe, clean country or groceries you can afford or schools that will educate your children, but you can't have abortion. You can have a lot more abortion. How's about some more abortion for you? That'll make you happy and free. You can have all the abortions you want. But of course, you already could have all the abortions you want. Abortion is one thing, maybe the one thing that's pretty easy to get in this country. Compare getting an abortion to getting an affordable new roof or a knee replacement. No, abortion is everywhere. It's very easy to get. And it's
abortion is
easy to
paid
get
for. It's
because the
covered by
government wants it to
Medicaid.
be, of course, unlike an affordable new roof. But what's interesting is why.
So it's free.
Of all the services
people getting
government could guarantee, why abortion? At a time when fertility rates of actual Americans are below replacement, Biden and his party are encouraging Americans to have fewer children. Now, if you have a handheld calculator, do the math on that. That's the path to extinction. Why would they want that? You're the leader of a country. Why would you want your people to have fewer children? You should ponder that. But let's say you're too old to have an abortion. Let's say it doesn't actually apply to you, this wonderful freedom that will make you happy. What can you do to guarantee that you will have no descendants? Well, you can always castrate your children and end your lineage. No more
There you go.
grandchildren. And Joe Biden wants to help.
That'll
I
save
want to
democracy.
protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans is, I have your back.
Oh, trans children, I have your back. That's not creepy. But that's what he's offering.
And your hair
Abortion,
and your hands.
war, castration of children, not better roads and schools, cheaper electricity and food. No, abortion and war. Who wants all that? I mean, some tiny percentage of CNN contributors think those are the most important things. But
Make
most
everybody
people
happy.
would rather have
I'd
cheaper
sign up for an
electricity,
abortion war,
cheaper
war
food,
against abortion.
better
Sure.
roads. And so what this means is that underneath all of the talk is a dire political reality. Joe Biden can't win. In a fair election, Joe Biden will lose in November. He cannot win. That's the thing that nobody in any media wants to say out loud. In a fair election, Joe Biden cannot win. So they're saying the opposite. Here, for example, is the pregame analysis over at MSNBC, which we watched while waiting for Biden to dodder up to the stage, waiting for the means to take effect. And keep in mind, as you watch this analysis, these are supposedly the smart kids. These are the smart kids, the ones with complicated glasses. These are the ones the White House looks to for guidance. And here's their analysis of Joe Biden's skills. Watch this.
This seems like a weirdly counterintuitive hot take, even though it's the most obvious thing you could say, which is that Joe Biden is good at politics.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Like Joe Biden is good at politics. He's very good at politics. Like the man really does know what he's
Good at
doing.
dirty
And
politics.
you really see it in those sort of situations.
Joe Biden is just really good at politics. It's the one thing he's really good at. Really? If Joe Biden is so good at politics, why is he losing to Donald Trump, who the rest of us were assured was a retarded racist, who no normal person would vote for? But now Joe Biden is getting stomped by Donald Trump, but he's also at the same time good at politics? Right. Chris Hayes, ladies and gentlemen, the most famous lesbian in television. So again, they can't win, but they're not giving up. So what does that tell you? Well, they're going to steal the election. And we know
he
they're
talked
going to
about
steal the
climate
election
change
because they're now saying so out loud. Here is the Attorney General of the United States, the chief law enforcement officer of this country in Selma, Alabama, just the other day. Listen to this.
The right to vote is still under attack. And that is why the Justice Department is fighting back. That is why one of the first things I did when I came into office was to double the size of the voting section of the Civil Rights Division. That is why we are challenging efforts by states and jurisdictions to implement discriminatory, burdensome, and unnecessary restrictions on access to the ballot, including those related to mail-in voting, the use of drop boxes, and voter ID requirements. That
Those
is
things you
why we
cheated
are
with?
working to block the adoption of discriminatory redistricting plans that dilute the vote of Black voters and other voters of color.
Did you catch that? Of course, you're a
such
racist.
bullshit.
That's always the takeaway. But consider the details of what the Attorney General of the United States just said. Mail-in balloting, drop boxes, voter ID requirements. The chief law enforcement officer of the United States government is telling you that it's immoral, in fact, racist, in fact, illegal to ask people for their IDs when they vote to verify they are who they say they are. What is that? Well, no one ever talks about this, but the justification for it is that somehow people of color, Black people, don't have state-issued IDs. Somehow they're living in a country where you can do virtually nothing without proving your identity with a government-issued ID without government-issued IDs. So they can't fly on planes, they can't have checking accounts, they can't have any interaction with the government, state, local, or federal. They can't stay in hotels. They can't have credit cards because someone without a state issued ID can't do any of those things. But what's so interesting is these same people, very much including the attorney general and the administration he serves, is working to eliminate cash, to make this a cashless society. Have you been to a stadium event recently? No cash accepted.
Thank you for the gifted
You
membership.
have to have a credit card.
Welcome
In order
back
to
the
get a
Wonder
credit
Circle.
card, you need a state issued ID.
Michelle.
And somehow that's not
I am
racist.
Michelle. Can't
But it
pronounce
is
that.
racist to
I
ask
am
people to
Ishmael.
prove their identity
Ishmael.
when they choose the next president of the United States. So that doesn't make any sense at all. That's a lie. It's an easily provable lie. And anyone
Thank you,
telling that lie
Anya.
is advocating for mass voter fraud.
Appreciate that more
which
than
the
you know.
attorney general is. There's no other way to read it. So you should know that. You live in a country where the attorney general is abetting, in fact, calling for voter fraud. And that's the only chance they have to get their guy reelected.
I'm
Well, for a
Ishmael.
cooler, more measured take, we suspect, on what we just saw, we are grateful to go to Victor Davis Hanson, who's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, and he joins us now. Professor, thank you very much for coming on. I want to start right at the outset, and I saved this sound for your analysis because I think it'll be smarter than mine, of the signature moment of the night, which was Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia confronting Joe Biden as he spoke. And here's what happened next.
I'd be a winner. Not really.
I told you I heard her voice.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand.
So what did you make
He
of
caused
that?
it.
What does that mean, do you think?
Well, I've never seen in general an angrier speech. I mean, I
Yes.
think the left's happy because he didn't stumble, but he only is incoherent when he's full of venom and he's angry. Get off my.
Yes.
This was Phantom of the Opera
Great
number
point.
2, and I've never seen a president interact and yell at the opposition. And you know, Tucker, he attacked the Supreme Court, and he was having a
right in
dialogue
front of
and
them.
an invective against the Supreme Court justices in the chamber, and so he's a very angry guy, and you were absolutely right. He's a demagogue. And then it was lie under lie. I couldn't believe when he talked about the deficit and the debt. He's on schedule, if he were to be reelected, to run up $15 trillion. We're borrowing, I should say, or printing $1 trillion every 100 days under him. We've never seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and yet he says he's lowered the debt or deficit. Same thing about the border. I mean, I know that Mitch McConnell made a fatal blunder by even negotiating with these guys, and that was the whole purpose of the Democratic negotiation, was this speech where they could say, well, they didn't sign on, but there's no need for laws. There's no need for more money. All Joe Biden had to do was just keep the policies in place. He had 100 executive orders to overturn everything. He let in almost 10 million people by design. He wanted to change the demographic. He wanted voters under, mail-in and early voting protocols. And yet to stand there and just say that he's for the border closing was just a complete lie. I think it got people, I don't think it's going to go over. I think it was a mean old man saying, get off my grass, and I'm going to give you free stuff and print more money and then tell you that it's the rich that are the problem. I think the nadir, though, Tucker, was not just the Marjorie Taylor Greene exchange, but when he said that he's getting tired of people not paying their income taxes when his son is now facing several felony counts for tax avoidance. And he's got a lot of cash that he's never reported. And as soon as he's out of office, if there's any justice in the world, he'll face the same exposure as Hunter. So I know that the left will say, well, he didn't stumble and he was vigorous and he was muscular, but it was a muscularity and a vigor that was frightening, because it was exactly like he did in that other speech about the semi-fascist and ultra-MAGA.
Yes.
And the idea that buffoonish display in the rotunda for a few minutes was a insurrection and is the greatest threat to America since the Civil War. I think he forgot December 7th and World War II and World War I, but my God, he lives in an alternate universe. And
Well,
I think it's a good
may I ask you a
preview of what
question about human
Yeah,
nature? So
yeah.
he didn't write this speech. His staff wrote it. They're not stupid, and they told easily provable lies, not just a few, as politicians invariably do, but big ones. The Republicans are responsible for the spending and the border, et cetera, et cetera. Why do they do that? Does that work? If you repeat a lie often enough, does it become real? Like, what's the thinking there, do you think?
I think they think that lying on the border and lying on the budget and lying about abortion and lying about all these things will be resonated because they have confidence in the media. They feel they control social media, traditional media, new media, entertainment, and this will just reverberate and as what you see every night on network news or MSNBC. But I don't think it's going to work because people have heard it before and they look at the reality that the staples that make life possible, fuel and food and shelter, have gone up 30%, and he doesn't care. And when they look at the border, it's 8 to 10 million people who are swarming into the United States, and he doesn't care. And when you look at abroad, you know, he kept talking about Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. You want to think, okay, there's been 4 administrations. When did Putin go in? He didn't go in during Donald Trump, but he went in during Bush, and he went in Obama, and he went in yours. And you talk really tough on Ukraine, but you were the one that fled in disgrace from Afghanistan. You told the country you wouldn't react if it was a minor invasion of Ukraine. You talk about giving them aid. He froze $100 million. And there was no Middle East war when Donald Trump was there. So the world fell apart when he came on the scene. He knows that. I think they're going to be desperate. I think you're absolutely right about what the contours of the next election are going to be. It's going to be Donald Trump is January 6th, beat that dead horse. It's going to be abortion. It's going to be Donald Trump lawfare. And then it's going to be confidence in 70% of the electorate not voting in person on election day. And that's all they have. Every single issue, people are sick of him. And but I do have some confidence. I'm a little bit more optimistic when you look at that face and you see that reptilian grin and an anger, and he screams for emphasis. He doesn't
thank you for the
change
$5
his
super chat.
intonation
I am
or use his
SL.
hands or try to smile.
Thank you
It's
for
just
becoming
very angry and full of venom.
Thank you
It's
for
as
that.
if
And welcome to the
all
Wonder
Thank you for that. Very sweet.
the veneer of self-control of an earlier Joe Biden is gone now, and it's the real Joe Biden coming out. We've seen it before, and it's kind of frightening. I've never seen an angrier speech, State of the Union, than that. Never.
I don't think
You're
there's
good,
I don't think
Mims.
there's ever been one.
You're good. Love you, girl.
Last question: if you were going to guess what happens as this unfolds, because there's no better big picture assessor than you, is Biden going to make it to November? Is there any chance he wins? I mean, what would you guess if you had to in March? Now, what happens?
I think I think tonight is what we saw with the first debate with Donald Trump. I think he was late tonight. I think they just have a 2-day week. They rest him, and then for these iconic occasions, he looks angry, and they consider that normal. But campaigning, he's not going to be able to campaign, and I think that what we saw after the Robert Hur report, that crazy press conference, is going to be
Background.
often, and I think they're going to intercede in the August convention and make the super delegates decisive, or open all the delegates up and see if they can get him off the ticket. Maybe tonight they don't think that, but they'll have a different view next week, the week after, and the week
Interesting.
after. Especially, I don't think this is
Still
gonna
not a
help
lot of
the
confidence
polls
he's going to make it.
at all. I think people are tired of
I mean, do
the
you?
anger and the screaming and the whole.
I just think it's easier
tempo.
that way.
But I'm very worried
them.
that if Donald Trump
Yeah.
has to campaign in 50 states, and
I know
whether
what's
we like
scarier,
it or
though.
not, he's going to have to unite the party, and I think he can. But they don't have any margin of error. He's going to have
Explain
to
in
be
a
the
second.
first Republican president to get 51% of the vote since 1988, and they've lost 7 out of the last 8 popular presidential popular votes. So, and they don't have a good record, the Orthodox Republican establishment. So Trump's going to have to reach to every community. He's going to have to campaign, and it's going to have to bring people together. And he has no margin of error because they control the balloting in these swing states. And so it's going to be the most raucous, nastiest, loudest election in our lifetime, and I'm really worried about it. But I have confidence in the American people, and I think what they saw tonight was an old man raging and ranting and barking at the moon.
He was terrible.
I would say an unprecedented crackdown on civil liberties.
Unhinged.
By the administration. If Trump loses, does that abate or does it accelerate? Do more people go to jail if Biden wins or loses?
Well, if Biden wins, I think we're in trouble because we've seen what Merrick Garland did when they were afraid of being, whether they would be reelected or not. If he's reelected and he has 4 years, there's no bridles. And if he should win, he'd probably win the House.
4 years unhinged.
If Donald Trump wins, the thing about Donald Trump is everybody says he's out for revenge and everything, but you look at the FBI, the CIA, the DOJ, the IRS under his control.
He literally said the best revenge is success.
They didn't go after their political enemies.
No.
He may talk tough, but he's not a vindictive person. And I think he has moments after the Iowa primary and when he talks about getting even by being successful, that he's got it in him to unite the country. Biden doesn't. And I think Trump could. And I hope that he campaigns in the inner city. I hope he
don't have to campaign for it, but when he gets in there,
campaigns in places like where I live in the Central Valley. There's people that want a reason to vote for him.
Please,
Biden.
for all of
And
our
they feel
sakes.
that he did a good job, and all he has to do is appeal to that. And I hope he does.
I hope so too. Victor Davis Hanson, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was good. I liked him.
So we are honored to invite into the studio for the first time to respond live, Alex Jones, who has a more holistic view of what we're seeing. The great Alex Jones, who needs no introduction, one of the most famous people in American media.
I can do as good as you, but I'm blessed to be here. Great crew, great people, great
That's
beer.
a surprise.
So what? I
Got
mean,
some
just
color.
give me your big picture assessment of that.
I gotta say, because we didn't even meet before we went on air. I was downstairs writing notes, and you basically said everything I was going to say, and so did the doctor. But you asked him a question out of the gates. You said, "Why do they lie so much? They think we're dumb, or what's going on?"
Yeah,
they want to tell so many lies that you don't have time to counter them all. Because it would take 5 hours to counter all that. I mean,
I gave up in my note taking.
Yeah, everything was a lie. And I mean, the biggest one was like, yeah, this woman got killed by illegal alien. We're trying to stop that. I want to shut down the border. He said, when I win, immediately surge the border. And then they had the big NGOs, the State Department that funds the UN NGOs, have all the illegals come up here. They have UN camps in South America and Central America and in Mexico. And he's running it all. He says, come here. They show up by the thousands in Biden shirts. So he's like, I'm so sad the illegal aliens are killing you. And many of them are convicted felons, a large portion. And then he's acting dumb and saying, oh, no, I'm really sad. Illegal aliens are raping and murdering citizens. So just that little window there, he's playing the good cop to his own globalist policies. Everything that the State Department, the Victoria Nuland's won. And you're absolutely right. First, he comes out and says, Trump is Hitler. And then he moves on to Ukraine. So it's not about the dying cities, not about the fentanyl and the needles, the illegal aliens everywhere and the homeless everywhere. It's all about Ukraine because that's their big model to distract us and also launder money. So this is a very, very dangerous moment for America.
I love Alex Jones.
And your last guest was dead on. He and the whole establishment is so emblematic of a rotting, collapsing facade that knows the people have turned against it. And it's just pure rage. All the fakeness, all of the pop and circumstance has been stripped away. And now there's just this seething, ancient dinosaur. In fact, I was watching, earlier during the State of the Union and then sitting here watching you earlier, I was thinking, how do I start this? I want to say, it's like we're in a time machine looking back on the age of the dinosaurs, the Paleolithic or something, or something. I mean, we're looking back because time is compressed now.
Dang,
so we're here looking at a dying, corrupt, dead political empire that hates America and is trying to use our power to take over the world. And it's already gone. The world's turning against it. The Great Awakening's here. All the numbers show it. And they're trying to hang on. And so we're looking back at Jurassic Park. We're looking back at the dinosaurs. But instead, the dinosaurs are trying to claw us back into hell. I mean, take World War II. Operation Valkyrie was the German general staff who were Nazis and bad guys, but they were like, we're going to lose the Russians. We're going to lose the Americans. We're going to lose the Allies. A year and a half before the war ended, let's kill Hitler. But they failed. it's the same thing. The globalist program has failed, but they're thinking, well, if we just enslave people and arrest people and do all this, they'll shut up and go away. The New World Order has already failed. The question is, when Hitler knew who was going to lose, he wrote and said, if the Germans failed on the Eastern Front with the Russians, all the Germans deserve to die. They failed and they're weak. And so he flooded the German subways. He let the whole Russian army come in. 25 million Germans died. 26 million Russians died. Most of World War II was the Russians, the Nazis killing each other. And so it's kind of that same thing. The left saying, if we're going down, we're taking you all with us. And then you have Klaus Schwab saying, you will eat bugs. We have Tyson Foods saying, we're moving in with crickets as the main batter for your chicken and everything else. I mean, they're really, Yuval Noah Harari was on late night comedy just last night. And he's like, yeah, the age of humans is over. And then the talk show host agreed, yeah, we need computers to decide everything, programmed by the globalists. So all they're offering is more of the same. And if we just fully reject them, which is happening, they will fall away. But they're trying to claw us down to hell with them.
It does almost seem like, I mean, flirting with nuclear war, which they are doing on multiple fronts with no plan
Avidly
whatsoever
right
at
now.
all. We're going to finish the job. They never explained what the job was. That's suicidal. I mean, it's not right. It's not going to help them.
It's psychotic.
It is psychotic. So it does feel like the leaders of the society are trying to destroy the society.
And again, I go back to Hitler, who in his own writings, this is not, in my opinion, he's like, the Germans deserve to die, so we're just going to stand here at Berlin. And they're like, sir, the Russians have entered the subways, flood it. And they go, sir, we've got 1 million Germans, families, children in the subways. He said, they deserve to die. So the left is not giving up because they're disconnected from reality, unlike German soldiers who were fighting for an evil force, but they were at least fighting. The left live in high-rise apartments. They're disconnected from reality. And to them, it's all like a video game. And they don't realize, as you were just saying, Macron 3 weeks ago, yeah, we're going to have a national draft. We may have to send troops in to fight the Russians directly. The British Ministry of Defense, the Swedish Ministry of Defense, NATO officially. Yeah. And you've got Sean Penn saying, you know, we shouldn't have nuclear war off the table.
Scott?
It's survivable. What does he know about nuclear war? And
He don't know shit.
You can see
Stop
it.
listening to
Sean Penn said
actors.
nuclear war is survivable.
If you look it up, he's like,
liars.
the quote's basically, a lot of people say we shouldn't use nuclear weapons in Ukraine or against the Russians. Well, we shouldn't take that off the table. and so that's the mindset of these people. To them, it's like a video game. And they know they're losing their
It's a
power.
simulation.
They have this relish of control. Hollywood's collapsed. Mainstream media's collapsed. I mean, CNN's top show, 100,000 viewers. I was down there in your studio entrance watching this during the before we went live.
They're
I was
firing
writing
their
notes, and I
biggies.
was like, I haven't watched this in years. And again, I was like
I hadn't
studying.
either.
I was like an anthropologist, like studying some ancient tribe that died and watching them all. Well, he's old, but he's really smart and he's great. And they would all like these talking points, regurgitating them. And I was like, but I get it, because unlike an ancient tribe that died 10,000 years ago, they're still in control of nuclear weapons. So we need to study them.
So nicely put. If
love
the
his
hallmark
laugh.
of evil is deception, I think we can say that we're looking at evil. I mean, if the basis of your entire program is a lie, it's not just spinning it a little bit, it's a lie. It's like, it's the inversion of the truth.
And they know it's a lie.
And they know it's a lie. Then, I mean, isn't that evil? What's the other definition?
Well, that's really it. We have to realize evil is lying, like in your own life. As I
Yes.
get older, I lied when I was a kid. I lied some when I was an adult. As I get older, lies have consequences. My whole life is now about not ever telling them.
Yes.
Like catching myself.
I
being
can't
honest.
remember them.
My wife's like, you look at that girl? Yeah, I am. Sorry. Instead of like, oh, no, I'm not. Because your mind gets trained to be accurate when you stop lying.
Yes.
Instead, when you lie, it's a disease. And then it takes you over. And these people are literally cancer. And they can find all this fodder and all these mercenaries that'll read their talking points. But as
Love
negative
you,
as it is,
Scott.
Tucker, you know this. What, 3-4% have taken the new booster shots? And when they rolled the first shot, it was like 70%. People are rejecting it. But there's the converse of that. The dying establishment, like when a woman tries to leave a man that's beating her, they're going to try to break our jaw in the parking lot. We're trying to get in the car. They're trying to keep us from escaping. And so we're at that point. We're trying to get the station wagon with the kids. We're trying to pile them in. And, the drunk is right there punching us in the face. But at the end, we're getting out of Dodge. We're leaving Egypt. We're going on to the promised land here. And it's going to take, that archetype of the promised land. It's going to take 40 years or whatever out in the wilderness, but at least we're not going to be slaves anymore. So we're in that process of emancipation right now. They're pissed. They're freaking out because they want control. Any fulfilled person is out fishing or hunting or hanging with family like you and I are. There's a beautiful sunset. We're having a great dinner, playing with our dogs, our cats, our kids. These people are not fulfilled. They don't have that. If you study globalists, they are the most empty. You look at Soros or Alexander Soros.
Oh, they got dead eyes.
They have nothing. So they're projecting their hatred, just like a Hitler or a Stalin or a Lenin, on us.
No, I want to hear.
We've got to realize they are mentally ill. They are sick. They are cancer. They're malfunctioning. We don't hate them. We just politically cut them out and separate them from the rest of society. And we're at that point right now of the surgery. America and the world's going under the knife, and let's hope and pray that it's successful surgery. Because if it's not, World War III.
It's just amazing that they tried to cancel you. And what you just said, even if people don't agree with it ever, it's so much more interesting and smart than anything ever uttered on CNN or MSNBC. And I worked at those channels, so I know for a fact. So I just think,
well, they just want to be called out. You know that. You know better than I do. We're just real people. There's no teleprompters. Other than like I have a few notes, you have a few notes of stuff you wrote yourself.
Andy, those are my notes.
No, but it's different when you. It's different when you write the teleprompter. Just like I have in my office, I have a teleprompter sometimes too. When I have time, I'll write what I want to say, my talking points. But it's your words. It's my words. Yeah. But it's CNN and Fox News and other places, they're loading it for you.
Words.
The difference is we write our own notes here.
So
they're handed a script. They're just actors now. That's all they are.
You said about your commitment to just telling the truth in your personal life and your professional life. What's the effect on you once you decide I'm going to really try not to lie at all ever?
Your brain is all our brains are a powerful electrochemical computer. And so so it's like AI, when they corrupt AI and give it some woke agenda, it doesn't work right. It messes up. You see the Gemini thing with Google, and then it messes the whole thing up. They wanted a little bit of erase the white people, not totally erase them. So it backfired. Now Google's down 70 billion market cap, huge scandal because it's so ridiculous. So from my own research and studying mainline literature and scientific research on it, but I've already experienced it. So I did the research. I went out and found that what I'd already experienced was real. When you tell your brain to lie or to not be honest, you're really lying to yourself. And then you start using all this brain capacity to figure out the lie and to then try to project things to cover up the lie. When you get into I'm at a neurotic level telling the truth. People, I go on the air and talk bad about myself and bad things I did. People say, why is he doing that? Because the more I do it, the more my brain cleans out. And now it's just laser focused. And now I know things much clearer. And so it's like removing computer viruses. And so when you get to the point of just not lying, I mean, I used to tell lies every day. Leftists tell lies continually. The thing is, you go to the other extreme, all you do is tell lies. So when you start moving away from lies, you get to the point where, well, I told one lie this week and that was terrible. Because it's robbing from you, not just people you're lying to. So I've gotten to the point of almost zero lying. And
it weighs heavy on you.
It's super empowering. And again, it's cleaning out your computer to where your brain can then operate, not worrying about telling lies. It can just say what's accurate.
That's amazing. I strongly sense that
he needs a patent on that face.
Is the key to everything, to tell the truth, period, no matter what.
It is. And that means sometimes it's painful because I don't want to hurt people's feelings. But at the end of the day, we just got to say this. We got to say it.
So back to the behavior, the impulses, the motives of the people running things. Obviously, they're incompetent. That's demonstrable. But they're also kind of monomaniacal. Like they're very focused on certain hatreds.
Yes.
And just judging by what they say, their main
but they call it love.
White people who are the majority.
That's what kills
of the
me.
Country. They talk about it constantly. They've set up a whole regime to punish white people on the basis of their skin color. You're not allowed to mention it. You're the racist. Okay, got it. But I don't think I've ever seen it on clearer display than in a now sort of famous MSNBC segment from last week. I hate to even play their garbage, but this is just so amazing. I have to play it for you.
Why are white rural voters a threat to democracy at this point? You would think, as we pointed out, looking at Joe Biden's background and Donald Trump's, that the opposite would be true.
I mean, we lay out the fourfold interconnected threat that white rural voters pose to the country. First of all, and we show 30 polls and national studies to demonstrate this. So we provide the receipts in Chapter 6. They're the most racist, xenophobic, anti-immigrant, and anti-gay geodemographic group in the country. Second, they're the most conspiracist group. QAnon support and subscribers, election denialism, COVID denialism, and scientific skepticism, Obama birtherism. Third, anti-democratic sentiments. They don't believe in an independent press, free speech. They're most likely to say the president should be able to act unilaterally without any checks from Congress or the courts or the bureaucracy. They're also the most strongly white nationalist and white Christian nationalists. And fourth, they are most likely to excuse or justify violence.
So there's so many things that are interesting about what those two pigs are saying on television. And the most interesting to me is that white rural voters are, of course, the weakest people in America.
Well, when rural people, period, are the
rural people,
strongest.
period. That's exactly right, regardless of race. But that none of the supposed crimes that he mentioned, whether they're true or not, are crimes of action. They're all thought crimes. And so they're the most dangerous people in the country, not because they're killing others or embezzling money or
because they're thinking,
getting rich through the carried interest loophole or starting wars, pushing people in front of subway trains. They're the most dangerous because they have thoughts that those two pigs don't like. It's so interesting.
Well, this is the whole key. And of course, what you played, as I know you're a news channel like I am, is just emblematic of all of it. That is the Carnegie Foundation. That's the CIA. That's the liberation theology at the universities. They know the world's 93% not white. So they think, well, we'll control these people who are exploiting by making all their ills about rural white people in America. But if you go to rural areas, I don't care if you're black, Hispanic, white, people are all basically populist. They're conservative. They know what's going on. They live on the land. They're not stupid.
And they haven't done anything to anybody. That's the remarkable
thing. The lowest crime rate.
Well, yeah, like what's their crime? Well, their attitudes are bad. Like they will kill people for having the wrong attitudes. I mean, that's what they're saying.
And that's what it comes down to. If you remember in June of 2001, when Biden had just stolen the election, in my view, and gotten into power, he put out that national anti-terrorism perspective, national directive. And he said, white supremacism is the number one threat. Then he defined white supremacism as questioning lockdowns or open borders or forced shots. And so it's real simple. That MSNBC talking point from 10 years ago that all Republicans are racist, they're trying to codify it into law and then define racist as anyone that doesn't want to give up their cows or their farm or be a slave. So what they're threatened by is self-sufficient people, because it's a military takeover by the left and by the WHO. And we talked about this when I was on 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh my God, did they really, Murph?
They are literally understanding we've got the cities, we're about to take the dollar, we're collapsing the border. Who is the opposition? They're already lasing the target that it's the rural people. Remember I said next it's get the rurals, they're the enemy. And now that talking point is everywhere. I probably saw that clip 30 times the last week, 50 times the last month. And that's their next target, just like when Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin took over just Moscow and a few cities, took them 5 years to take over Russia. Who was the target? The farmers.
The kulaks.
Because they produce the food. And if you get them, now you've got everybody. So they're doing as you did a few weeks ago with that incredible lady, a Maoist/Stalinist Lenin playbook because it works. And so this is happening. This isn't a question. This is going down.
So what's the I wish I didn't agree with that, but the evidence suggests you're absolutely right. What is the purpose? No one has ever explained the purpose of admitting 10 million foreigners illegally into the country. So we used to hear Chamber of Commerce, the farm lobby would say, we need the labor. No one's saying that now because we don't need the labor. And you hear people say, well, we're doing it because, there's some reason we're doing it. I haven't heard one person, including Joe Biden tonight, explain why have they done this? What is the purpose?
Well, I love how you played Merrick Garland earlier. And he's like, there's all these racists. They're trying to keep people from voting. How many blue cities let illegals vote? In San Francisco, they put a foreigner, not even a citizen, on the board of elections in San Francisco.
Yeah, Chinese national.
Absolutely. So yeah, like a Chi-Com. So they're just normalizing this. And of course, you had Colonel McGregor on a few days ago, and he said literally they're bringing in the foreign army, but it won't happen overnight with UN blue helmets. It's just they're now your police. They've already purged the military. They bring them in. They'll follow orders. This is very simple. So Rome took 400 years of bringing in foreign troops to fall. They didn't do it on purpose. But the globalists look at 1984 as fiction, or they look at Rome and they go, which was historical, and they go, that is a blueprint. That is an owner's manual. That is a battle plan. So that's what the Great Reset is accelerating the collapse of Western civilization, because you don't want in around to compete with the globalist model of eat the bugs and enslavement and collapse. So they're actively seeing prosperity and Christian nationalist freedom. God forbid the rest of the world pick up Western culture. So you brand it as racist, you say it's bad because it's like kryptonite, to Superman, or holy water and high noon to a vampire. If people say, I want my Second Amendment, I want my due process, I want my capitalism, well, then it's over for the BlackRocks and the Googles and the Facebook. So that's why they're fundamentally branding freedom as a white evil thing, because let's face it, Western civilization did develop from Greece on this incredible thing that could uplift humanity. So you discredit it by making it racial instead of selling it to the world and having everyone adopt it and creating unification, not through centralization or enslavement, but through adoption, because it works so well. And so the globalist tyrants are fundamentally threatened by Western Christian civilization. And that's why they're at war with it, which is why we should embrace it. And that's the great numbers of double the blacks voting for Trump, or triple the Hispanics, what we just saw 10 years ago. And that's why they're in full panic mode, trying to bring in totally uninformed foreigners from all over who they control and who they can run through NGOs, hoping that they'll be the savior. So as negative as all this is, I see this as the panic button being hit.
So what's the right response for normal people in a moment like this?
I think they have to promote your show, which is the #1 show in the world. I mean, not just in news, but just in commentary. I mean, it is. You're up there, Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. I'm down below that. But I'm really pleased to see you reaching hundreds of millions of people every day. And really, that's not about Tucker Carlson, though it is about you, but that's secondary. It's about people resonating with that. Shows they have the instinct and the spirit for victory. And people love you, black, white, old, young, it doesn't matter. And promoting other shows. And then also not being intimidated by leftist bullying and standing up at school boards and county commissions and running for office, and really being peaceful, but extremely aggressive about defending our rights, and realizing we predicted, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, so many others, everything that's now come to pass. We're actually on the mark. We actually want a civilization. We want prosperity. I liken it to, I'm selling for free. I'm giving away ice cold water with lemon in it in the Sahara Desert. And the left's selling sand in the Sahara Desert. I mean, this is insane. They're selling things that go against, you'll have nothing, you'll eat bugs, you'll drink sewage water, your families are horrible. You said earlier, we offer abortion and cutting your son's penis off. It's like, it's Hellraiser. And when you just sit back and go, wait, this can't be real. Klaus Schwab is promoting stuff that sounds like Hellraiser. Well, so was Hitler, so was Stalin. And we realize that this is an evil manifestation that crops up in our species of bad people who want power. The problem is good people don't seek power, because we want to be left alone, hang out with our families, go fish, go hunt, go to dinner, go play golf. I'm the same way. But I'm sorry, folks, good people can't sit there and say, I'm too good for this, because we will be destroyed if we don't. And that's what evil fears. So good men and women are now standing up, and we're super popular. Every popular talk shows, there's no one, even Bill Maher poses as a conservative now, and I hope he comes all the way over a populist. There's no one that's popular promoting the New World Order. So I'm saying, look at the positiveness of how humans desire, and like a man in the desert wants water, freedom.
Yes.
And all we're doing is promoting the natural programming that works. And so it's easy. We're the winners. We're the victors. We're not the cancer. We're following the program God gave us that is like oxygen. And we have to just declare the enemy cancer and just say, we're done. Shun them. Don't engage in violence. They want that. And just give them no support, and then maximum back the truth, and we will win.
Beautiful.
I as I listen to you talk, I'm like,
good night, bud.
Why is Alex Jones?
Thanks for coming by, honey.
Getting
bud.
canceled?
Thanks for being
You
here.
haven't been canceled, thank God. But
Well, they tried. I mean, they tried, but thanks to you, you were big. You were.
I mean,
listen, I'm not kissing your ass or anybody's ass, but Trump helped break the back of political correctness, but you helped break the back, the critical person in the censorship, and you were there boosting me on Fox when nobody else was, and you took us over the top, because you recognize if they can get Alex Jones, they can get anybody. And so it's the truth, Tucker. It's us.
well, I mean, for sure. I mean, I've defended a million people just on principle, but as I listened to you talk, I was like, well, where's the Where's the crazy stuff? This is really smart, actually. And I think I've always thought that. I mean, agree or disagree. This is
He just gets
not
frustrated
at all. So I'm grateful for that. So you think that as things get more intense, which they will, the people in charge desire violence.
Sleep
They're trying
well,
to provoke
honey.
a violent.
Absolutely. They can't win in a peaceful fight.
But you have said, contrary to what they say about you, you've said, no, remain peaceful, period.
Absolutely. I mean, what they do is anytime you're watching corporate establishment enemy media, you'll see a 3-second clip. That's not, folks, you're being deceived when you see that. So I'll say, like, this is satire. It's the modest proposal by the famous Irish essayist and satirist Swift that if the world collapses, I'll eat my neighbors. This is a joke. But I go, collapse of the world leads to that. They go, look, he just said I'll eat my neighbors. They're deceiving. It's like that refrigerator game where you have all the little words and you can move the words around and say whatever you want.
Yes.
They basically take our words, move them around, and that's a deception. But when you look at what they're saying, conservatives and populists and Christians are going to kill people and they're going to murder people. And Trump is going to be a dictator and he's planning to, enslave everybody. But meanwhile, they're the ones taking him off the ballot. They're the ones indicting him. They're the ones saying, I mean, the Atlantic Monthly, that's the mouthpiece of Sauron, the mouth of Satan, came out 2 weeks ago and said, the headline was something like, even if Trump wins, we're just going to block him. Well, all Trump did was say, I want a 10-day investigation, which is constitutional. They said, they were honest. They said, even if he wins, we'll just decertify him. So they've basically indicted him in Georgia for saying, let's investigate. They're openly saying, we're going to disqualify him, and then it's okay. So again, there's a murder of logic, and people see that, and they're saying, oh, Trump is going to engage in terror, and there's white supremacists everywhere. So I think you can do 2 + 2 = 4. We know false flags are real, provocateurs are real. We know they tried to stage the kidnapping of Governor Whitmer in multiple trials. People got released. They finally got the 3rd trial, sent a few to prison. You've got a bunch of marijuana. You've covered it detailed. A bunch of potheads, friendly little guys. They're homeless. And then they tell them, we'll give you $10,000 a month if you just meet with us and just say you'll kidnap Whitmer. So you're going to see a lot more of that. And we need to disavow that because that doesn't fix it. We're winning the culture war. So they want to induce us into violence. And they've said they're introducing legislation, the Democratic Party in the House and Senate, to strip Trump of the Insurrection Act, which George Herbert Walker Bush used during the LA riots. And they're saying, oh, we know when he gets elected, if he does, there's going to be huge uprisings, and he's a white supremacist. So we've got to drive him from office that way. So they're planning to torch the country when he's president-elect before he's in and try to intimidate everyone. So Black Lives Matter and Antifa and all of this Hezbollah, Hamas protests. And again, I'm not for the war. I don't like how far Israel's gone, but they're invoking that and hyping that up now as their 3rd rail or their 5th column is the Islamicist to then burn the country down within weeks of him being president-elect and thinking they can terrorize the American people and the establishment into removing Trump somehow during that period. They've already pre-announced that. So I'm telling you now, 8 months out, that's their plan.
You mentioned The Atlantic, which is owned by a tech oligarch, Steve Jobs' widow, and almost everything bad in the country is financed by the richest people in the country, I've noticed, the oligarchs. And so all the money is kind of arrayed against the population of the country. That worries me. Can you throw off the yoke if the yoke has, hundreds of billions of dollars?
I think we are, thanks to Elon Musk. I mean, you can say what you want about Elon Musk with all his past activities. He's trying to dominate every technological sector. But Christ said, judge a tree by its fruits.
Yes.
And the last 2 years, let's say it's a 360, like right here is New World Order and right here is Total Patriot. Musk was already over here. He wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't perfect. He's moved basically a 180.
Yeah.
So he's like Alec. I mean, look, you're the biggest guy in media. No, it's true. Let's go. It's not about bragging. It's true. You're the biggest mainline, talk show host. Well, I say mainline professional show. Okay. And there's a lot of people under you like me. Elon Musk is way bigger than both of us. He's reaching 100 million, 200 million people a day with stuff you would say, or I would say he's devastating them. You don't do that if you're with him. So Elon Musk is definitely for real. because you can't argue with the results.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's just the way the universe works.
This is being powered by X right now, I should just say.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, and he's not censoring us.
No.
In fact, he's boosting us, probably. So the point is, by boosting, getting out of the way. So they've already lost the culture war. So you can just say Musk, maybe he's an opportunist. He sees the old systems going down. He's shifting over. That's if he's a bad guy. If he's a good guy, he really cares about us and is a humanitarian and a bleeding heart for freedom and has joined us. But you can't argue with what he's done. But back to the violence. They have nothing they can do now but violence. And so we are entering that wheelhouse. We are entering that zone where they're telling us we're violent. They're telling us we're evil. They're telling us we're white supremacists. We're not. And so it's obvious that is about to basically unfold. But I want to tell the establishment, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you'd stage a false flag or provocateur something. It worked. It doesn't work on thinking people now, and it works on less people every day. So I would just advise the globalists give up.
So you're pretty famous, not famous enough for seeing events in some detail ahead of time. You're the only person, I think, in the world who called 9/11 in detail. You're on tape doing it. They're going to fly planes in the World Trade Centers and blame bin Laden. That's what you said. I played the tape. So given your demonstrated ability to get a pretty clear sight picture of the future, where do you think we are in 5 years?
We're either in heaven or hell. It's hell. It's
what happened?
The crossroads right now. We're going across the point of return, and we have maximum effort to expose the evil and be honest ourselves about the problems we have, and really try to empower people and reach out across political lines and really turn things around. We have unlimited potential. But I would have to say, if you look into the future, and it's not like into a crystal ball, it's just all the political lines, all the data. It's a very, I wouldn't say a probability, but near probability nuclear war. And I have 4 children. One of them 6 years old. I have nightmares about this because I know this is real.
I agree with you.
I don't say this for like fear porn. I mean, mainline analysts, the atomic scientist group says we're 2 minutes to midnight. It's the closest ever been, or like a minute to midnight. And so we have to turn this around because we are entering the system where we're entering the house of destruction, and we're so close. So the Chinese proverb of live in interesting times is both positive and negative. We're in very interesting times, the most interesting probably ever in human history. We have like godlike power, but we're actually decadent slobs, myself included. And so really it's all up to us right now. We are at that point of decision. And if we can get past the partisanship, but that doesn't mean then embrace the globalists and the corporate fascists. No, reject them. And as populists, Christians, conservatives, Hindus, Jews, Christians, Muslims, reject BlackRock, reject Klaus Schwab, reject Naval Noah Harari, who says the future is not human and we're obsolete and robots will run our lives in a decade. No, we humans are the only species that truly controls its environment. So he wants us to just decide we're animals and we're just receiving information. No, we're going to decide a pro-human future. We're going to decide to buy things from farms and factories where humans built it. We're going to decide to control our environment and not accept this big carbon tax system that's meant to make us accept the anti-human environment. So we have to decide our future now, our destiny now, with our actions and with our money and with our will, then push that and reject everything that Hollywood and the corporate media push. If you just, it's real simple. You can study it all day like I do and like Tucker does, and you can know all the nuances and fight it all day, which I want you to do because it's fascinating. Or you can just say, whatever Disney and whatever Viacom and whatever CNN tells me, I do the opposite. You'll do quite well doing that.
That's what I did. That's how I started.
But human beings, among other unique qualities, are also the only species that commit suicide.
You're right. Well, exactly. We have that paradox because we control our environment. What animal would think to commit suicide?
Right.
I mean, lemmings run off a cliff on accident. Buffalo do it, but they don't do it on purpose. Very well said. Exactly. So we have that heaven and hell. We have that potential of the little g God. We have what science fiction writers like Jules Verne's 140 years ago wrote about, like rockets that take off, go to the moon and come back and land again. Elon Musk has done it. Whatever we can envision It's not like Oprah's Secret where it instantly happens, but with the potential of technology and society, and like Elon says, a big enough population, you need billions to build infrastructures that can do anything. And then once you realize the planet's tiny and there's hundreds of billions of galaxies that are close, I mean, we can see, then you go, oh my God, we're like embryonic right now. We're like a tadpole. And we're not just like, can we turn to a frog? We're turning to a butterfly that turns into a spaceship that turns into a god, basically. And so we're a tadpole right now. We can do anything. And they're trying to tell us, no, you're scum, you're ugly, you're racist, kill each other, because the globalists want to extract out of us that essence of infinity that God's given us, that God essence. We're not God, but we're little g, that the first book of the Bible tells us. They want to extract that and use that for their life extension, their empowerment, their greedy control, instead of all of us sharing this incredible magic metamorphosis we're about to have. And they're trying to block the birth pains of what we're about to become. But I can tell them, you're going to fail.
I mean, when they go after the interesting people, that's when you know you're in trouble. I always think that about what they did to you. Alex Jones, you've greatly improved and enlivened this. Thank you.
Tucker, thanks for having me.
I'm your wisdom. Are you kidding?
I'm at Infowars.com right now, and we're very close to being shut down. But just like Tucker, it's going to be okay. But it's like they say in Empire Strikes Back, Imperial troops entered the base at Infowars. So I'm about to get taken out, but it's okay. I love you.
The best. Wow. We are done for the evening on the Tucker Carlson Network. We're happy to be back live. Tonight's show was brought to you and us by the Heritage Foundation.
Sucks.
You can check them out online. And we'll be back soon here on X and on
He'll rebound.
TuckerCarlson.com.
He'll
Have a
come
great
back
night.
Stronger. I have every faith in him.
All right.
Thank you for watching live on Tucker Carlson Network.
That was awesome.
Yeah, unexpected and very cool. But yet, I still have more.
Ooh, look at you. You're chock full of good stuff today.
Where I put it? I'll put it over here. All right. Another post address response here. Another channel favorite.
I'm like, where'd it go? It disappeared.
All right. Coming right up. Let's hear what Vivek Ramaswamy has to say.
Ooh, yay.
The state of our union is confused, is what I would say. We've lost our sense of who we are as Americans, but I also think that's an opportunity to define what it means to be a citizen of this country, to reaffirm the ideals of 1776. They're simple in that they're not complex, but they're hard to live out. It's not easy. And I think it takes every generation now stepping up to do our part. You don't just get to passively inherit this country and enjoy those blessings of liberty. It takes a generation that's going to fight for those ideals, to preserve them. Our founding fathers did it 250 years ago. You look at the monuments around here, they commemorate those founding fathers. It's up to us to do our part, to say when we see our founding fathers in whatever life comes after this one, and they ask us, what did you do to save our country? We better have a darn good answer to match up with the answer they'll give us in return.
There you go.
Okay. Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
1 minute response.
There you go.
You can sum it up, you know?
Yes, and it's so much appreciated on a night like tonight when you just heard somebody up there for like an hour just bullshitting you the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they think we'll fall for at this point. It really is.
Well, you know,
It's
I think
such an
about
insult.
that. But also have to think about all the people out there that are just buying it. You know? And that's
Yeah.
the frustrating part.
But I mean, they condition them to do that too. They condition them to, you know, orange man bad. If you say it enough, it becomes just, that's okay. It's just fact now. I've heard it like 1,000 times. It must be true. You know, I've been on the other side of that. So I know it's like when they constantly pour poison in your ear, all you hear is what they're putting in there. It blocks out everything else and it distorts everything. So they're really good at that. The onslaught is ridiculous. But this was a really good night. Like just seeing Biden up there lying the way he was. He's telling us things, and we're all out here living the lives that we're like, no, that's not true. Leave the White House once in a while and look around. None of that is true. None of what you said is true. And fuck Ukraine. Like, let's find my zen. Find my zen. When he started talking about how like the jab you're immune and then shut up. The only thing that jab did was stick me in an apartment and take away my life. That's what it did. Ooh, I know who that is.
Let's check it on Benny here.
Let's go.
Congressman, how you doing?
Well, after about an hour plus of incoherent mumbling, I've been better.
Okay. Were you in the room?
I was sitting in the chamber next to our good friend, Congressman Aaron Donalds.
So, talk to me. That was rowdy. Who is Lincoln Riley?
Well, again, even when he tried to actually say Laken Riley's name, he couldn't even do that correctly. And he spent the first 30 minutes wanting to discuss Ukraine and Russia and their border priorities as opposed to America's own. Again, this was not a state of the union, as you can tell. This was a state of dementia, a state of misinformation, a state of re-election. This was a campaign rally, if anything. And so, the bottom line was that he didn't address any of the key issues, and there was multiple lies. The fact that he tried to say that our inflation is low, it's at 18+%. The fact that he said that minimum wages increase, it's down 2% right now. The fact that he acted as if we have no border plan when H.R. 2 Secure the Border Act, the most comprehensive and robust plan that's ever been put together, has been sitting in the Senate chamber for almost a year. I mean, the amount of Pinocchios that would come out of this is just unbelievable.
He looks like Marley's ghost.
So you've spent a lot of time helping Americans get out of war zones and get back home to safety. Depending on where they live in America, that's arguable as to how safe they may be, but nonetheless, back here to their home country. So you've seen, obviously, what's been going on in Gaza and Israel. Is this a smart idea to put an American military installation off the coast of Gaza? It seems like this is like a primo target for Hamas to hit and kick off World War III. But I'm just a dumb guy, like on the internet.
No, you're not, Benny, because the whole thing is, think about what he just said. He said that our military is going to come in and secure an area for a pier, but then said that no boots will be on the ground. Well, in order for the military to secure an actual area, there's boots on the ground. So you're exactly right. And I would not support this idea anyway. But the most interesting thing of all this, he talks about caring about our military. He's had 2 opportunities now to address the 13 Gold Star families and our 13 heroes that died on August 26, 2021 under his failed and botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. He's failed to do that. Again, this guy had more Pinocchios tonight, Benny, than I've ever seen.
So that's very interesting. There was another member. I mean, I think MTG is going to get a lot of the replays here, getting Joe Biden to really say something shocking, which is that illegals, going back to his factory settings of 1998 Democrat, like Clinton era Democrat, illegals. I haven't heard that term since Barack Obama came in and changed the entire lexicon in an Orwellian fashion. But nonetheless, that's going to get a replay. But there was another man who was up there screaming about the Marines in Afghanistan, and he had to be pulled out of the House chamber. Do you know who that was? Or was there any? He kept yelling about the Marines, obviously very angry about it, and talking about Afghanistan.
Well, again, I'm not sure who the gentleman was, but I can understand and sympathize to the anger that he's feeling, because many of us who had spent time in Afghanistan, I had over 3 years in total in Afghanistan between my time with military and government. And I can tell you that when you look at what has occurred, when you look at people asking, what was it that I fought for, when he can't even acknowledge and take accountability for the botched withdrawal that resulted in 13 deaths, then what is really going on here? He didn't even acknowledge the recent 3 who had armed service members who had died in Outpost or Tower 22 there in Jordan. He didn't acknowledge a lot of the angel families. He didn't acknowledge the Gold Star families that were in the gallery tonight. I mean, it was just shameful. And the fact is that it's because he didn't care. This was about his Trump deranged syndrome. This was about making sure that the provigil and the amount of meds they gave him to be able to stay on target for the little bit of time that he did, that he mumbled through.
Jesus.
This was nothing about actually addressing the state of our republic. And so, you know, I'm as outraged as the Marine. I'm as outraged as the guy who asked, you know, whenever he was talking about the 30,000 who had been killed, and he said, why don't you address Hamas, who he was actually escorted out of the gallery as well. I mean, he wouldn't address. This is the most partisan State of the Union speech I have ever seen.
So
apparently one of those
was he on
guys
drugs?
was a
I mean, he
Gold
has
Star
to be.
father.
I've never heard him sound like that.
That
He was
got
like
arrested.
screaming and yelling and like blistering through this speech. Nobody's ever heard him talk so fast. You can rewind back to like the 1970s and listen to Joe Biden's speeches and never heard him talk so fast.
Well, they're trying to get him off the stage as quickly as possible. You know, it's try and get up there, make sure you rehearse your lines, you know, give him whatever he needs to try and make sure he can stand up there. Ronnie Jackson knows all too well about mental cognizance. I mean, this is a guy who is the only person in the United States who ever was a White House physician for 3 presidents. And even he was kind of raising some eyebrows, and he was sitting behind me in the chamber. And so I could hear him making a couple of the comments about his deterioration as well. But it was complete mumbling most of the time. And then he would come into his inflection points, and then he would start to his whispering grandpa, you know, corn pop points. It was just not a State of the Union in any way. It wasn't based in reality. It was a state of dementia.
There you go.
Like who is this supposed to win over, I guess? I'm trying to figure this out, because we were just talking before you came on, Congressman, about how even Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump, who's the most divisive president? Well, Donald Trump. There's a lot created division around him. But nonetheless, even Donald Trump had multiple times when the entire Congress stood up and applauded for him. One time Trump like laughed and said, you weren't supposed to do that, when like everyone stood up and applauded for him. He was talking about employment, right? Something like that.
Right.
Joe Biden had none of those moments. Did you stand up once and applaud for Joe Biden?
Well, there was nothing to applaud to. I mean, the continuation in lies. I mean, he talks about, you know, the Republicans trying to cut Medicare, Medicaid as an example. Rep. Van Dyne out of Texas has an actual bill that is called Protecting Medicare and Medicaid. I mean, you couldn't get any more lies in there. He's talking about the greatest economy, and that's where the envy. Ask the average American who is now spending $1,086 additional per month to afford the same exact things that they did under the Trump administration. You know, he didn't address the fact when he talked about the Houthi rebels and the fact that he's launching strikes, that he's the one who delisted the Houthi rebels from the terrorist designation that President Trump put on. He talks about wanting to have a comprehensive and bipartisan border plan, but he hasn't even passed the Senate. It hasn't even made its way out of there. And if he wanted to,
Mitch McConnell won't vote for it.
That's right.
Mitch McConnell wrote the damn bill, and he killed it.
Yeah, that should tell you everything you need to know. When the two Democrats in the Senate, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, can't even come together on something. Look, he could have put back Remain in Mexico. He could have put back Title 42. He could have utilized executive unilateral authority of 212 Section F and close it right now. The reality is that he doesn't want to. This was a political speech. This was banned and grandstanding for his party and trying to unify his own party, because guess what? He was losing some of his own people. There's people with voters' remorse right now like never before. So this was about him trying to get his party and the extreme left back online, because he wasn't going to get a single applaud from the lies and the Pinocchios that he was going through.
So I don't know. You are obviously a big time supporter of Donald Trump. I would like for you to see what Donald Trump just posted seconds ago. I'm not sure if you have a monitor and you can actually see the screen right now, Congressman, but
now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Here you go. I don't know if this is a Photoshop. The president just posted this. Is this what they looked like in real life?
No, actually, Biden looks much older. I would say it's a little bit off. It might be had been rendered a little bit of AI going on there. Look, but I want to get back to one of your points there, Vinny. Like you're right about what you said about President Trump whenever he was in the State of the Union speeches. There's things that he achieved that everyone in the entire chamber had to stand and applaud, and economics was one of the big things. And tonight, Joe Biden talked about the tax cuts. But what he didn't acknowledge is that thanks to President Trump and the tax reform plan that he put in place, we have more revenue right now from the IRS, over $5 trillion in revenue, which America has never seen before. Thanks to President Trump, we had more jobs back in place where business and corporate owners, when they got down to that 20+%, 21% tax break, was allowed to hire more people and bring more people on. And so, it's funny how he tries to steal certain parts of President Trump's policies and plans as if he's now adopting and bringing those on as his own. And meanwhile, he fails to acknowledge and take accountability for all the failures. The Bidenomics, which has been a failure, the open border, which is his fault, the Houthi rebels who's disrupting, the Hamas fighters who's been armed. Not once he talked about Iran, but he didn't talk about the $10 billion of fungible assets that he unfroze personally, or the fact that he's not imposing any sanctions against Iran when it comes to their oil exportation, which is funding a lot of the attacks that's going on. All of the things that we're seeing right now was the exact opposite. Let's go back to the Reagan speech. Are you better now than you were 4 years ago? I think everyone can unanimously say, no, we are not. Economically, from a national security perspective, from a health perspective, across the board, America is being laughed at. And it's all because of Corn Pop sitting up in the Oval Office.
Yeah, listen, if Corn Pop had actually, way back in the day when Joe Biden was a lifeguard, kicked his ass, then maybe we would have had a more humble and more centered man. It's actually good. It's good to lose a fight as a man.
I guess it should be a good thing that he didn't bring up ice cream and sniffing children. I don't know. I guess that's the only highlight of the entire evening. He brought up potato chips.
I'm glad you're here, bro, because he was coughing into his hand like crazy, and then he went and started like wiping his hands on all these old senators that were waiting there to meet him in like what has to be like the super spreader event in activity hour at the nursing home.
And by the way, speaking of that, am I the only one who heard him mumble through the idea that the COVID vaccine now cures cancer? That was something else that he said, which I looked at Byron Donalds and others, and I looked at Diana Harshberger, who is an actual doctor, and I go, so wait a second, now all of a sudden the COVID shot cures cancer? The amount of just in ridiculous things that was said, absurdities. I've never heard a speech like this. And look, I don't care if it was President Obama or President Trump or President Clinton or President Bush. If you go through every one of the State of the Unions, you've never heard a speech as terrible as this with all the lies filled.
Yes. So many lies, so vicious, so partisan, talking about Trump far more than he's talking about any of his accomplishments. Right. There are none. He just talked about Trump. That's it.
But that's the old saying. So that's the old saying in politics. If basically you have nothing but negative things to say about your opponents because you have nothing positive to say about yourself.
I think it's really wild. It's the final thing I'd like to touch on here is he threatened the Supreme Court. He straight up did.
Yes, he did.
We have a clip.
He did. I called him on
I'm just going to play it. It's a very short clip, but he straight up threatened the Supreme Court. He said, you better watch out because women in America are coming after you.
And with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Look at that. They were statues.
Okay, he's talking like 3 justices who are women standing there, sitting there. And even the reporters in the gallery who are big time Joe Biden fans were like, the justices looked furious at that. I've never seen a president like threaten the Supreme Court, most of which were sitting there were like liberal justices. This is deranged, tyrannical. Stop.
Well, I guess we should all be pleased that he can at least now identify what a woman is. I guess that's charting, the right direction. Right. But no, the bottom line is I think he's still upset by the 9-0 ruling by SCOTUS to overturn the unconstitutional things that the states were doing by trying to pull President Trump off of the ballots. And I think that he's sitting here trying to threaten our justices. And the thing is because they truly believe on the left. Don't forget, it wasn't that long ago that they were talking about packing the courts, adding more justices, trying to make sure that they could actually get around the Constitution. This is a guy who actually said that our Constitution is not absolute. This is a guy who just told everyone that he's willing to violate their Second Amendment rights. This is people who are actually trying to endanger. He talked about January 6th and the insurrection. What happens if one of these justices now have a threat like Kavanaugh had at his house? Is he now going to be an insurrectionist and starting the promotion of this violence? This is a guy who is truly dangerous in his partisan rhetoric.
We're just super happy. Listen, Congressman, you're from Florida. You're a great fighter for us. We're very, very happy that you survived tonight. There was so much of this going on. I mean, you were in the room with one of the world's foremost super spreader predators.
Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilians.
Israel, that's like nothing projects strength.
Hand to God.
Like a clip like that. Yeah, we're just happy you're here. We're happy you're here. Please, definitely go check in with your doctor. Make sure that you didn't catch anything. Also, judging by the look of everything, and I mean, man, you work in a nursing home, dude.
I'll tell you
smokes.
right now. The things that he was saying again, Benny. I have never in my entire life heard a State of the Union speech such as this. I have never heard such a partisan, just dangerous, rhetorical, just political bandstanding and just lies, outright lies. I mean, the Trump deranged syndrome. This was a free political stump speech for him because that's why he made so much of this about President Trump, because he's seeing the polls. He's seeing the swing states. He's seeing where the country is looking at themselves and going, what are we doing with this guy? That's why he mentioned his age, because even he knows that his own party was questioning whether or not he's too old. And so this was him trying to do his best to pander to the left and to try and see if he can try and unify his own party, because as you could tell by the chamber and correctly, as you aptly pointed out, not a single time did Republicans stand and applaud for any of his lies or any of his grandstanding.
Nothing. Final word, Congressman. If Joe Biden had come wandering down your aisle, what would you have told him?
Well, you know what? I would have asked him why at not one point has he named the 13 heroes who lost their lives in Afghanistan. Why has he not acknowledged their Gold Star families? Why is he not acknowledging the increase in angel families who, as a loss of criminal migrants, have had their kids and their spouses and their sisters and brothers who's been killed by people who should never have been in our country? You know, these are the types of things that America wants to know. How's our economy get back? How do we thwart the efforts of our adversarial nations? How do we secure our own borders? How do we get our... He didn't address any of it. And I would have told him, just be honest for once, Joe.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that would have gone over. Well, I think he might have been I think he may have been drooling asleep.
I think he would have looked around and said, "Who's Joe?"
It was yeah, that's right. Unless he was on that cocktail, and then he's ready to go.
Did you say Taco Chaco? That's what he'd have probably thought.
Congressman Cory Mills, God bless you, man. Godspeed.
God bless you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, make sure you're monitoring all vital signs after being in that room with the super spreader. God bless you, sir.
God bless you. Thanks, Benny.
Mimsy,
All right.
October 7th, I think he's talking about the supposed Hamas attack on that Jewish festival. That's when that happened. That was the start of the conflict war that we're experiencing now. So that's what he was talking about, October 7th.
Let's go for a little while longer. We got some more from Biddy.
Sure, I'm here.
All right.
Why does it look so accurate? Other people be trolling. People be yelling at their TV screens. I think this probably represents all of us. There's some reactions that are rolling in. So let's go first to the Republican reaction. Katie Britt is a Republican senator from the state of Alabama.
I had to think.
Here's a small clip of what she had to say.
The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, He halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days.
So, well, that's good, I guess. I mean, it like seems like I'm never one for like the shaky, super serious voice. I don't think people need like shaky, whimpering voices right now. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I read the room wrong on this kind of stuff. CNN saying Joe Biden read the room wrong tonight. CNN saying that Joe Biden spent the entire speech attacking his political opponent instead of talking about anything good for the country or anything that he's done, fellatiating Ukraine to start off the speech. First thing he did was talk about Ukraine.
He talked about Snickers and snack chips before he ever got to the border. He was obsessed with his political rival more than he was obsessed with the condition of the American people. It was so weird. This guy lectures us all on unity, the soul of the nation, and he gives the most partisan convention speech in place of a State of the Union that I've ever heard. It's the literal opposite of unity. It's so partisan. He's obsessed with taunting Republicans. It's not statesmanlike.
I mean, that's 100% true and completely correct. And Donald Trump deserves to be trolling Joe Biden in this manner. And it is very, 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 very correct for Mike Johnson to have this expression at Joe Biden. This is officially the photo of the night. There you go. That's the photo of the night. That plus MTG being just an absolute G herself. MTG being just an absolute legend. Oh man, what do we do to deserve MTG? She is just just truly unbelievable. We have other members of Congress that may or may not be joining the program right now. We shall see. Obviously, it's a little bit of a disaster to get proper connection inside of the Capitol Dome with so many people and so many members of Congress. An absolute cluster and chaos after the speech. Somebody who did have a connection and who was live, I think, for the first time tonight, ALX, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, was Tucker Carlson. We have a short clip of what Tucker had to say here.
Good evening and welcome to the Tucker Carlson Network live. Yeah, we saw that. Was quite an experience watching that. You know, you think of Joe Biden as a doddering old man, a guy who can't remember when his son died or when he served as vice president. Of course, that's exactly.
And since we saw this earlier,
it's on display.
Let me go ahead and play
Joe
this
Biden
for all
is
the new
also
members who I didn't get to play
and vicious
this for
demagogue,
before.
a man who has no problem at all announcing his fellow Americans. That was all on that was possibly the darkest American.
I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. Gonna try to develop amazing
for generosity to his fellow Americans.
Yeah, again, that's for all the new members.
Tucker Carlson, of course, going in exactly how we would assume, explaining what we all know to be true, which is that Joe Biden actually hates and loathes his fellow Americans. If you loved your fellow Americans,
definitely looks more like that puppet Walter for the Jeff Dunham
to be
show.
open and for people's children to be murdered.
Look at him
in the street for young innocent
that angry
girls
old bitter man
named Lake and Riley to die. If you loved Americans, you wouldn't do that kind of stuff and allow fentanyl to pour over the border and so many other things. You wouldn't destroy our workforce or our economy and so on. But Joe Biden doesn't love Americans. Joe Biden loves political power, and that is the sole motivator for Joe Biden. And people are starting to actually officially understand that. Royce, did we load that in a 16:9? In 9:16? That's what I want. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the official response of all of America encapsulated in a very short little video here, filmed by one of those Americans who just kind of speaks for all of us right now.
So if you know that these paying the immigrants $8,000 to get across the border, then why hold on, bring your ass back in this damn camera. Bring your ass back in this camera, Mr. Biden. Get your ass back in this camera. Girl, sit your ass down with your goofy ass wig. I'm sick of these damn people. This man just sat up here and said that they paying these people $8,000 just to get in their own country, and if they can get in, they can do whatever the they do. So if y'all know this, get your ass back on the camera. Why the letting me here and then giving them $8,000 from Mr. Biden? Sick of these motherfuckers. Man,
She is my
stupid.
spirit animal.
Get him.
Heated exchange there between a woman and her television, but I think reflective of the national mood right now. And it's good to have somebody who yells back at Joe Biden, as Joe Biden spent the entire time screaming and yelling in the House chamber. Joining us now, somebody who physically talked to Joe Biden for a little bit before he gave his speech, and could maybe give us a little bit of insight into what Joe Biden, well, what was going through his head or his bloodstream, more likely, to get Joe Biden in such a mood as he was in the chamber tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Congressman Tim Burchett joins the program now. Congressman, how you doing?
Living the dream, man. Just fantasy land out here. I just, man, I'm going to go back home and just, man, I'm going to plant a garden and just live my life.
What? Well, you were living it up, talking to Joe Biden a couple times. What did you say to him?
Well, Matt Gaetz bet me I could beat last year's record, and I did apparently. We talked about Corvettes, chocolate chip ice cream, and then I came back with the new Corvettes, and then he told me that they could go 0 to 60 in 1 second, maybe, I don't know. And then I told him about my wife really did like chocolate chip ice cream, and then he said, "Could I get her phone number?" And pretty much that's about where it went.
So Joe Biden heard your wife has ice cream, and he asked for your wife's phone number.
So you can
Pretty
sniff
much,
her
yeah,
hair.
pretty much.
She's out of his date range.
That's, I mean, I guess I would have said other things, but that's fine. You are a Southern gentleman. I guess you have a right to say what you will to the president of the United States. He didn't know the name of Laken Riley, even though he was asked a couple times.
No, he's not with it, man. He's not with it. It wasn't the place to confront him about anything. He is not with it, and the American public should know that. I mean, reality set in. If I had, see, sir, if I had money in the stock market tomorrow, I might put it in real estate. Because I was just, it was fantasy land. It reminded me of that episode of The Simpsons where Grandpa gets out of the nursing home and goes out and yells at the clouds. And I mean, that's what it was. This guy talking about, we're not putting boots on the ground in Gaza, but we're going to go build a port with the American military. And then Americans doing better, families are doing better, but they're paying $200 to $600 more a month just to live, not to live extravagantly, just to live. Gasoline, bread, chicken, and then the usual Marxist
Bug crusted chicken
deal. He yelled about corporations not paying enough taxes. I looked around that room and I thought every person in there's pension their pensions are invested in corporations. So, corporations are not some, just some piece of paper somewhere. There are people that buy into those. It's just, and then you take, you're going to tax them more heavily. Guess what that'll do? It'll cost you another quarter on a 6-pack of beer. Gasoline will go up. Everything will go up. It'll inflate everything. It's just, hey, I got a great idea. I got a Xerox machine, and we're not going to print $20 bills this year. We're going to go out and print $100 bills and just hand them out to everybody. That's the mentality there. And they're just a bunch of old left-wingers in there clapping like a bunch of seals, getting a fresh fish thrown to them. And that's basically who's running our country. And we don't have enough Republicans with enough dadgum guts to stomp them into the ground, because
they knew to wear white, though.
Border, $400 million a year, dropping in how many thousands of people he's flown in to relieve the border pressure. Where the heck are the journalists in this world? Why isn't anybody questioning
Where
that?
are they?
Who are these people? What are their backgrounds? What the hell are they going to be doing in our country? I tell you what they're going to be doing. They're figuring out a way to overthrow our country. They're figuring out a way to get them to the ballot box, and they're not going to go physically to the ballot box. But guess what? They're going to do mail-in ballots where you don't have to show an ID. That gummit, 20 million evangelical Christians or conservatives or whoever it was stayed home last time. They better get their butts off the couch, turn off the View, because that is not your political conscience, and they better pray about what the future of this country should look like, and they better get to the dadgum polls and put Donald Trump in, and they better go top to bottom, House, Senate, and all the way to their city councils and county commissions, because we are flat out losing our country, brother.
Yeah, it sure feels like that. Joe Biden felt like it seemed like Joe Biden was losing his mind. He was screaming, and he was yelling so quickly in his squinty eyes, and then it all wore off, and he started to cough and really didn't really look lucid, quite frankly, at the very end of it. Do you think that Joe Biden was on drugs tonight?
I do. I think he was the last State of the Union. I think that's why you got about 55 minutes. I think that's why he would talk through applauses. And in politics, applauses are so rare. You stop and you relish them and you watch him. And then he got off script. And he started yelling at people, and it was just it was sad. Our enemies are laughing at us right now, and our friends are scratching
they're
their
rolling,
heads saying, "What in the world? What is going on?" And this clown show we call United States Congress, as I've stated many times, it is not. Please stop calling it a swamp. A swamp is something cool that God created, an ecosystem, if you will. Filters water, animals live in it, they thrive in it. This is an open sewer. It just flows in and nothing flows out, brother. And we are losing our country. People better pray for their country harder than they ever have. If they saw this and didn't think and were pleased with it, then they want to destroy our country. They are Marxists. They hate everything we're about. They hate our military. They hate our flag. They hate our God. They hate our culture. They hate our belief system. And they are going to destroy it.
Yeah, pretty remarkable moment where Joe Biden said, illegals, there's a quote, illegals are killing thousands of Americans. He seemed quite rattled. Like the mask slipped. He reset to his factory settings of a 1998 Democrat where you could say something like that. You're not allowed to say something like that anymore.
Yeah, somebody was hitting a little shock button that's in his pocket saying, whoa, Joe, back up. He got off track and he didn't have his thoughts. And, it's just pitiful. They keep hollering about him being, I can hear the Democrats over there talking about him as if they revered him or something. And then, it was just, to me, it was just like some poor old addled uncle that, comes over for Thanksgiving and, he's had a 12-pack and everybody loves, hey, pull my finger, and everybody just loves talking to him, hanging out, and because he's going to say something terribly off color to your date or your wife. And you keep your kids away from him, don't tell him what he'll say. But dadgum, this is pathetic, brother.
Tell you, we all got that one uncle you don't let the kids in here.
What was it like being in the room? I guess it didn't translate well on TV. What was it like being in the room?
Well, I never had to stand up. That was good. I was at a buddy of mine's funeral past week, and he was an Episcopal. Dadgum, I told somebody, I said, I could never take a nap. I'm glad I'm Baptist. I could never take a nap in the Episcopal church. Y'all get up so many dadgum times. And I thought to myself, well, I'm back at my old church there. Ain't nobody standing up at this dadgum thing. Because it was just, I was never, not one unifying thing. It was just an attack, his hatred of Trump. And it was just pathetic, I thought. That Trump had some great successes. I would have celebrated those. Hell, he should have just tried to take credit for them instead of just piling all the blame on Trump for everything that he's done wrong.
Yeah, a complete and total dumpster fire, Congressman. Donald Trump just posted this on Truth Social, photo of Joe Biden eating ice cream with America dumpster fire. Do you think this is accurate, Congressman?
100%. 100%. It's worse than a
Mhm.
dumpster fire, dude. It's a tire fire that's out in the middle. It's a tire fire that you ain't never going to get put out. It's got to burn out. And I mean, all my fireman buddies were like, "Oh crap, tire fire, man." These things, and they put water on them. You can't put water on them. You got to cover them up with dirt, man. You got to suffocate them. This thing ain't gonna burn out.
Yep. Take away all the oxygen.
It was. Oh man. Yeah, I like. Good luck up there. All right. Good luck. It's seeing the State of the Union that is the all of Congress looks like a visiting angels ad. It doesn't look healthy up there. Man, that place is truly diseased.
Well,
it looked like a nursing home and like a advertisement for.
Hey, when Bernie walked in, he wasn't wearing a mask, and then Biden started speaking. He put his mask on. I thought, well, that's kind of pathetic, but it's very prophetic, actually, pathetic and prophetic. And and he kept his mask on until he walked out. I thought that's really kind of weird. But,
he put on a mask when Joe Biden came over and started spitting on him.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's like, give me the news, not the weather report, Joe. I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, honestly, the guy who could have been president in there, he got it stolen by Obama and Hillary Clinton. I mean, the guy's got a right to be bitter.
That's a fact. That's fact. Well, mask off tonight, Joe Biden, man. What a vicious tyrant. God bless you, Congressman. Thank you so much for holding it down. Tim Burchett, ladies and gentlemen, from the great state of Tennessee.
Thank you, Benny. You're the man. People love you in Tennessee, dude. Keep putting the truth out there, man. And I tell you, every time I'm on with you, I get the Benny bump on my ex Twitter account at Tim Burchett. So thank you, brother.
All right,
and I just finished my skateboard. I'm anxious for you to see it, dude. I'll get
you
it to you. I'll show you.
You have a skateboard?
I make skateboards. It's cheaper than a psychiatrist, I figure.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, at Tim Burchett, 130,000 followers. Can't be wrong. Everyone go in and make sure that you follow a great congressman. Godspeed, sir.
Thank you, brother. You're the best. See you. Bye.
All right. See you. Bye.
Oh, you got rated by Good Logic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after multiple hours of mumbling and rambling and bumbling,
Thank you so much, Good
Joe
Logic.
Biden getting blocked from
Stop this. Thank you so much, Good Logic. Welcome everybody from the Good Logic stream. Hope you guys had a great time tonight. Thank you for joining us. We're just running over some of the responses and all that, man. Thank you so much for being here. Very much.
Love a good raid. Thank you.
Hey, Patrick, how's it going? Awesome
Very
to see you,
nice.
man.
You know what's weird? I'm wondering what the reception is from mainstream media. And I just looked down at my phone and CNN sent this thing out that said Biden delivered a forceful, often ad-lib speech as he took on Trump in the most political State of the Union in years. Shut up. Forceful. It wasn't forceful. It was violent and aggressive and unhinged. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, so grateful for the Good Logic read. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I hope you hey, what's up? How you doing?
Digger invasion. Very nice.
Michael Costello. What's up?
Yeah, no, the lies
Guys
coming
rock.
out of his mouth all night was ridiculous.
Bill Leslie, what's going on? Oh, there's Joe V 816. Bill Leslie, what's going on? The unexpected. How's it going, Macho Man? Right on. Russell Warren, heard it all earlier. Was Hooch Dooch.
Hock Dooch.
Hock Dooch.
Deutsch. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. Hock Deutsch.
I agree.
I think. I don't know what it means, but it sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that, the whole Alex Jones. That really surprised me showing up on Tucker. That was great.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was great. Joe let us out of the tunnels for the night. Starlight.
Awesome. Starlight. Welcome. Awesome.
I was there with them this
being
morning waiting for Joe to show up for the Fannie Willis thing. And they're like, oh, he's out digging tunnels. He's because he was so late because there was no feed. We didn't know that they canceled the ethics hearing because of course they did.
Yeah, I know. The Zephyr Warrior says, I'm trying to figure out why the State of the Union was being made about Joe Biden and not about the Union. Yeah, us too.
Mm-hmm. I said the same thing. I said, I don't
was a-
remember ever hearing a State of the Union like this. This sounded more like
Yeah.
a campaign rally.
Dog backwards. How's it hanging? Hanging great, man. Awesome to see you, man. Thanks for being here.
See,
Yeah,
these
thank you,
guys
Jacob.
raided and my cat went nutty. You don't hear her running literally from room to room. So meow, meow.
Yeah, they didn't pay the subway here.
No, and it's funny. I said that. I said he thinks that America is so secure and everything's so safe. Why don't you go to New York and get on the subway and see what happens? He doesn't even have to go that far. The Washington, D.C. subway is just as bad. I mean, granted, they don't have the National Guard like, New York does now. But, I mean, that's the fact that he said that everything is great and the border's secure. And I'm sitting here going, what world, like what alternate reality does he live in?
Right.
Hey, Jeff.
Right. Listen, Gene
Haven't
Williams says
seen you in a
AJ
while,
and Tucker,
Jip.
two great minds. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a great interview. Watch all that. B, how you doing?
How you doing, baby?
Good to see you. How you been? It's been a minute. Awesome to see you again.
Kari Lake has a response. Ooh.
Oh yeah, actually,
I mean, if you find it,
I was
you have
pulling
it?
that up. Yeah.
Awesome. So we've heard from Benny. We've heard from a couple congressmen. We've heard from Tucker. We've heard from Alex Jones. Who else? That weird woman with the shaky voice. She made me very uncomfortable.
I think she was just very nervous.
No, I think she was trying to be theatrical. See, that's the thing I don't like when they try to play the
I'm
same
on it.
games that the left plays.
Yeah. Donna Marie,
They're like,
how's it
"I can do
going?
it."
It was
All right,
angry
yeah,
soda. It
Kara.
was not. Roid rage.
Lovely. What somebody mentioned in the chat earlier was that one of the people that was yelling was supposedly the father of one of those Gold Star, and the Gold Star families that lost somebody before, and they escorted him out. And in a picture on X, apparently his hands are like behind his back, so nobody knows if they like cuffed him, which I think is ridiculous. I mean, you lose your son in a war that, was botched because of this dude. And he's out there going, we support our veterans. And you call him a liar and you get arrested for it.
Yeah.
Like, if that's true, that's horrendous to do to somebody. Horrendous.
Let's see. Right here.
The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history.
That's him.
It
right
was
there.
then, through my murder rates went up 30%.
That's all they got of that.
I mean, you got to feel for these people. They lost their kids and everything. Their families are in shambles, and he's up there saying everything's fine. I did so good. I should be patted on the back. Like, it's so insulting to these people who lost so much, with their kids doing service to the country, and then you got this guy just sending them out just willy-nilly doing whatever, not looking out for them. Then they come back here and he's cutting veteran spending. He's not there for the veterans. He doesn't care about the troops at all. He goes to all these different things. He doesn't even acknowledge the soldiers that are there. He looks at his watch like, when can I leave? That's something that strikes me so differently about Trump, because he has so much respect for the armed forces. Because, I mean, I don't want to go out there and fight. I have tons of respect for him. It takes balls to do that.
Right. Yeah. Is he Congress now? Seems to think so. Yeah, exactly.
I'm surprised he didn't look for his old seat. Hey, Elephant.
Elephant, what's up?
Lovey. We're going to listen to Kari Lake.
Yeah, you guys want to hear? Let's listen to Kari Lake real quick
Absolutely.
and see what she had to say.
I like her. Ballsy.
What we just saw from Joe Biden was not a State of the Union. No, what we just witnessed from Joe Biden was a state of confusion. To the everyday hardworking Americans that just heard that speech, I'm sure you feel gaslit and lied to. The country Joe was talking about looks nothing like the reality
Yeah, me too,
that we all
Leslie.
have been forced to face under his
It's just
failed leadership.
ridiculous.
Skyrocketing inflation, unaffordable
Just don't
housing,
stop.
crime running rampant, and a world that's on fire. Despite what Joe Biden says, the State of the Union is weak, and the American dream is on life support. It wasn't that long ago that President Donald J. Trump was in the Oval Office, and we, the people, got to experience peace and prosperity. Under President Trump, we had
Wow,
a
that
historic
sucks.
economy. We had law and order.
Welcome, mister.
We had a secure border, and we were energy independent.
Pam Graham.
And the world was at peace. America was safe and secure and
I did notice
prosperous
that,
under
Pam.
President Trump. But in just 3 short years, all of that safety and security and prosperity has been destroyed. Since Joe Biden took office, overall prices are up nearly
Stated delusion.
18%. It cost our
Yep.
families $12,000 more per year just to maintain the same quality of life that we had under President Trump. I don't know many people who got a $12,000 raise. Americans are struggling in Joe Biden's economy. For many, the American dream is out of reach. For others, like Lake and Riley, the American dream has been completely snuffed out. American sons and daughters are being slaughtered at the hands of criminal illegal aliens who've broken into our country. Lakin's life matters, but you won't hear that from the propagandists in the mainstream media. I refuse to sit idly by and allow the fake news to downplay the tragic death of Lakin, a motivated nursing student taken from this world far too soon at the hands of a crazed man from Venezuela who should have never been in our country to
I'm
begin with.
sorry about that, Patrick.
Lakin's
I
name
really am.
must be shouted from the rooftops. We must hold the Democrats in Washington,
we need
D.C.
you guys.
accountable. Action must be taken immediately to prevent more lives from being taken from us. My own daughter, Ruby, is just about Lakin's age. As a young mother, I would have never dreamt that my Ruby would one day live in a world where she couldn't go for a jog on her college campus without fearing for her life or worrying about her safety. We must protect America's women, and that begins by ending Joe Biden's border crisis, kicking him out of office, and removing the Biden yes men like my opponent, Ruben Gallego, who have allowed these tragedies to transpire. I had the opportunity to cover the state of Arizona for about 27 years as a fair and honest journalist. I've never seen our southern border more secure than it was under President Trump, and I've never seen it more open and dangerous than it currently is under Joe Biden and his Democrat enablers like my opponent, Ruben Gallego. Biden came into office and used 96 executive orders to rip that border wide open in his first 100 days. And since then, Joe Biden has allowed about 9 million illegal immigrants to enter our country. He spent millions of dollars in government handouts to give to illegal aliens, and he's organized covert secret flights to import them into our interior of our country, all while the American people struggle. Far from being commander-in-chief, Joe Biden has earned the reputation as the greatest facilitator of the largest human trafficking operation in world history. He's handed operational control of our southern border to the narco-terrorist cartels, thereby allowing for the uninterrupted flow of military-age fighting men into our country and the unmitigated trafficking of women, children, guns, and dangerous drugs across our border. After all of this, Joe Biden now says that he wants to work with President Trump to find a solution. Newsflash, Joe. Not only does President Trump have a solution, he is the solution. Only by restoring President Trump's border policies, rescinding Biden's executive orders, and finishing the wall can we return to the safety we enjoyed under President Trump. But Joe Biden's failures don't stop there. Caving to the wishes of the radical climate activists, Joe Biden declared war on domestic energy production. Since Biden entered office, home heating oil prices up 44%, gasoline prices up 33%, and electricity and natural gas, they're both up nearly 30%. Because of Joe Biden and the Democrats, America is now dependent on foreign countries to supply natural resources and energy that we have right here at home.
Oh, God.
President Trump's foreign policy of peace through strength maintained global order. Now our
damn
enemies take a
shame.
look at Biden and all they see is a feeble, weak man. President Trump brought historic peace to the Middle East with the Abraham Accords. We moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem and brought foreign nations together. Now, under Biden, the Middle East is on fire and the entire globe is on the brink of World War III. President Trump diffused a nuclear North Korea and held communist China accountable. Putin didn't dare enter Ukraine under the 45th
Thank you,
president's
Donna.
watch. Now, under Joe Biden and the
Thanks for
Democrats,
supporting
everything
winning.
has gone to hell in a handbasket.
Oh, thank you, Donna.
Biden facilitated
Really
one of the most
appreciate that.
disastrous military
You rock.
operations in U.S. history by recklessly pulling out of Afghanistan. He left allies
Kevin B.
behind
Clark,
to be
how's it
slaughtered by the
going?
Taliban, and billions of dollars worth of weapons to be resources to be used to stoke
Mr. Name,
terror
what's
throughout
up?
the world. Biden emboldened the Hamas terrorists to attack Israel, increased our dependence on communist China, and watched as Putin invaded Ukraine. He then sabotaged Ukrainian peace talks, only to pour an endless supply of American taxpayer money into a corrupt country with zero oversight and no plans. And now, as his proxy war collapses under a generation of dead Eastern Europeans, Joe Biden continues to threaten to send our American boys and girls, our American men and women into that failed war. We're on the verge of World War III due to the irresponsible and incoherent foreign policy of the Biden administration. It's high time that we have actual diplomats back in Washington,
Agreed,
D.C.,
Ellie.
ones who actually know a
Absolutely.
little bit about the art of the deal. Times are dark, but there are better times ahead. We are up against a sizable threat in the radical left, but we are not powerless to stop it. We have two very powerful weapons in our arsenal, our voice and our vote. And the only way we can preserve the American dream, secure the border, restore law and order, end the endless wars, and save our country from the cataclysmic path that Joe Biden has sent us down is to elect President Donald J. Trump to the White House and send him some America First backup to the United States Senate. As a U.S. Senator, I will work tirelessly with my Republican colleagues to advance President Trump's agenda in D.C., and together we will make America great again. You may not think that you can make a difference, but you can. Register people to vote. Knock on doors. Make sure your neighbors turn in their ballots. Get involved with a campaign that you care about.
Keep an eye
and
on
donate money if you
mailboxes.
can. And get 10
People aren't
friends
stealing
to
Keep an eye
vote
on
too.
those ballots.
Every little bit helps. We all have a
Ridiculous.
role to play to save this country. It won't be easy, but
Yeah, I
nothing
agree.
worth fighting for
Mr.
ever
Dan.
is.
Mhm.
We're going to win this. And next year, at this time, we're going to have a State of the Union that we can all be proud of.
That was very soothing
yeah.
for my ears. That was nice. It was. She was nice to listen to. She had all good talking points, very calm, very confident. I liked it. Oh. So what's your takeaway? I didn't get your reaction. You got my reaction all night.
No, she nailed it, man. Exactly. She should be. That should have been the response, as Mr. Newman pointed out. That should have been the response. She nailed it.
Now you
Absolutely.
said they said that they arrested that father for misdemeanor like
protest.
disturbance. Yeah, like
Yeah. Yeah, we
I'm
were just talking about this concept, Brave New 1984 World. How like Brave New World was actually the precursor to 1984,
Mhm.
and we were doing a comparison about the two. The two that wrote the books, they knew of each other at least, and one was written before the other. So it was an interesting show. Which one did we do that on? It
was this one, the last one that we did, I believe.
Was it Super Tuesday?
Not the Canadian one. No, we talked about it on the documentary night.
Oh, okay. So we do a show on Sundays called Old School Watch Party Sundays, and we watch old documentaries, and then we watch like old movies. So it's like a double header, and we kick off here on YouTube, and then we head on over to Rumble. I got a Rumble channel. Been growing that like crazy this year. It's been awesome. Rumble rocks the house.
Absolutely love Rumble.
So we do that every Sunday. So it's a good time if you ever want to sit down. We watch old 80s movies. We watch Police Academy. We watch Fast Times at Ridgemont High. We watch Porky's 1 and 2. You can do whatever you want to.
But we do documentaries first. Like,
we do like really cool documentaries.
Seeds of Death, King Corn.
Yeah,
all the ones that YouTube won't let us show.
Yeah, deep dive stuff. So I know if you like Joe's channel, but you guys are into based information. Because I've been to Joe's channel many times. He's a great guy. In fact, Joe was featured in my parody series called LawTube is Getting Weird. There's a playlist for that. And he had his own band and actually did this really big number.
Castro.
Let's see if I think I actually made an intro for Joe one time. See if I can find it. But yeah, I did do an intro for Joe. Let me find my intro for Joe.
You did an intro for Joe. I did his tarot card reading. He said I made him feel naked. He was like, I feel naked. And he still to this day doesn't know it was me.
Oh, yeah, I had that comment. Hey, Leslie Peacock, what's up? Let's see.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. This is the intro I made for Joe. Said he was a chance he was going to come on, but this is from the video that I made of him and LawTube was Getting Weird. One of them, like he was in the band, so he played in different bands. But here you go. Yeah, he actually played this on the show.
They say the devil's water, it ain't so sweet. You don't have to drink right now. You can dip your feet every once in a little while.
Joe looks good.
Yeah, that was young Joe. That was the whole point.
Joe was hot. Make sure next time you see him, say winning show to video you. You looked hot. You were Lady Logic is a lucky lady. We love Joe over here. We do.
Yeah, Joe rocks.
Even
Doing
if he
good
always
work over
teases
there,
me,
he
calling
is.
me 3T instead of T3. He loves to do that. I don't know why. But thank you guys for coming over. We really appreciate that. And just remember, if you can do those YouTubey things, subscribe. It's for free. He'd really appreciate it.
Yep, I do 4 shows a week. Actually, more like 5 shows a week now, because winning 2024 is going to be picking up steam as the year rolls on. So that'll be kind of a pickup show in betweeners. But I have a show on Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Unveiling Reality. I know a lot of them conflict, but come back, check out the rewatches. And that show is a deep dive on all kinds of interesting topics.
Awesome.
Better
Thank
navigate
you,
the world and to build a solution culture future, where we once we kind of get past the immediate threats, hopefully we can come together and build a future where we are removing the enablement for all the corruption that is rampant generationally in our world. So we're working on that, and we're deep diving on a lot of interesting topics. I also do a show called Unrig the Game on Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern, where it's like a audio book kind of show. We're on chapter 10 of Control Oligarchs, which is a
Last
deep dive
chapter.
into the ruling class, the globalists, the ones that are funding and pushing these agendas forward. You notice how many times Biden talked about 2030 in his speech, right? And how what an important date that is. Yeah, there's a reason for that, because that's the
He
part
was
of the
ringing all the
big
bells.
global agenda. We talk about that a lot. I know Joe hits on those topics too, but we do the deep dives on that. And that book, Control Oligarchs, has been awesome. We do the kickoff show here, and then we go over and read it on the free speech platforms, on Rumble and X, because they won't let me read it here on YouTube. But we meet up here, and I do some pre-show content, and then pre-feature content, I guess, and then we go over there and we do that and have some post reading content as well. So we that book's coming to an end, and we'll pick up a new book here soon. So that's what we do on that night. There's
You
kind of a
decide
deep
what
dive into
book
the
is going to be the new
global
one?
topics. Yeah, we're gonna actually announce it this Monday at the final chapter of Control Oligarchs.
Nice. I know what
Maybe
two he was going between, so I'm excited for either one of them.
Yep. Yeah, and I also do a Saturday night show called Winning Saturday Night. It's kind of just a chill, hangout, and chat kind of night, and we watch. We do the good news of the week, so I find the good stories, uplifting stories of the week to cover on a variety of topics, and then we do like funny videos, and we have a variety kind of funny videos that we watch, and I do bits and stuff like that, play videos. So it's good. It's a good time. Chill. That's our weekly schedule. And Shelly, go tell them about your channel.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I wanted you to get to the chat. Don't worry about me. I have the Coffee and Chaos in the morning, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9:30 on YouTube and Rumble. If you want to come by, we talk about a whole host of things. We talk about how to deal with traumas and how to work through traumas, how to just be better. We try to make us better, and we laugh a lot. We laugh a lot. And it's just a very welcome space. You come in, you hang out. Nobody, bashes anybody. It's not all kumbaya. We get, in the weeds on some stuff. But it's just bring your authentic self, be yourself, and you'll get along just fine. But we do laugh a lot. I'm a cursor. So if you don't like curses, but I'm a cursor. I'm Italian and from Jersey. I can't help it.
Got Jersey going on, man.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm up North Jersey, just like Joe. I lived in Haledon, right across, literally across the border of Patterson. So, I mean, I know where Joe's from.
I guess that makes me the devil.
Sorry. Patrick Kennedy had a question for you. He said, "Didn't you do Mindset's penguin fight? What was that? Did you do that?"
No, I was on the panel for well, depends on what he means by penguin fight. But I was on the panel for the Boozy breakdown when we were
Chris Boozy. God, there's a blast from the
technical
past.
panel. When he brought a bunch of people, we brought like 3 of us on, and we just kind of debunked all Boozy's bullshit.
I remember that day. I do. I remember that show.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Oh, thank you so much for subbing to me, Donna. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just a teeny tiny channel. But I like to come on here and I keep winning company and get him to talk more. Otherwise, he's just talking to chat going, what's going on? Could somebody throw up Winning's Rumble link up there, please? I would appreciate it. Somebody asked for it and I can't find it now.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
My Nick. I love my Nick. My rackets. Well, that's why when they were talking about like Biden being on provigil, I was like, oh, I know what that is. Because that's what Nick takes for
that's it. Yeah.
the narcolepsy.
Emmy, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Winning reality cult.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Cool.
The
He said,
following.
Winning as a cult, like apparition, the ghost, like Misty Minutemen of sometimes when we speak something, but it's better than nothing is said. Awesome.
That's
thanks, Grim.
amazing. Thank you, Grimmy. Grimmy's awesome. I'm so glad you made it tonight, Grim. And before Mimsy like turns in and like logs out, thank you so much, Mimsy, and to Wolfram for all the help you did modding and
Yes.
throwing links
Absolutely.
out. Ellie too for throwing links out. Couldn't do without the mods. You guys are amazing. You know my saying. It's not just the mods, but chat is good, chat is wise, chat knows all. And I love my chat. So thank you guys for showing up and really like giving a hand and giving your honest opinions. You were awesome. I had an amazing night.
Absolutely. Did you guys hear this one? Check this out.
Uh-oh.
Vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. The vaccine.
Did I hear it? Did you not hear me yelling?
Oh, yeah.
Step back into a comeback. You put me in a damn chair with your stupid jibby jabby thingy. Like I can't cures cancer. What cancer? He's the cancer. I wish we'd cure him. Do to him what it did to me. Go ahead, take him out.
Thank you so much, Amy.
Right, Ellie? It's causing turbo cancer. That's everything that I've read. Like,
right. Is he bringing it back or what?
Oh my goodness. Chat never forgets. I know. Chat never forgets. My chat is very good, even though I'm always like an hour behind. They're like, how long do you think it's going to take her to catch up? Now it's a game. Now they've just bet against me. I'm like, all right, they've turned on me. No, but they love me and I love them.
I know Jack Murphy's allowed. Yeah, Jack Murphy's making a comeback. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, but no beard. I mean,
No beard.
there's a beard, but not like before. Like he's like, oh, I look totally different. Not you look the same. You still look creepy.
He's selling healthcare. Rebel healthcare.
Yes.
Rebel healthcare.
I wouldn't trust him to hand me an aspirin, let alone healthcare. Like, oh yeah, you're in charge of my movie. Like, no. Here's a fact check on Biden talking about Russia today. Oh, Grimmy's got a fact check. Ellie said, I'm in a mood from watching the State of Illusion. I keep calling it the State of Delusion because that's all it is. It's like, it's my jersey, the State of Delusion. Yeah, Grimmy put out a YouTube video link up there for you. Report to the government. I really enjoyed what Lake had to say. I mean, I've always enjoyed listening to her. She's always very frank, very forthright. Like she doesn't beat around the bush. She doesn't get hysterical. She's never like nasty. She says the nasty stuff with a smile on her face, which I love. She's just like, yeah, no. Like she makes them look stupid without purposely making them look stupid. Like she just turns their stuff on them. I love it when I see her talking to reporters. It's great.
Yes, yes. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene had a thing tonight too, where she gave him a pen to remember Riley Riley's name, and then he got up there, and she had you heard her like shell.
That's what he was holding up.
Yeah, that's what
Oh,
she
I
gave
couldn't
it
see
to
it. It
him
looked
when
like
she
a
came
golf
in,
ball.
and she had her phone up. Remember?
Mm-hmm. I did see that. Yes.
I wonder if this is before or after.
Financial sassiness said at A. Shelley T3. Why you no sound like a North Jersey? How you want me to sound? You want me to get a cup of coffee, or you want me to go get a bottle of water? I mean, what do you want me to go get? Because I could sound like it. I could thicken it up. But I did live in Kansas for 2 years, and it affected my accent. It did. But there's your Jersey.
Yeah, it's real.
The aggression is real. I am pure Northern Jersey aggression. The sanctions were so
Button or
stupid.
something she gave him.
Oh, I haven't started cursing in Italian yet. Wait, I cursed in Italian a lot when he was up there talking. Bafangula sarda mama da kita mort.
Hey, Evelyn, how you doing? Evelyn
Hey.
Cox, what's going on? Welcome. So happy you're here. Thank you for coming by.
Absolutely. Russell said I didn't watch Biden. I've seen it before. I mean, that was new to me, though. I have never seen a president go up there and lose all decorum. Absolute, like he was just losing it left and right. And I was just, I just wanted him to fall. If he would have fell, I would have had 3 bingos on my bingo card. I was very upset he didn't fall. I live for those moments. I love me itchy la mancha. No. Thank you. You want Taylor ham, egg, and cheese? We were talking about that today on my show this morning because I did a pop-up stream. Yep. That's the hangover food in North Jersey. Taylor ham, egg, and cheese on a Kaiser roll.
Yeah, I mean, no, he, for us, it's like watching it. We just like waiting for the lies. This reestablishing, confirming the narrative. Like I said, when he talks to this is like a talk to the world and a talk to, those who barely listen. Like, they know the rest of us are going to see through the BS that you're talking. They have no problem lying openly about things and further along, like, furthering their establishment narrative. So yeah, pretty much what I expected in those terms. He threw out the 2030 signal to the globalists. So, do the whole climate thing out there. Definitely took shots at anybody who didn't agree with him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's just that the information coming out of his mouth was so skewed with reality. I was like, who is writing this for him? Like, obviously, he has no idea what he's saying. Like, he believes what they're telling him, and he's like, this is all true? Oh, I can't wait to get out and tell all these people that. But he was completely unhinged. He had no self-control at all. Like, at all. He was so angry. And then to have the hypocrisy to stand up there and be like, the other side, he's all about the hatred and the racism and the revenge, and we're all about unity, and I want everybody to come together. Meanwhile, you're slamming everybody, telling all the Republicans, oh, you want it? You want, like, he was challenging them. But I think the cherry on that Sunday had to be him looking the Supreme Court justices dead in the face
coming by,
and
Joe.
threatening them. Good night, honey. Looking at the Supreme Court justices and just outright threatening them. I was like, he did not just do that. Like, isn't that what they're like bitching about Trump for when he was like, go out there and we're going to fight? He didn't say raise arms and go and storm the cat. None of that happened. But Joe Biden saying, oh, you know what? The women are coming for you. They're coming for you. He was very adversarial. It was bizarre.
You're gonna find out.
Yeah, like I've never seen 9 people. Like, what were there? 8 or 9 of them that were there. I thought I counted 9. I thought they were all there, but maybe Amy wasn't there. But they were still as statues. Like, they were just like in shock. Like, oh no, and the stone face. They literally looked like a picture. I was like, did they freeze frame? Nope. Everybody else was moving. They were just like, no, this bitch did not come out of his face and say this to us in the State of the Union address. Are you kidding? And him, oh, we're going to reinstate Roe versus Wade. It's faulty law. That's why it went down. It had nothing to do with the moral aspect of it. It was not a good law. It was faulty. And they finally said, okay, we have to take it down. It does not stand up to what it's supposed to. Oh, where'd winning go? I lost me some winning. Hi, guys. Apparently, he got kicked. I guarantee he kicked the power thing or whatever, but that's all right because it happens once in a while. Thank you to everybody coming over from Good Logic. Please, please. He is doing his best to get the message out, to uncover all the lies that are out there. If you could just sub up to winning, it would mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to winning. Trying to get his message out there, trying to get things done before the election. Because every person that, he can spread the message to, that's one more person on our side. He's done a lot to educate me on what's false out there, how they try to trick us, how they use emotions and propaganda, things that I never saw before. And so if you could just sub up to him, I would really appreciate it. Grimmy said, he said, women are the majority of people in the country. It blew my mind. According to lefty logic, women cannot be oppressed as the majority, right? Because majority rules. So how could we be oppressed? But the thing is, he's talking about domestic violence and we're going to stand by women. What about the men that are abused? What about the men that have to, kowtow to, like you said, family court where they are screwed over completely? I mean, I've seen so many guys come out of family court things and they get on the internet and I watch their videos and they're like, she destroyed me. Like, I'm paying all this money. She cheated. She didn't do anything. I have to support her lifestyle. I got to pay child support. She won't let me see the kids. It's completely unfair. And it's not even evidence-based. Yeah, you're saying men are invisible. But I mean, they shouldn't be. And he's pandering. He's pandering to women. And the women don't like him. He's a hair sniffer. He's a kitty sniffer. Women are going to, as far as I'm concerned, maybe I'm naive. A woman's instinct is to, support the children, protect the children. That's our first thing, first and foremost. We are the mama bears. If anything, women are going to be so against him. The ones who are for him are the ones who are just killing their babies anyway. So, I mean, those don't seem like viable people to me. Oh, he's back. Hi.
Hey,
what happened?
I don't know. My everything just went down for a minute and came back up, so we're all good.
I was gonna say something about my ex-husband, but I was like, no, let me not say that.
What's up, guys? Sorry about that. Little technical difficulties, but
Lordy.
Luckily, no problems. All right.
Yeah, minus the blue-haired weirdos. Did you see his little group of 5 people that he grouped together? He made sure to have that. I felt like that was his DEI group, right there. He was like, this is my voter base right here. And you're not going to do very well because they didn't look enthused to be there either.
They kept flipping over to him.
That one lady was happy. The other one was like, yeah. Absolutely. We were talking about family court and how he said, all for the women. I was like, but what about the men? And Grimmy pointed out, he's trying to say women are oppressed, but then he said women are more than half of the country. So how could you be oppressed if you're the majority? You can't. It's just, you absolutely cannot, because we supposedly outnumber you guys. And with all the leeway we've been given the last, I'd say 10 years with the whole believe all women crap and stuff like that, they've gotten away with so much. So much. And men are just left at the sidelines. They're just like, oh, well, suck it up. That's not fair. That's not equality. That's us oppressing them. And I hate to say that I'm even in that gender because I know how they can be. Like when a guy says to me, like, oh, women are this, I can't really argue. I can only say not all women. The same way it's not all men, it's not all women. But they're like, but most of them, I'm like, yeah. The ones you're dealing with, maybe get a better class of woman. Like,
right?
punch up.
I know.
Like, aim higher. Raise the bar. What do you say? Yeah, I hear you, Shelly. Who are the men's advocate? Men, they're the bad. Women, like half the time they're just grifting. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. And like a lot of them go out there and like, oh, I support men, but then in practice they don't. They
man,
say
I'm
it,
sorry to
but
hear
then
that.
they slam them. It's ridiculous. What'd you say? Oh, honey. I'm sorry about that. I really am. Patrick said it is what it is. I got to suck it up and go to work tomorrow. I mean, we have to go day to day, but that doesn't mean we can't fight back. That's what's important.
Yeah, I hear that.
You know the truth. You fight back in whatever way you can. Some people can't fight back other than to share out a video or like say, hey, I heard about this, whatever. You should check it out. That is everything is needed in the fight. Every soldier has his job. Like whatever you can do, you do. It's the complacency that's killed us because we all sat back and said, like just threw our hands up. Like, what can you do?
Yep.
Well, this one will tell you what you can do. He'll always tell you what you can do.
Yeah, well, if you're here, you're part of the solution because you're thinking, you're out there, you want something better. You're already on your way,
Yep. Grimmy said, what did he say? Grimmy was on fire with the child support tonight. He was mad. Yeah. I was like, I feel you. I do. We perform 80% of the consumer spending. Giving females the child support stimulates the economy. I mean, yeah, but then there has to be some type of equity there where if you're paying child support, you should have as much unfettered access to your children that you helped create as you can. Now, I mean, my story. I have nothing but deadbeat dads in my background. But I mean, there are dads who pay, and own up to their responsibilities. They're accountable. And yet they're still denied access to their kids, or they're demonized by these women behind closed doors. And the kids are like, oh, well, mom said you said that. That's not fair. It's not.
Yeah.
You don't do that to people. Only bitter friggin' bitches do that. I mean, to be quite blunt about it. But there are a lot of them out there. And they're like, oh, well, you want to see them? You got cash? I know a lot of females like that up here. They're like, because they only want child support in cash because they don't want to put it on their rent control receipt. Their rent will go up. Just give me cash. And then when the kid, like right before the kid turns 18, they'll take them to court and say, they never paid me child support. I want 18 years in arrears. And they're like, oh, but I paid her cash. You got receipts? Well, no, it was cash. Because it happened to my mother's husband. He paid for his kid to his own mother, not to the kid's mother, but to his mother. Paid her cash every single week. He joined the army so that he would have a steady income to take care of this kid because the mother couldn't. So his mother did it, the kid's grandmother. And then right before my brother turned 18, she took him to court and said, I raised this child and I need money. And the court made him pay $20,000 in back child support. Even though he'd paid her probably about $40,000 easy in cash. And she was like, well, I got to do what I got to do. No remorse at all. I was like, wow, see, this is what's wrong with the world. This is what's wrong with the legal system because there's no way to counter that. I would have been like, why'd you wait 18 years to ask him for money? What's wrong with you? But he
Right?
was right there. Ask the kid where the father's been. He spent half the time with his father. Mimsy, you didn't go to bed. Oh, I love you, girl. Look what she did. Who is that? Who is that? Aw. Did you
Oh,
see?
thank you.
Okay, you did the
Right.
corn one. You know what one I want. Just saying.
Okay, let's see. Who did get that?
Grimmy.
Oh, Grossfar got it.
Yes,
Okay.
Grimmy got it.
He's always wanted one of those. All right. Well, if Grossbar gets it,
well,
go
ahead.
You know, we're kind of already set up for that.
There you go.
We're up all night to get lucky. 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 Come on, come on. Freak out. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
I
There you
love
go.
it. I love Grimmy's
Patrick.
music.
Thank you so
that's
much, Patrick.
awesome.
All right.
Aw.
Welcome to the winner's circle. Patrick Kennedy. You rock the house.
That is awesome.
And just for you.
It's cold up there in Vietnam. It has the juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful place. It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. It's gonna try to get out of anything.
Oh, thank you. And gifted 5 memberships too. Awesome.
Wow, you are generous.
Patrick. MVP.
Ooh,
They're not
ooh.
coming through on this side for some reason.
Oh, I got them. You want me to shout them out?
Oh, here we go. I got to refresh.
Okay, go ahead.
Easy Girl Williams.
Yeah.
Gutters Pub. Lady Autumn Sky.
Yay.
All 3. Welcome back to the winner's circle. And we have Alexi J muted. I hope I said that right. Alexi J. There you go. muted.
Alexlidge?
Yep. And Mindy Strollum. Awesome, man. Welcome y'all to the winner's circle. Hope you will
Welcome.
enjoy. If you'd like to join our Discord, we'll get you the link. Let us know.
Patrick said drunk as fuck. Enjoy.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
I love it. Thank you.
Last
rock.
got it for her birthday. Her birthday was yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, happy birthday.
That's right. I love my lady awesome. Castro, how you doing, Castro? I said hello before, but I think I got muffled.
Castro on YouTube.
I know. I saw him on Rumble earlier. But thank you so much, Patrick. That was really sweet.
Yeah. Joe is a band leader. He can actually play the guitar really good too. I got it. They did 2 songs, and he could sing really well. You just gotta check out the Law Tube is Getting Weird series. He's one of the major characters. I wouldn't say he's one of the main.
He is one of the major
He's
characters.
He's in the finale too, doing some spoken parts. Yeah,
God, I first met everybody at from your I found you because of Joe, because he rated somebody else's channel and I had fallen asleep in his chat and I woke up going, where the hell am I? Who is this on the screen? I was like, who is this?
That's awesome.
Yeah,
it's so great, man. Welcome to all the new subscribers too on YouTube. Man, YouTube has been picking me off. So I really do appreciate all the new subs, man. And you're the kind of people that I, would enjoy my content and that I like to have around. I mean, I'm always looking at my stats and it's always my video. It says my content's my viewers watch Good Logic. So it's all stands to reason that Good Logic's viewers would like my content as well. We're a good blend. We really are a good blend of content between the two of us.
Yeah.
And I tell you, YouTube likes to pick on the small guy, and they've been they're draining off subs all over the place. And
Yep.
I mean, I've been climbing up, and I cover topics that they don't want people talking about, and I'm just, I'm willing to commit to it because without talking about the things we need to talk about, there's not going to be a future for us, and future for our kids, and
Yep.
that's really what I'm doing here. Let's
That's
fight
true.
for the future.
Yep. Very true.
Mine and yours and all of ours, and not just this generation, but many generations down the road. So I'm willing to commit to that, even if the powers that be don't like it. Still speak out, educate more people about things. I have been doing this for nearly 2 decades. I've got a ton of experience in terms of this whole arena of being outside the establishment and trying to work towards reforming this great country of ours, man, getting it back on track so we can just relax and have a good time and feel safe and be prosperous. And that's what it's been all about. So having so many new subs tonight means a lot. I really appreciate it, and because YouTube's doing their best to try to hold me down. So I hope you guys will.
Yeah, you really boosted his morale tonight.
I hope you guys will stick
that
around.
was from God. See, I pray a lot, and I'm like, oh, thank you, God. That's the first thing I said. I was like, thank you, God. You actually listened today. Like, thank you.
Hey, Matthew, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? But yeah, no, I found Joe during the Depp trial too. I did, because I really enjoyed like the way he would go on Nick's and he would do whatever, but he would sit there and be like, "This woman, I did it," and I was like, "Yes, he knows she's a demon. I love him." I was like, "I just speak more, say it louder, Joe." He was so good. He would get that was what I think like the height of his rant period, because she would get him so fired up, and the lawyers really pissed him off. So he would just go off. It was great. It was classic Joe. And that was like right after he quit smoking, so he was extra angry. It was like, yeah. He was really good though. I love Joe. I even love Blue Joe.
Hey, Vladdy, how you
Dresses
doing?
up as a Smurf. But
we have tonight we have the Good Logic to thank for tonight. Good Logic rocks the house. Thank you, Good Logic.
Yes,
Good
he's
Logic.
definitely the MVP of the night. He definitely is. He has the perfect recipe for enjoy listening to him when he's going on. I was like, oh, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Mhm. Yep. When he's like, what? What are you talking about? What are you saying? Do you understand? I don't understand what you're thinking. And I'm just like, yes, go. I just encourage him. Come on, do it. I didn't see his rant on Fanny. This morning, I was waiting for him to go live at 9:30 so that I could figure out what stream he was using, because I couldn't find it. I was like, why can I not find this meeting? Like this ethics meeting. And then he's late. And then everybody in the chat is like, yeah, he's building tunnels, or he's recading it. He's late and gay. And it's like, whatever. And I'm like, where is he? Then he comes in and he's like, I think they canceled it. He was like, it got removed. I was like, no. I was like, come on. Well, I was like, I guess I'm having a stream about everything under the sun and not this today. So yeah, no, she wasn't on. She wound up not showing up. I don't do it for the politics. I do it for the whole, like, I read her body language, and like I read anybody who's up there. I'll tell you, like, they're nervous, they're telling the truth, they're lying, they're this, because they're just
no micromanagement
emoting all
here.
over the place. It was great though. Yeah, no, it's not.
Here.
And we have
That's
plenty
awesome.
of mods.
Yeah.
So including me. I'm in here, but I'm also in the chat. So, I make sure I can be in both places at once. A Fanny's tainted meat fridge, something like that. Yeah, no. He was so pissed. I mean, I was pissed too. I mean, that's all they're doing is they're kicking the can down the road. They don't want to touch it. They're just like, no, constitutionally, she's a state employee. Like, no, she's a state constitutional officer. That's what I believe they called her. That was their whole reason for not doing the ethics thing at the county level. Like, oh, no, we're just the county. But she's your problem. You put her there. Like, you didn't watch over her. And you let her pay this dude like this. So, yes, it should be your... there's Good Logic.
Good Logic. How you doing? Thank you
No, I
so much
know.
for the raid, sir.
Thank you so much. But yeah, no, they're just the Fulton County's just kicking the can down the road. They're like, nope, it's like hot potato. Nobody wants to hold on to that. They're like,
Hold
no,
on.
I don't want her coming after me.
I don't know if Joe was here earlier or he just got here, but just in case you missed his intro.
They say the devil's water, it ain't so sweet. You don't have to drink right now. You can dip your feet every once in a little while. Sing me a lullaby, come on!
There you go.
That was Joe
That's
being
good
hot.
logic.
Hotness. That is a
Hotness.
lucky lady logic. Let me tell you, she is lucky lady. That's all right, Joe. They're comparing our Jersey accents. Apparently, I don't sound North Jersey enough. So I had to I had to ask for a bottle of water and a cup of coffee. And I'm like, yeah, I'm Hoboken. Like, I'm a little too close to Manhattan. But thank you so much for sending them over. We really appreciate it. I really don't look a thing like Jesus. Well, you're not. How do you know? You don't know. A proverbial one-man band. He is. Good Logic said, send him a link.
I got you. Twitter coming at you.
Everybody got quiet. Not a cult. Not a cult. No, he is not a cult leader. He is just one of the following. I know. I learned my lesson. I do. I remember when he used to be like, now you're the leader. Okay, somebody else joined. You're the leader. Now it's on you. You're the leader. I'm like, I don't want to be the leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to lead my own channel, let alone yours. Joe, what about the armadillos? Icing on the cake. I've never seen Jesus and Joe in the same room. You know, you got a point, Matthew. You got a point. I've never seen him and Papa Smurf in the same, thing either, though. I'm never going to, every time I think of Joe, I think of rants when he was blue and the stream that he should have muted at the end. That's always the one. I love me some Good Logic. I do. All you need is some Taylor ham in your life. That shit is magical. Absolutely. And don't call it a pork roll. I will get upset with you. I am not from South Jersey. I have friends from South Jersey, but no, it's Taylor ham. Taylor ham, egg, and cheese. That's it. Taylor ham, egg, and cheese. That was pure. I know. I remember it was fun. He was so much fun that night. Oh my Lord. So many clips from those. I know. Grimmy, you're so good. Pam said, don't eat the bugs. Don't eat the bugs. Do y'all remember Joe's sunflower?
So yeah, I sent the invite on X. Yeah. There he is. Welcome to the show for the very first time. Good Logic.
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
Awesome. How are you?
Doing awesome, man. Welcome to the place.
Thank you kindly. Thank you.
Right.
I was trying to figure. I had like 2,000 people watching me. I don't even know why, but there were. So, and I was like, I'm really tired. I'm not in the mood to just make all the conversation for I don't know, a little bit
to go solo.
Yeah, I just want to zone out for a little bit, and I'm tired, and the only other thing I had to cover, I knew it was going to take me an hour and a half, and I can make a whole stream out of it. And I already was 3 hours into it because I started at 9 o'clock, and I was like, you know what? Let me see what I normally will pawn them off to Nick, which is my way of really trying to give back, because I felt like in my infancy on YouTube, he built my channel to a place where it was capable of being monetized, and then basically pushed me up to like 20K.
I remember.
I went from nothing to 20K because of no one else other than Nick. I mean, it was God, but I mean, that was the agent. He was God's agent. So, so I always felt like, you know, and he even always encouraged me to stream right up into his time, whatever time I wanted. And for the longest time, I never went past midnight. It was like a thing, like I'm never stepping on his toes. I never want to take a selfie away from him. For like a year and a half, I seriously never wrong. And he would keep telling me, "Don't worry about it, don't worry about it." And I even realized I was like, I had like 40 people watching me. I'm like, he has like, you know, 700, 800, 2,000 watching. He's like, is he going to notice these 40 people? I was like, no, it just feels wrong to do it. And at a certain point, I was like, all right, I'm in the middle of a topic. Let me just keep going. Until like, he was like, he kept pushing me, even on camera and behind the scenes. Like, dude, seriously, never end the show early for me. So I was like, you know what? I hope I get to a place where like when I drop a raid on him, like it's something he'll notice. It's not going to be like 50 people, you know? So then, you know what I'm saying? Because he's not going to notice that. I mean, it's just not, he's not going to notice. I mean, you know.
To be fair, Nick doesn't notice a lot.
Right. But I'm saying is, I just wanted it to be like the size increase would make him notice. Like, where did all of a sudden there's like 600 people that comes in here? That's like something, you know, you're going to notice.
You're a giver.
Right. So like I wanted to get to that size. And I've gotten to a point now where like I've frequently given him like, you know, close to like 1,000 people moving over there or something like that. So like he'll always notice it. And I remember that when I was a really, you know, when I was at the struggling trying to like make any money out of this stage or whatever, making, you know, some money out of it, but you know, not enough to live off of, that I was like, if I saw someone like drop like raid me with like, you know, 500 people, 1,000 people, like that was like changes. It makes you feel like your whole week is different. It's like that one act is such a it's such a big deal, and it's such an easy thing to do. And I was like, you know what? When in reality, he's good people. I was like, I got 2,000 people watching me now. I'm tired. I'll just send them over to him. And I was like, I don't know if they're gonna like his content. They'll hate it. And I was like, I know that's like something that you'll really notice and appreciate it. And it's not like I want the appreciation. It's not that I want the appreciation from you. I just was like, let me make him happy.
But that was really
you know?
sweet.
So
no,
that
man,
was
it means
really
a lot.
sweet. He needed that. He did. Because YouTube has been messing with him.
YouTube's not been nice to me lately, but man, thank you so much for that. And thank you, Patrick Kennedy, for the 10 gifted memberships. Two of the new members of the Winner's Circle.
Patrick's great.
Flat Chest Flatty.
Yay!
Aaron, Cat Zap, Past.
Did you know the Killers was like my favorite band, by the way?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that's why you made that?
Yeah.
You heard me say that? Yeah.
Yep. I asked you about that.
Yeah, I love. I think that their sound. They have a really original kind of sound, and I don't know. I always really liked them going back.
Yeah. When I heard that, I had to go out there and actually learn them, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this song, and here's some other songs. Yeah, they're a great band, great drummer. I like the drummer a lot. Drummer's a monster. Christine Fortunato, John Coman, Private Public, and Breeze TV, Sheeple Hunter as well. Welcome to the Winner's Circle. And thank you, Matthew Stipe, for the $5 super chat. Damn, Nick is an angel of God. Must be on his whiskey region. I'm only familiar with the wine region. Okay, gotcha, man. Hey, for all those people, this is for you.
Oh my!
For the super chat.
That was my favorite. He did that for me. Listen, they're all wearing bikinis. It's fine.
Oh, sorry about that.
Pam said she wants a Joe rant. I mean,
why does Grimm's Bar want my opinion on Katy Perry? What would that be? Okay, this is hot take on Katy Perry.
Thank you.
It's a hot take on Katy Perry. I happen to think that she actually has some talent. Like I think she's got some genuine. I think she's put out some pretty original songs. I don't like much of her. I like more of her older stuff. But I actually think that some original stuff, I was like, oh, that's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good song. She had a few of her earlier her earlier pieces. When she started getting a hardcore, Hillary Clinton, from the time she started supporting Hillary Clinton, I couldn't even stomach her anymore. But
there was a nice message, like a nice little storytelling to her earlier songs.
Yeah,
like once she moved on from that, it was all just catchy. Like, that was it. But no, they were nice. I used to like the rhythm.
No. So she was, and I'll tell you something. I also was always searching, especially when I was in my workout phase. I was always searching for music that just had like a nice pumping beat to it. Yeah. So So she was definitely in the mix there. But heck, I would even have thrown Kesha in the mix if it was like.
Oh yeah, hers was energizing. I'll give. her that.
Exactly. I just wanted something energizing. Yeah, so I would just sort of like bop to it. You have to realize I grew up in the '80s, so we were used to like energetic music.
Same.
Oh yeah.
Same. I turned 50 at the end of this month. Woohoo!
We're on the same high school range right here, mate.
Pop goes the world. So there you go. But the killer
with that British Jesus, Lisa Jean said, yeah, she was with Russell Brand. She was married to him for like a half a second. Yeah, she was. For like a half a second.
Yeah.
Back then he was a lefty. Like he was like
back then he was like high as a kite.
That's true.
He was all about the bohemian, like the hedonistic lifestyle. Now he's all I like him much better now. I liked him then though.
Yeah. I mean,
he was funny. And what was that? Rock of Ages? That movie?
He was always always a very smart guy. He's he's genuinely like a very insightful person. I always appreciate people who can like look at things that everyone sees and see something different, which is like when they point it out to you, you're like, huh. Like that's the sort of thing that I'm always searching for myself. And when I see someone throw that in my lap, I'm like, oh, who's this guy? Like that's something that I always I don't know, I've always craved, because I consider myself, this doesn't sound like very cliche, but I consider myself like a student of life. Like I study people and events, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, what are you saying? What is your real motivation in your heart? And then what is your motivation that you might not even realize is your motivation? Like I'm sitting there trying to figure them out on like multiple levels beyond what they even think is their motivation, because a lot of times we don't even really think about, we believe we know why we're doing things, but there's actually other things that are sort of dictating us. Jonathan Haidt talks about, like, the elephant rider, and basically, that we all come to an emotional decision, and then we use our brains. Our brains are the rider on it to basically rationalize that this is, I wanted to do this. So I'm always trying to figure out like what the elephant is actually thinking, if you don't realize it yourself. And to me, I feel like I get a better understanding of people and situations. And the reason I did it when I was young, I've been doing it since I was a teenager. And the reason I did it when I was young is because I was always starving to be popular. I was starving to be popular in ways that I never expressed that to anyone back then. That was my motivation. But I was like, if I understand people, in that case, I can basically figure out how to better attain popularity, and
how to make them like you.
Yeah. It was like, I'm going to use my brain.
Laugh.
I'm going to use my brain. I always made people laugh, but this is one thing I learned early on, even long before I was 20. I learned that making people laugh does not make people like you.
Yeah.
It's a big. Yeah. Every girl says, when you ask a girl what she's looking for, everyone's like, oh, I need a guy with a sense of humor. Lies.
Yeah. It's not only that.
No, what I'm saying,
but I don't want like
that is always that's a nice bonus. It's always a nice bonus. But very few people are actually really funny. There's very few people like that, and girls fall for tons of guys who have very poor sense of humor. It's always a nice bonus.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they'll be like, oh, isn't he so funny? Even if it's someone that no one ever really thought was so funny, just because she'll search out that one moment that he said something that was like mildly amusing, and like, and in her brain she'll be like, oh my god, he's a comic genius. But yeah, no one ever liked me because I made them laugh. That's not why. They like me. They like me for when I finally figured out like what it was that made people popular in general. I was much older, like in my 40s, before I actually figured out what makes some people appear to be naturally popular. But that's only because I spent like decades trying to figure it out.
Huh.
So
that's interesting. That's interesting.
I've shared it before. I'll share it with you now if you want. I mean, I don't want to bore
Sure.
anyone.
Yeah, I'd love to
But
hear it. That's interesting.
It's really three things. It's really just three things. Okay. Number one is confidence. Whether you're a man or a woman, you are drawn to a man or woman who is confident. Everyone likes seeing someone who's confident. It's a very, very it's the biggest sex appeal in the world. And like I said, when a woman is confident, it's sexy. When a man is confident, it's sexy. And whether it's a man or a woman, we are naturally want to be around people who are confident. It's just it's something that's just a draw that we're just like, and we want them to like us. We want confident people to like us. The other thing is to actually be genuinely happy. And this is something people struggle to find, but to actually be happy, I think it's easier if you have confidence, because if you have confidence, that sort of breeds into like you're happy with who you are as a person. So if you're able to be happy, genuinely happy. So I had the first girl I ever had a crush on in my life, years before I ever met Lady Logic. First girl I ever had a crush on in my life, who was very popular, very popular. She was, I'm not gonna kid you, she was smoking, and she was very popular. Back then I was good looking. Okay, you have to realize back then I was pretty good looking. So so she never looked sad. She was just, every day is a good day. Every day is a great, not a good day. Every day is a really great day. And she didn't look plastic about it. Like she really believed, like, wow, today's gonna be a great day. Like, and it was just like, all right, awesome. And people like being around happy people. And so that's the second element to it. And the third part, that's the second part to being popular. The third thing is,
come back to this.
And the only other thing you need to do if you want to be really popular is you have to be confident, you have to be very confident, you have to genuinely be happy, and you have to not come across as being judgmental. If people feel like you are judging them, if people feel like you're looking down on them, if people have to worry that they're going to say something and you're going to not have respect for them, they feel like it's like leprosy that you're spreading. Like they don't want to be around you. So that's not really to make you popular. It's really to wash away any negativity that people will have from being around you. So if they'll look at you as being a snob, or they'll look at you as being, an a-hole, or whatever it is. If you manage to master those three things, whether you are a man or a woman, unless you are like really, really, really disturbingly hideous, you will be very popular.
That's awesome, and that's a lifetime of study right there. Just
it really is.
Thinking about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
there you go. I can tell you, when I met you, I liked you because you were very genuine. The first time I saw you, I was actually in Emily Baker's chat.
Were you?
And she called you. No, you were at the trial.
I was at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. I called
you. FaceTimed with her, like you got on, and you were just so like, that was crazy. And you were like, this woman. And then I watched you separately, and you were ranting about Amber Heard, and I was like, oh, I found my home. I was there for like a year every night.
I haven't seen you in like a year. I'm like, where's?
No, I dropped you a super chat not even a month ago.
I'm like, I haven't seen this girl. Like, it's so funny because like there's a lot of people, and I'm teasing you. I'm not upset with you at all.
I did have the coof for a little bit.
Okay. I'm glad
it
you're
really
better.
kicked my butt. Thank you.
Yeah.
My mother gave it to me for Christmas.
Nice. And you get a car, and you get a car, and you get COVID. So
it was my first time, man. I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah, my first time with COVID was bad too. It was like a year and a half ago, and I had it. I thought I was going to die. I was like,
no, but I stopped it on you. I watched you this morning when you were aggravated as could be because you couldn't find the stream. And then you were like, they canceled. I was like, no, they didn't. Come on.
So mad.
I was so upset.
I was so mad.
I know.
But yeah, so I mean, do you believe the arrogance of that woman that she's like, I'm a constitutional officer? Like, hey, you're not.
And they're afraid of her. So they're like, okay.
Yeah. Sorry for bothering you with that with that civil complaint that's filed against. I mean, consider the position of this woman and the hubris of this woman. Okay, she is a district attorney from Fulton County, from the state of Georgia. So this is a woman whose career arc is a lawyer, subject to the ethics committee throughout her career, because every one of us, every lawyer knows that the ethics committee is basically someone you never want to be held in front of ever.
Unless you're Nick.
Yeah, well, Nick,
He's a different animal.
I dare you.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Yeah.
My boy.
Yeah, but so you always want it. So and that they could basically discipline you. They could theoretically fine you. They could suspend your license. They can disbar you. I mean, they can basically steal your livelihood from you if they find you did something wrong. And we remain under that for our entire careers. And somehow she thinks that because she has now been elected as district attorney, that doesn't have any impact on her attorney status. And I'm like, why would that be? And you're also not listed in the Constitution. That your position is not listed in the Constitution of the state of Georgia. I'm not sure on what basis you're any constitutional anything, but for her to make that claim that she is above the law, that's what she's saying. The law doesn't apply to me. They can't. Every other lawyer in this state it applies to. I'm the only lawyer in this state it does not apply to, because I'm a pretend constitutional officer, and so there's no equal justice for me after I spent the last year and a half, 2 years saying that I, as a state county prosecutor, have a right to say that there are thousands of prosecutors across the country. It's my duty, as from the state of Georgia, to say that I'm going to hail the president of the United States in here because there's equal justice for everyone. So if there's ever been a constitutional officer, I mean, he's not an officer of the United States, but he's a chief executive officer. And I don't know, until 10 minutes ago, everyone assumed that they all had immunity for any acts they took within the ambit of being a president. And it's just like, no. Just because you were held in there under the Constitution, I have the right as a member of the state to hail your butt in here. And by that argument, he's subject to the laws in all 50 states across the country, because whatever acts he does, if someone deems it criminal, they can find some justification to say that's affecting me here in my county. So all of a sudden he's subject to every state law, because there's different state criminal statutes in each state, and he has to know what all these state laws are everywhere, because he's subject to them, because any one of these jackasses, according to Fannie Willis, has the right to say our local state law applies to you, and I, as a state district attorney, have a right to call you in because nobody is above the law. But when an ethics committee hails me in, which they definitely do have rights over me, no, I'm a constitutional officer. How do you think
you can't touch me?
Who the hell? It's like, what the hell kind of planet is this woman living on? And the reason that she's able to get away with it is because people say, oh, okay, I'll let you get away with it. That's the only reason why.
They're afraid.
If you're the cojones to say it, then it makes it true until someone puts you in chains and says that's not the way it is. So
no.
Oh my God!
No, but she is. She's a big.
I still think she's going to get her comeuppance. I can't believe that there's not someone out there who has a basis to assert authority, who basically can clap her in irons. I mean, say whether it's going to be a state senator, but it's going to be no, I don't mean election process. I mean, whether it's a state senator or someone who some deputy, something, but somebody. I cannot believe that. All of the perjury that, in my opinion, was just blatant perjury.
Oh my God, yes.
And I mean, how you have a district attorney who's, she's going after him for obstruction of justice. There's no greater obstruction of justice than lying under oath,
right?
For crying out loud,
right.
And it's
especially for a prosecutor.
Yeah,
they hold to a higher standard.
What message is that sending to anyone who's basically she goes after? It's like there's zero integrity in this office. She's turned the entire county justice system into a laughingstock of not just her county or her state or even the country, but literally of the entire planet, because everyone in every country, people have heard about this story of Fannie Willis by now. I mean, she's an utter laughingstock, and she makes Fulton County look like a joke. So,
Yeah.
I've been rambling a lot here, but
No, it's cool.
I appreciate the input.
Yeah.
I live for the Fannie case. I do. I've been following
Oh my
since
God.
day one. I'm like, I committed every detail to memory.
The Fannie case would make a podcast like me really, really fall back in love with your job, because it's like fun, it's entertaining, there's always there are more kernels, and the public is lapping it up. So it's like, so it happens to be you're really enjoying what you're doing, and like getting and making more money doing it than anything else you could be doing. It's the most amazing gift in the world. I was like, oh my God, if this ethics committee hearing has like a 3-week trial, I'll go like 150,000 subs. Like,
oh my God,
I like double my subs if we get a 3-week. Because every time I talk about Fannie, all of a sudden in 10 minutes I got 3,000, 4,000 people watching me, and I'm like, this is like the best reign I've had since the Alex Murdaugh trial. So
I gotta say, I'm so happy for you, Joe. I saw you finally got out of that 91K that you were stuck in.
Yep.
You were stuck at like 91.7 for like 6. I was like, what is this, a New York radio channel?
Yeah.
Like you were just stuck there for like 6 months.
Yeah, I was like 95. I'm gonna be like 90. I'll tell you this. I actually had peaked at like 92.5, and then I steadily lost between 5 and 20 a day for like 6 months, and I lost like 2,000 subs. And
I paid attention.
Yeah, and I got down to like, I don't know, in the low 91s or something. I might even dip down into 90 over the last month or so. I've had a surge back up. I'm expecting, my ambition is that Trump trial in New York is starting March 25th, and my goal is that my goal is to hit that 100 by the end of the month.
That's
because
the other shit show.
I expect that, between my knowledge of New York court system and I don't know if it's gonna be televised or not, and I'd much far prefer it for both convenience and financial reasons to be televised. And that's on a personal level, and on a public level, the public should see it. And while trials in state court are supposed to be televised, we've seen that people like Judge Engoron basically was saying, no cameras in here. But I will tell you that if that does happen, I will be going to New York every single day to cover that trial. And report on it.
Be careful. Not a safe place to be right now.
I'll be live. I even got myself this right here, because they don't let lawyers. Apparently, they don't trust officers of the court.
Did you get the press pass?
But I do have.
I'll check it out. Oh, that is awesome.
Nice. So I'll be walking in and out of that courthouse. Like,
can you do me a favor, Joe?
Yeah.
Next time you see your father, tell him that he's really very much appreciated. I love your dad.
Oh, thank you.
I do. His stories, I could listen to him talk forever.
I have.
But I want him to know how he's really appreciated. Like, he really does. He's very touching.
He's
like in a good way. Like, you know,
not in Joe
Biden way. Not in a Biden way.
Yeah, but I hear you on the I hear you on the channel struggles. Like, been trying to break 4,600 for a year, and I almost got there, and then they did this great drain of subs over the course of last year, and then this year's kind of been the same starting out the year. I think they do like a grand purge or something, and they fall off, or they get unsubbed or something. I don't know.
Right.
A small channel like mine, it makes it a tough climb.
Oh, I know.
So I truly appreciate.
In general, when I grow, there's a tithing where they'll take off from me, like right afterwards. Like it's like 10% of like I'll grow, and like I know that like over the last month I've gone up like 2,000 subs, something like that, and I know that I'm gonna wake up one morning and I'll have lost 300 subs, and that's just what's gonna happen, because I call it the YouTube tithing. They're like, oh, you went up, you have to take off 10% from you.
Right.
Lovely.
And I'm telling you, Emmy, I see that I get messages like that at least once a day. At least once a day, someone tell me that they've been unsubscribed from me. And And I don't know what to tell people other than if you really want to follow me, you have to follow me at goodlogic.locals.com.
It really is 10% though, because like when I hit
Yeah.
600, because I'm a baby channel. So like I hit 600, they took away 6. I hit 700, they took away 7. I was like, what is this? I was like, now I'm seeing patterns.
Yeah.
It's like this
Yeah.
is not fair.
Yeah.
It's like, here you go, congratulations. Now spank you. Like it's like, thanks.
And it's like, how many? I ask everyone this question: how many channels have you ever unsubscribed from? Like, how often does anyone ever do that? It's like you just sort of leave it in the background. You might ignore it,
Yep.
or turn off notifications, but you don't unsubscribe from it. It's like, why?
No, you
Why?
just leave it.
No one does that. I mean, I'd have to be really upset.
It's free.
Yeah, it's not
It's like it doesn't hurt anybody.
It's not like there's a limitation, like, oh, you've reached your max subscriptions. I mean, I'm not aware that there's a max of like, I only have 2,000 in the subscriptions in the bank. Like, and I don't, rank in my top 2,000. That does not there's nothing like that. So like, yeah, it doesn't make sense that unless the way a natural way to lose subs would be if you or I were to like basically say something or do something that you tick off your core audience. So most will, unless it's really egregious, you do something like really gross, but most will, whatever hit you're going to get from it is going to come in one day, and then a slightly less hit the next day, a slightly smaller hit the next day as people learn about your transgression, and then they'll level off. But like not
fall off.
Yeah, and then it'll level off, and then you start going back up when people hear about your channel or whatever, pop in, stumble on you, like you, whatever, and you'll start building back up. But to have an even baseline of losing just a little bit every single day, that cannot possibly be organic. That's not even. It defies any form of logic.
Is what that is.
Yeah,
it's just painful because you're just like, you wake up, you're like, I wonder how many subs I lost today. Not how many did I gain. I had a really good show. I went down 15 subs. That's great.
The worst
motivates me to do more.
The most frustrating thing I ever saw in my life. I don't know if you guys saw this, but it's a couple of years ago. You remember V Radio?
Oh, dude, he's a good friend. I've had him on many times.
V-Radio.
In fact, I met him because of you. I met him through you, and we became really great friends. And we've done streams together. I did a fundraiser for him, and no, he's awesome. I keep in touch with him all the time.
He started a night with me at 2,800 subs, and I really wanted people to see how hard he works in developing like good content,
He's amazing
material. And I spent the entire night pimping him and watching, and I was watching his numbers. I was like, please go, don't wait, go now, sub up to this guy, and watching his numbers. Like he went to 3,000, 3,200, 3,400, 3,600, 3,800. And I was so happy for him. I was like, please, he's only like 200 away from 4,000. And I was like, I can't believe I'm getting this guy 12. I might get him 1,200 subs in one night. I'm practically increasing him by like 40% there. I was so happy. I was so happy. And finally, the show, I ran out of time. I hit my midnight deadline. So I was like, all right, like I'm logging off now, but please, he's at 3940, he's at 3960. He only needs a couple dozen more subs and he'll hit 4,000. It's really big milestone for him. And then I finished the show and I'm talking to him for like 10, 15 minutes afterwards. And I was like, let me refresh. I saw that I still it stays static when we're looking at the number. You have to hit refresh. And I saw he was at 3960. I hit refresh and he was at 2614.
What the?
And I was like, are you
gotta be kidding me?
Not only did he lose, not only did he not gain those subs, they took off an extra 200 from him. He ended the night with 200 fewer subs than we started.
YouTube is asshole.
And I was like, you mother effers. You freaking sons of bitches. Like that is so cruel. That is so cruel.
They never got him back, huh?
Yeah. He never, I mean, he slowly starts, building back, but it's like, I don't even, what do you do? What do you do? Like, there's nothing you can do. It's crazy. What do you do?
He works so hard. He's so well versed in everything he talks about. He never like puts anybody down in the chat. If they have a question, he's like, yeah, no, I have a whole thing on Discord with all the information. Tam will post the links and and he's great about it. I hate to hear that happened to him.
Yeah.
He's so sweet.
I mean, I was like, oh my God. Tell me this doesn't make sense. And he knew what I was looking at and he refreshed it and he just started laughing. He started laughing. He's like, wow, that's just unbelievable.
That's so sad.
Well, thank God for
Aw,
that.
this poor guy.
Places like Rumble. Rumble's been really good for us this year.
Has it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really great. Like a lot of the things that won't get spread around on YouTube, I'm getting thousands of views over on Rumble.
Oh, that's
on the same
awesome.
shows.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I can
Steady
get
climb.
I get no growth on Rumble. Like I get nobody signs up on Rumble. I get very few likes. I'll have
Oh, they don't like on Rumble for some reason.
they don't like.
They don't.
It's I mean
You
tonight
get like 5%.
it's not even. I mean, I've been trying to explain, and it's also even that my pay-per-views seems like it's a joke compared to YouTube. Like I don't even understand how they come up with the numbers that they give me on like my payment per views, as far as like every 1,000 views, something like that. Because on average in Rumble, I will have on any given time when I look into Rumble, I'll have between, let's say, 400 and 700, 800 people watching on Rumble, which is obviously that's a nice sized audience. That's a I'm getting more than 10% of my audience, of my followers to I'm getting roughly about 8% of my followers to watch. That's pretty good. So because in comparison, I have 95,000 subs and I only get, on a great show, I'll have 4% of my YouTube followers watching me at any given moment. But overall, I'll get like on Fanny stuff, I'll get like 30,000 views or something, like 25,000, 30,000 views. That's like the biggest shows I do. In general, on YouTube, I'll get like 7,000-8,000 views, and on Rumble, I'll get like 22,000 to 3,000 views. And you would think that, okay, so if you're getting like half the views, so you should be making half the money just on the views. Forget about super chats and rants. And I'm telling you, it's almost like it's like 5%. It's like, I don't understand how this is possible that the payments I'm getting from Rumble are such a complete joke compared to what YouTube is paying me. It doesn't even make sense.
Right.
And I feel like I'm doing charity when I basically put in the Rumble link, because I mean, I'm not complaining about monies that I make from social media. Thank God. I mean, thank God the blessings I've gotten from fans and support has been amazing.
Thank God, because you have daughters.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
Lots of marrying.
Yeah. Well, thank God I have a break on that for a while now. But yeah, I don't even understand how I don't understand how the numbers can be so dramatically different, where it's like there's no year's worth of Rumble. It's like not even like 1/12 of what I make from YouTube. And it's not like I'm making a killing on YouTube. I mean, I do well on YouTube. Especially my audience is amazing. And super chats.
So
I
dedicated.
didn't look last year, but I saw at the end of 2022 that I was in America I was ranked number 51 in the country, 52 in the country, for getting the most super chats in the country. And to give you an understanding as to how astonishing that is, a reflection of the amazing dedication of the people who watch me, I was the only one on that list who had under 100,000 subs. Like everyone else had everyone else, and right behind me was H3H. Like they have 4 million subs and they made less in super chats than I make. Now I stream every night, but still they have literally 40 times as many people watching them, and they made less than me in super chats. That is an audience which is just very engaged and very much.
You're very interactive.
I try. I mean, because what I realized is that, and I can't stress this to you guys enough, and I'm sure you understand it, but I recognize that I am talking politics, I am talking law, and at the end of the day, my job is to be entertainment. People want to be able to sit back and enjoy and be able to relate to the things I'm talking about, relate to me, and more important than me is the chat, that they relate to each other, that when I'm building what I've tried to build is an environment which it feels like Cheers, where it's like, You walk in there and you know there's going to be a bunch of people who you know and you like and that you want to interact with them, and that I have to turn my show on because that's Sam Malone that's opening up the bar for the night. But it's basically but yeah, whatever Sam Malone is doing, that, you know, I can have Norman Cliff there who are talking about something completely irrelevant to whatever I'm talking about, and I don't care. I just want them to be comfortable hanging out there. They'll every once in a while they'll come and interact with me also, but that's how you have a sustainable show. And yeah, and I recognize that there's going to be turnover because we all change our entertainment practices every couple of years. So like when I was teasing, I was teasing UT3, but it's like I know that like some people will come and then they'll be like, all right, I'm bored of hearing his voice now, or it's like, you know, this feels like something I've heard him say, you know, three months ago, and I don't need to hear it again. And I get that, and because I that should happen, and I hope that people come back. You know, that I'm not alienating people and chasing them off. But that's why I always have to feel like I have to constantly be searching out new audience, because any voice, then no one's married to me. They're not stuck with me. They come by choice, and you get bored of something. So you go through hobbies. So and I try to be as engaging a hobby as I can make myself. So that's what I do. But yeah.
No, I've been around. I'm not talkative in the chats anymore. I lurk a lot.
Oh,
like
is that
I'll yeah, because I'm just like it's.
You used to talk a lot though.
I mean, my show, I do like 5-6 hour streams, just me talking by myself. So I mean, you know, it's just me just going.
How do you not
so
get
when I go
from that, Shelly?
Because I have a lot of stories. I mean, I talk about a lot of emotional, like trauma stuff, try to work people through trauma.
Right.
So to do that, I give my own stories and I work myself through trauma. It's literally my therapy. It's so much better than going to a therapist because she didn't help me at all. But my chat is always there for me. You know, they get me pumped and they get me talking. And then they're like, you know what? You know, just every once in a while I get like the DMs, you really helped me. I really needed you. Today I did a pop-up to do the Fanny thing.
All the time.
You know, and it didn't work. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna hang out and talk. They were like, I'm so glad you did a stream today because I really needed to be like pumped up. I was feeling really low today.
Yeah.
And it's just a place for them to go where they're accepted. And you know, we joke around. I'm always full of funny stories. They know all about my exes and everything. Like I don't keep anything to myself. I'm an oversharer. But I mean, my chat they're very dedicated.
Yeah.
And they're there every day.
Because you feel like a friend to them.
Yes.
That's why.
And the thing is, when they have a problem, they can DM me and say, hey, can I talk to you?
Right.
I'm like, yeah, why not? Like, I'm just a person.
Yeah.
I'm not up there. You know, I don't separate myself from them.
I'm not up there either. In fact, one of the things that I was actually noticing, and I actually plan on discussing tomorrow when I'm dissecting a conversation, a town hall meeting that was being held today for Disney, was that these are two multimillionaires. I don't know how many millions they have. Maybe they crossed the B threshold, but they're big time in Disney shareholders, and they were holding it was like a town hall for Disney, and they're trying to get onto the Disney board. They're actually up in the middle of the whole application to get approval to sit on the Disney board and get voted on. So they were talking about everything that was wrong with Disney. And they sounded like they would say the sort of things you or I would say is wrong with Disney. You know, that it's all about an agenda, and that it's not family entertainment anymore. And you don't want to, you know, and the whole point to Disney, why it became iconic, and it is iconic in Americana, is because it's synonymous with magic. You just think of, I mean, we all grew up thinking of, you know, that going to Disney is a magical place. And now it's something that's like, and that you can obviously, you know, put your kids in front of a movie and be confident that not only will they be entertained, but that the messaging there is going to be something that they're going to enjoy, not messaging that's going to make them ask you questions about their biology. Like that, you know, and no one wants to have that conversation on a drive home from a movie. It's like that's not why I'm going to a movie, and that they recognize that, you know, the point to a movie was the escapism of it, and I was watching this with Valiant Renegade, and we were talking about how
I love him.
He's great. He's a good friend.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And and Ron Coleman was there, and Jonas and his regular and WW and Iron Mike, and what we're talking about is that these are wealthy people who don't come across like arrogant snobs. They come across like they're you or me, and that because you were talking about how you're not anything different. And that's what makes you likable. That's part of the whole thing as far as not being judgmental that I was talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? That if you're real, then people feel as if you're trustworthy and that they can talk to you, and you're not going to sit there. You're not going to sit there looking down on them because they have flaws. And especially if you're open about recognizing that, you might espouse and stand for certain values and think that that's a healthy way to live and an ideal way to live to find your own happiness, but that that if someone fails to live up to those ideals, that doesn't make them someone who deserves your scorn or your contempt. So, and if you're able to convey that in a way that first, it's important that you actually feel it and believe it. And if you can actually develop that within yourself, which requires work on yourself to actually not be judgmental. It's very hard to fake not being judgmental. You have to actually work on not being judgmental, which most of us are naturally attuned toward being judgmental, because it's a way that we self-soothe. We feel better about ourselves when we pass judgment on others, because we basically, the same reason we gossip, it's that we basically are able to say that, oh, at least I am not someone who would cheat on my spouse. I'm not someone who's overweight. I'm not someone who has this type of defect. I'm not someone with, thank God my hair doesn't look like that. When we're doing that, the reason we do that is because we're sort of trying to make ourselves, we feel empty inside, and we're trying to make ourselves feel better by saying, I don't have that shortcoming, so I'm going to basically build into that lack of a shortcoming as if that means there's some greatness in me, and you sort of puff yourself up so that whatever other void you're feeling in your life doesn't feel quite as terrible. So that's why we gossip, that's why we're judgmental, and that's why we all fall into this at some stage in our lives.
Oh yeah.
It's it's a natural part of the maturation process, because when we're going through development in our formative years, and then through the whole cocoon stage of high school, and trying to basically survive that without feeling like you're a piece of dirt. So you're sort of trying to find yourself, and you're trying to figure out who you are as a person as you're evolving from being something that's not functioning on its own to something that is hopefully functioning on its own and happy and productive. And that's a very difficult transformation. And most of us walk out of it being scarred. And the way we deal with those scars is by we try to put down others. And that's just a natural thing that we do during that evolutionary process from preteen to adult. It's a natural thing that we develop within ourselves that we have to sort of drive out of ourselves, and that comes by building confidence in yourself, accepting whatever flaws you have, and trying to genuinely commit towards repairing those flaws. And rather than denying that they exist, and finding happiness with who you are as a person, and then you end up being not judgmental. It's ironic that those three things all work together in concert so neatly as far as actually finding out who you are as a person, and you end up being happy with who you are, and people end up being happy around you. So but all of this, it takes years to sort through these inner emotions and feelings and ideas to understand it. To even understand that that's a
people
healthy way
don't
to
realize
live.
taking
People
away a
don't even
negative
try to do
doesn't
that.
create a positive.
Right. People, I think far too few people understand that that's even an objective, what I was just describing. You know what I'm saying? They just sort of stunt and stop growing at a certain point. So that's why I was trying to what I was saying is, what I liked about these guys is that they made their nut and they're financially wealthy, but they don't make you feel like you're a schmuck that you didn't. In fact, one of the things that one of them said is like, he was talking about how he went to Disney and he had this really cool, Mickey Mouse balloon, a helium balloon. He's like, it's $16. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's like,
I could get one at Party City for 99 cents.
$16 for a Mickey Mouse balloon. But you have to think, like, this guy, he wouldn't know. I mean, to him, $16 is like what 30 cents is to you or me. But he's able to be sufficiently in touch with like the rest of society because he's not looking down on society because he's actually healthy. I think his name is Nelson Peltz, the guy. He's actually like a healthy individual, an adjusted individual who's not sitting there feeling like he has to make himself feel better by looking down on others. So
you don't find many of those.
Right, and they actually were pointing out that that sort of being real is why people feel like they can relate to Donald Trump, even though he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever he's worth, is because he comes across with that same attitude, even though he has a certain insecurity and narcissism, whatever shortcomings he has, despite the fact that he's a phenomenal president.
Well, he's
just
a
really good at the
loudmouth
job.
New Yorker. I mean, that I get that.
CEO.
Right. But the point is that's what he has, that he sort of feels like
Mhm.
someone like he's not looking down on you because he has more money than you have. And all these wealthy elitists and all these snobs and whatever, they seem like shallow, miserable, empty people who basically are whatever car they're driving or whatever address that their fancy address that they're living in or whatever restaurant that they're able to walk into without getting stopped at the door, as opposed to actual. So the validation of others is where they're finding their happiness. And if your happiness is rooted in validation from others because of your looks or your money or your success or your acceptance in society, you at the end of, if that's where your happiness is from, you are a terribly, terribly, terribly miserable person. You are a miserable. You will never, ever, ever find happiness because one day, after a very short while of that, you realize how stupid and empty and silly that is, and then you feel like you feel like you've done nothing, and you feel then it fills you with a sense of misery that's beyond belief. So anyway,
it's amazing. Peace is like the most precious commodity to me lately.
Yeah.
Like I used to be like, oh yeah, I'll go here, I'll go there, I'll talk to it. That's one of the reasons I don't talk in chats, because it's nice to see everybody interacting and hear everything. But I have peace of mind because I'm just like, I'm quiet and I'm settled and I'm not involved in anything. And it's just like, you keep your stuff over there. Like I don't drag me into your stuff. You stay over there. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It does. And Trump, the thing about Trump that I love is that he's never been different.
Yeah.
He's consistent in who he is. He doesn't flip-flop. He's not, bringing out a certain personality on a certain day. He's always been that
he's
person.
just Trump. He's just Trump.
Yeah. He's always been that person. And I like somebody that's dependable in that way. I'll take all your flaws if I know that like brand new ones are going to pop up every day. Like I just like knowing who you are.
Right.
Be solid. You don't have to be perfect. Just be solid. And that's what he is.
Yeah.
And we need that type of security at this point.
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that we're going to see Biden in the finals? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I've been predicting that he's not going to make it. I've been predicting for a long
Phrasing, Joe. He's not going to make it.
I've been predicting that they're going to shuttle him to the side for a long time. It's interesting you asked that question given the context of the State of the Union tonight, because I sort of felt as if his State of the Union speech was designed primarily to convince Democrats that he still has enough in the tank that he can win this thing.
He still has
Agreed.
the chutzpah.
He still has, yeah. And then he was able to flash a little bit of the humor. Even you have to tip your cap to your opponents when they score a point, and like when he came out then, the first line he had after he got the lengthy applause is, "I should leave now." That's a good line.
Yeah,
that's a good line. That's a good line, and it shows sharpness, and it seemed genuinely off the cuff. Probably may have been, it's only, but he has basically, it seems as if he has a certain amount of gas that if they rest him up for long enough and they put him enough right chemical combination of some Molotov cocktail juice that they shove into his veins at exactly the right number of minutes before he walks up there, that he basically and that he basically can make it through for like 45 minutes and then it starts wearing off. Someone in my chat was speculating that they actually wondered if he had taped to his body like an IV that was like dripping in more like not morphine, whatever, uppers or whatever it is that it was dripping into him.
Adderall Plus.
Yeah, exactly. It's Ritalin. I don't know what's happening, but
got a bunch of patches going up and down his butt.
Yeah. That in order to keep him fresh throughout, he did start slurring at a certain point there. But I feel there were moments, especially when he tried engaging the Republicans, the Democrats, someone in his ear was like, stop. It's not working. Stop. Oh my God, stop. Don't talk to
I'm
them.
hearing those voices again.
Turn to your right. Turn to your right. For the love of God, turn to your right. But I think that this was a matter of him trying to convince the Democrats, don't kick me aside because I got this and I can bring this home. Whether that works or not, I don't know. But
He just
Kamala
came off
Harris
so
barking like a
angry.
seal behind him.
Oh, she was, please.
Yeah.
That woman. I love the small bus. He loves buses. Who doesn't love buses? Shut up.
Well, I mean,
Shut up.
that's Vivek's whole approach, is that just call it out so that if they do plan to do it, we're ready for it and we're not just kind of like,
oh my
resting on
God.
laurels.
Oh my God. It's Gavin Newsom. Right.
Yeah. Right. So we're kind of prepared for it. Of course, the Democrats can do whatever they want to with the super delegates. So no primary stance.
Supposedly after the whole Bernie fiasco in 2016, there was under basically threat of like a whole bunch of Democrats. They changed their regulations to make it harder for them to manipulate their super delegates. That's what I remember reading like 2 or 3 years. I don't remember if I read it before 2022. But that after the Bernie fiasco, you should look into like Democrats change their super delegates. Like if you Google it, you'll probably find articles about how they changed their regulations to make it like more difficult for them to play those kinds of games. And certainly it'd be harder for them to do it in, at a later stage. What they could do is basically go to him and say, okay, look, we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment unless you step aside. If his polling numbers are really disastrous, they'll just basically say, we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment and basically say, oh my God, so you can step aside now and say that, you don't feel like you're up to it and you have health issues, whatever. And that, thank God you're okay, but that you don't feel you're strong enough to lead the country for the next 4 years. So for the good of the nation, you're withdrawing your candidacy, or we're just going to invoke the 25th Amendment and take you out now. But that's what the powers that be in the Democratic Party have at their disposal. Because let's face it, everyone already questions. You see, for 2020, they changed it. So unpledged, better known as superdelegates, will make up about 16% of the Democratic Party in 2020, which is a change. I think it's a dramatic change from earlier, where it was like 40% or something like that. Oh yes,
it might backfire on them this time.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is instead of manipulating super delegates, I think that it'll be a conversation that no one will ever hear about how, like, look, issue your pardons to your son and to yourself in case they decide to come after you for whatever it is, and just step aside because it's Gavin time. And the problem,
I hope not.
The problem that they have with that, and or even worse, Gretchen Whitmer, the problem.
Oh God.
The problem they have is I don't think they want Kamala, and then they have to figure out, okay, how do we shunt her aside without looking like we're without losing black women, because for one reason or another, black women, I think she's a black woman, but so how do we shunt her aside without alienating them? Which is why it really might be Gretchen Whitmer, because at least it's a woman president.
Even after all that stuff in Michigan, have you ever had Radix Verum on your show?
Yeah, I don't know if I've had her on, but
She's amazing.
I've hung with. I think I was on her. I was definitely on her channel once or twice. She's a very smart young woman. She's
doing the documentary on Michigan and that whole setup, the Fednapping.
She's a great.
She's been on here a couple times.
I'm a big
Love
fan.
her.
I'm a big fan of her work. She's very, very good. So, I saw she was covering the trial of the whole kidnapping hoax. But the problem she had was that they really made the transmission of it so brutal to watch. It was almost difficult to hear what the testimony was or even see. It was like almost as if there was being sent like two cables, and it was being sent through Sputnik. Like now, like Sputnik is still somewhere in space, and let's send it through Sputnik.
Yeah, I remember she struggled with that because she was like, guys, wait, I'm trying, and she'd hear it and then she'd repeat it to us, and and I was like, "Oh, you poor thing."
Yeah, that's not the way. You can't cover trial that way. It's painful for you and for your audience.
And she put so much work into that.
Yeah, she like knew every name, every
Oh
detail
yeah,
that was going on there.
she talked to families, everything.
Yeah, she was really great. She's great. She's great at what she does.
She is a great. I like her a lot.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, she's earned our praise.
Daisy Girl is a huge fan of hers. She's always pushing her.
Oh.
I know you know Daisy Girl. She's always in your chat.
Oh,
Daisy
yeah.
Girl Williams.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's always in there. But yeah, no, we really enjoy Radix. She's very down to earth. She's very relatable, and she's just very honest. She's just a very honest, I want good in the world type person.
Yeah. And I think that we sort of have gotten used to figuring out who's genuine and who's not.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think we sort of turn off because we like someone for one reason or another, we sort of turn off our meters, because the same way it's like, like you're like, why do good girls fall for bad guys? And it's like, well, because they'll see the
I just did a
badness.
stream about that.
they'll see the wickedness in them, and there is certain sex appeal to it, and then there's like, I can fix him kind of element to it, and I'm a chosen one where I'm the one he's nice to, so it's like that makes me feel good that he's like a jerk to everyone else, but he's nice to me. But that never lasts, obviously, because at a certain point he doesn't need
that
to
has a shelf life.
Yeah, because once he doesn't need to earn your recognition anymore, so he doesn't need to be nice to you anymore, and he's by nature a jerk and used to being spoiled. But yeah, so that whole element of what's the girl thinking in that sense is that she's sort of turning off her meter and trying to find the good parts because she's allowing hope to override her experience. She likely has the experience to see the flaws that should be red flags to anyone, but hope blinds her. Like, it literally covers her eyes, and all she sees
Hope
is
or rose-colored glasses.
Well, the same thing. The hope becomes rose-colored glasses, where she basically literally can't see the flaws until it's punching her in the face.
Literally,
unfortunately, sometimes literally. Yeah, I use that phrase intentionally because it works both literally and figuratively. So,
well, that was the thing from tonight that he mentioned about the women's, women domestic abuse. I was like, what about the men? Like, he's all about the women. What about all the men that are out there being abused and taken advantage of and everything else? He don't talk about them.
Yeah.
Like, what, they don't count? Because without the men, the whole infrastructure of the country falls apart.
It was all pandering. He talks about
ridiculous.
He's talking about the Middle East, and he spent 5 minutes talking about Israel and its right to exist and whatever. And then he spent 7 minutes talking about Palestine and how Israel has to dial it back. It's like, I need to pander to both sides on this one. So let me. So it's like he has to throw the trans in there, throw the women in there, throw in Roe v. Wade, and women have power, and you'll hear that you're going to hear about the electric power. The electric power of women, the electoral power of women.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here, though. I have a question.
Yeah.
How did you take him addressing the Supreme Court justices, what he did to them?
Oh,
well, I thought, real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for becoming a member.
Publicly flogging them in front of people. Like,
yeah. I think that
I didn't expect that.
I think they're sort of used to it. It's not the first time. Clarence Thomas wasn't there, was he? I didn't see him there. I didn't see Clarence Thomas or Alito. I think they both might have bailed on him. Like, they both might have been like, we're not even showing. Yeah. It's some cojones to do that. It's like, I don't need to show for your stupid
lifetime appointment.
Yeah.
I'm calling.
I'm not showing up to Biden's third and final State of the Union address. So
it's fine. He won't remember anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Think it's his final one. Hopefully it's his final one.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it is his final one. I'm just hoping that it's Trump delivering it next year and not Gretchen.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be Gretchen. If it's your first year that you don't give a State of the Union, it's only like I think the way, as I recall, I could be mistaken, don't quote me on this, but as I recall, yeah, there will not be a State of the Union next year unless the incumbent wins re-election. I think then they give a State of the Union, but otherwise I think they skip because he just became president 10 minutes ago. So
right, that makes
know,
sense.
Yeah. So anyhow, I do need
It
to
was
get
an
some sleep,
interesting
my
night,
friends. I do
Oh,
need
thank
to.
you so much. I wrote one last question before you
Yeah,
head out, and thank you so much for everything tonight, Joe. I
No,
really do appreciate it. It was
we're
huge. It's
cool.
a
Don't worry.
blessing.
You're
welcome,
super
man. Thank you.
sweetie.
What I
Thank
do
you.
want from you is I do want a link to that song though, because I really love what you do with it. So if
Okay.
I can sort of steal that, I don't know if you can throw in private chat or something like that, but if you can give me some sort or share it with me by, do you need?
You
I
want
can
the,
give my email if you
you
want.
got the whole video, right? When you and your band took the
Yeah,
stage
me and my
played it.
band. Me and my
Yeah,
band.
the lawyers. The lawyers.
Yeah, yeah. If you can, is there a link? Yeah, give me a link if wherever it is, because I definitely want to employ it at some point.
Yeah,
I
will.
can't play it for Lady Logic because she's gonna be bothered by it, but yeah,
She's in it.
Oh, shut up.
She's in the crowd. Yeah, I put her in the crowd. So
Get
I
out of
figured
here.
Yeah, if you look,
Where?
if you look, she's in the crowd. Hold on, I can pull it up. We'll find
Yeah,
it.
people do not understand the subtleties that are in the videos that he makes.
This is like, I haven't made
He-
videos like these in a long time. I've been focusing on the lives, so I haven't been doing parody videos anymore. But it was a good series for the time. I mean, it's called Law Tuba's Getting Weird, and it's a musical journey with all the lawyers you know and love. and meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good.
So wait, so can you link me up here before I
Yeah, I'm searching for it right now.
And you had a question for me also, right?
Yes, you did extensive coverage, which I enjoyed on the Alec Baldwin shooting incident with Rust, and the armorer just went through and got convicted. And now he's supposed to go on trial soon. I don't know if it's July's right or not, but I remember hearing he was going to go on trial soon. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, and if you're going to be covering it, and if you think that anything will actually happen to him.
I don't know that he's going to go on trial soon because I think he was only indicted recently, so I don't know that his trial is going to come up so fast.
Okay.
But I'm now curious on the scheduling for that. It really depends on when it is. Let me see when his thing is. That's a good question. I haven't done that much Alec Baldwin that it's like a must. When is
Grimmy, touch of the tism. Yeah. By the way, hi, Nacho Kitty. I did see you. Hi, honey.
Nacho Kitty.
Nacho Kitty. And
One
Judge
of my
Maddie
OGs.
is here. I
Judge
feel like I'm in
Maddie.
Romper Room and I see Thomas and I see Grimmy. Everybody's hanging out tonight.
Let's see what we got.
I put the link
All the
in
boys are
private
looking for
chat.
stuff. How's chat doing? Y'all good? Everybody good? Baldwin took possession of an armored weapon in play, not from the movie Contract. Oh. There you go. Private chat, Joe. The link is in private chat.
Oh, thank you, Conley.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to figure out when this trial is set for. I'll begin scheduling calls for jury selection begin July 9th.
Oh wow.
That's
Okay.
that's pretty good timing.
That's a ways out. Yeah.
But that's pretty good
Ways
timing
out.
for me.
You're like trying to fit it in. Yeah, I could swing that one.
I had I'll tell you something. I actually mentioned on stream, I don't know if I corrected, but I mentioned on stream like a few weeks ago that I was freaking out because I had a trial set for April 1st, and I was like, the Trump trial is definitely going on, and I can't push this trial back. And I was really, really bothered that I was like I really can't miss Trump, but I can't get out of this trial, and there's no way I can pawn it off on anyone to cover for me. And then, like, miraculously, my adversary basically sent a letter to the court saying that his star witness, had surgery and got an adjournment to the end of June. So
nice.
So I was like, oh,
nice.
Thank you, God. Yeah. So we
conflict.
So I'm not going to have that conflict. I'd warned my audience. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with the Trump trial because I have this trial starting up first. So. But that it should be like a 2-day trial at max, 3-day trial at max. So this July 9th, that should be totally fine for me. So, yeah. But as far as my thoughts on how this will impact, as far as how it will, how far into it is that
Is
song?
Lady Logic?
Yeah, well, how far into is the When You Were Young?
It's
You know?
probably this. It's either one or two.
All right, cool.
Let me see. I can't remember which band went first. The first band's Viva and Barnes doing "Breaking the Law." Which
Oh,
is
it was Viva and Barnes doing. So wait, so who am I with in this one?
You're with your band, which is Bronca, Uncivil,
awesome.
Law and Lumber, oh yeah, and potentially Criminal on the drums. Yep, that's right.
I see Bronca.
Bronca ripping on the guitar.
That was like your Johnny Depp crew.
Make sure he sees that. I'm sure he never saw it. But
Oh
yeah,
my
make sure
god!
he sees
Yeah,
it.
no, I definitely will share this with him. Definitely will share this with him. He will love this. Yeah. So, it's hard to know how this will play on a jury. I mean, I guess now there's definitely the one theory is that someone's been held accountable, and if it's her fault, how can it be his fault? And so that's one theory that it helps him. Another theory is, oh, okay, so this is definitely people are at fault here, and he's the one who pulled the trigger, and people are at fault here. So if the one who put the bullet in there is at fault, why shouldn't the guy who pulled the trigger be at fault? But ultimately, I think it really comes down to I didn't watch much of the Hannah Gutierrez trial, but it really depends on the effectiveness of his counsel. I imagine his counsel is probably going to be you would think would be far savvier, just based on his price budget than hers.
Yeah.
Right? That's just
Yeah.
logical. You would imagine that he's got a lot more money.
I don't know.
And
Amber Heard had a lot of money on her lawyers, and they sucked.
That's true. They were really bad.
They were bad.
They were really bad.
But
I don't see. I think I'm going to be covering the Baldwin trial. I think that's a trial.
Oh, I think you have to.
Yeah, that's probably something that's gonna reign. That's probably gonna be a good reign. That's gonna be a good reign. Yeah, I'll be on that trial.
Right on.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, sir. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend.
You're at the house.
Wait, so where do I find Lady Logic? Well, I'll find her, right?
Okay, hold on. You want me to dig it out there? Let's see.
I don't want to force you to like spend the time on it. But she's in the crowd, you're saying?
Where are we going?
Yeah, she's in the crowd, and it's like there's a lot when you see the crowd kind of panning. She's kind of in the front row rooting you on. She's like right up. Actually,
I see. I see.
I just nailed it. Did you get it? Yeah, she's in the front row dancing.
It's like at 8:30.
Yep. Right. Yeah, 7:50.
Oh, that's loud.
Hold on, let me see if I got that right. 7:49.
7:49. You said.
Yeah. It's not that's like for this one I had to use a different software that didn't do it quite as well as I like the other ones that I usually use, my main one, but for this one I had to do it on a different app. So yeah, I wanted to make sure your girl was there that rooting you on.
That's friggin' hilarious.
I love Lady Logic. She is a beautiful soul, inside and out.
She looks like a bot in this thing. But,
oh God!
But I see how you try getting her in there. That's really funny. All right, my friend. Thank you so much, and
thank you, sir.
And I wish
Feel better, Joe. I heard you were sick.
Yeah, well, but thank God I'm getting a little better, and I really wish you both nothing but first and foremost complete satisfaction from your social media presence, and you should continue growing and putting back into society. You guys are awesome.
Thank you
so much, man. I appreciate it.
Take care, my
I
friend.
love you so much.
You too.
Take care. Rest well.
Bye, honey.
All right. Good logic, ladies and gentlemen.
That was
awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. That was great. What an awesome surprise. As well as all of you guys being here tonight, man. So nice to have a great crowd in here. We always have a great crowd here, but so happy you guys are here to mingle with the great crowd, more great crowd. Mingling together. All right.
All right. I'm
and
like
grim slash claps. Yeah.
You realize
Great
you have a
excitement.
6.5 hour stream. I did what 4.5 hours this morning.
Yeah,
and I
definitely
got
check out
no
Lady
nap.
Clown.
How proud are you of me?
Yeah, if you believe in what she's doing, Riddick has a Gibson go for her documentary. Documentary's gonna be groundbreaking, so I really hope she gets it off. Hey, Thomas, how you doing?
Hi, Thomas.
Yeah,
I said
we'll
hi.
see if
I saw you.
Poroshenko would actually come on my channel, but you never know. You can talk
Financial
her into it.
sassiness wants me to do voiceovers. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. She could do it. I think he's right. I think definitely. I love you, genders.
I am a woman. I know my definition. I know what I am.
Coldwood. All right. So how did this requested poll go? There you go, Graham. I'm gonna end it. Graham
You
requested
did
a
a
poll.
poll?
Yeah,
What
it was
was
just
the poll?
was the woman in green a skinwalker? I have no idea, but he wanted it, so
Oh my goodness.
I threw it out to my man Graham.
God. Ah.
Oh, cool. Scott finally moved and set up. Awesome.
Awesome. Congrats on
Wonder
you.
what you've been up to.
Nice. Congrats. Yeah, because we haven't seen you in a bit. Glad you got to come by tonight, though. Tonight was just exciting.
Yeah, most definitely.
At Daisy Winning, please share the above link with Joe if you can. He may want to have Radix on again.
I hope.
Like he's had that idiot. Daisy, I love you so much, Daisy. I really do. She said that idiot motherfucking pisco.
What's that?
Oh, that's awesome. She doesn't like some of his guests. So Daisy doesn't hold back. That's why I love her. Ever loyal, though. Alrighty. It is 2:30 in the morning. Oh my goodness. Guys, if you haven't so far, if you could hit that like, hit the subscribe for winning, that would be really appreciated. If you're on
Yeah.
Rumble, hit that
Actually,
follow. Let's go.
we're actually 29 away from breaking 4,600. Like,
oh my God.
I've been trying for so long to break 4,600. 30 people out there, and find it in your heart that are listening. Just
guys,
hit that subscribe
please.
button for me on YouTube. Appreciate it. And if you're on Rumble, man, I'd love it if you'd follow me over there on Rumble. We are 2 away from 370 on Rumble. And only, well, we're 12 away from 400. Oh no, that's wrong. That's not right at all. 32 away. My math no good. All right.
No, numbers are bad at 2:30 in the morning. No.
Right. But thanks to everybody, and thanks to everybody on X watching this evening. 61 people had 70 at one point. Thank you guys so
Beautiful.
much. I'll be back Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern for Winning Saturday Night. Good news of the week, funny videos, and more. Hope you guys will feel free to stop in and have a good time whenever you. I do 4 shows a week, and I hope to see you guys stop by and check some of those out. And I think you'll find that I have topics you'll enjoy. There's a whole catalog of videos below on specific topics that you may find interesting. Wide range of things that will only help better shed a light on this weird world we live in, and hopefully give you some hope and some direction as well as we sit here and build this solution culture we're trying to build.
Mojo Rising said, "You must have a lawyer's mind. Can't do math."
My mother always said I should have been a lawyer.
Oh, you can certainly argue
Thank
things
you
into
for
the
being here, Dark
ground. So
Agent
yeah.
Kitty. Yep. And Shelly, today's Thursday. Today's Friday, so you have a stream in just a few hours. So
Yes, I do at 9:30.
9:30 a.m. Please
We're
subscribe
gonna
to Shelly.
try
You'll
this
love her show.
when
Very
you're a
family
giver
atmosphere there.
again. We're gonna try this stream for the second time since the first time they had that, Ashley Merchant thing, and I was like, screw being a giver. Let's just watch this and have some fun. So we did. It was so good. So good. I enjoyed her. Her body language just screaming how she felt. I was like, oh, look, she's getting more comfortable. And, it was great. We had a really good time. But, yeah, so no, I'll be going at 9:30. Talk about when you're a giver. The pitfalls of being the giver and not the taker, and the benefits as well. So that's what we'll be talking about. It's a lot more interesting than it sounds because there's a lot more joking around. It's a very jovial atmosphere in my chat. So we always have a really good time. And you could just, I don't show anything, so you could just put it on in the background and listen and just laugh along. Ask Ellie, that's what she does. She's like, I'm listening.
That's
I'm
the
listening.
morning cruise for many people. A lot of people tune into that. But I actually put it on the redirect. So actually, you won't be going to another stream, but you will go to where Shelly's show is for tomorrow. If you want to go by there and give her a subscribe and a like and ring the bell
That
to
was
get
so
notified.
sweet, Win. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Definitely.
Oh, you're awesome.
But yeah,
See,
that's gonna do
why
it for
he's
us,
my
man. Thank you guys so much for being here, man. It's been an awesome night, monumental night, really,
Yes.
really awesome night. You guys made it happen. The crowd rocks. The crowd rocks the scene. The crowd makes the show happen.
Yep.
Keep
Y'all
fighting the
made
good
me
fight, guys.
very happy. Very happy.
We got
I'm
friends.
thankful
We're
for
here.
everybody. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Most definitely. And until next time,
There you
everyone,
go.
keep on winning.
I'm going to leave you with this one final message. We're going to win the election. We're going to win it big. We're going to win it bigger than ever before. We're going to do things that nobody believed. It's going to be more important even than 2016. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.